We are live. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream, y'all? What's up? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. What's up? How's everybody doing? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that'll be listed on the TikTok screen here in a second. What's up, everyone on TikTok and on YouTube? We're fully setting up the stream right now, and we're getting everything going for today. Early stream for today. Early stream. How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up, Burger Cat? How you doing? What's up, Staler? What's up, Lumi? What's up, Pillion? How you doing? S. Taylor, what's up? What's up, Michael? How you doing? Lulu, how you doing? What's up? What's up, Jade? What's up, Kate? What's up, everyone joining in? Let me make sure to set everything up for the stream real quick, and then we'll get going for the debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. But what's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? You are very, very early. I just have started the stream, everyone. So let's get everything going here in a minute. We're about a minute and 30 seconds into the stream. We're going to give it a minute or two to get people to join in, and then we're going to start adding people up here. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Chat, guess what? My number one fan is already in the guest box. Oh, he left because I said it. Dude, I can't. That's so funny. Oh my god. The number one fan. No, the guy that's in the stream every day now. Like literally every day. It's not even Liam anymore. It's not even Phil. No, it's that one kid, the Chris, AJ, or fucking brainwashed kid. That's his name, and he literally is in my box every single day. He just loves me. He just loves me so much. He literally hopped out of the box because I said it, dude. That's actually so funny. Yo, I got super repellent. You know what I mean? Like from Pokemon. I gotta get my max repel on, so that, he doesn't join the box. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the money
What's
gun.
up?
How old are you?
Guess.
Do you guess? I'm gonna guess with a kick. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, neo-libertarian phalanges got banned, bro. Mike.
Oh, LU, man. That's just tough, dude. Looks like TikTok's out to get you. They're trying to limit you, man. Base TikTok, right? I'm just kidding. We're gonna get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, it's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday to me, please?
Absolutely.
It's my
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Louise, thank you so much. I really appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? Yo, stop. I can't even talk today.
Wow, they just left. Okay, I'm sorry. That's really brutal.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Why'd they leave? You were fine,
18.
man. And what's your birthday?
March 2007.
Okay, and if
March
you could go back in
2007.
time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, if I go back in time, I wouldn't be of age to vote. So,
How about this? If the election were held today and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
yeah, Donald J. Trump, the American hero.
Okay, what makes you think that he's an American hero?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cutting it. It might be my end. Anyways, yeah, so, you say that, your morals are indexed to your psychological preferences, correct?
Whoa, that was a complete pivot. I asked you, how is he an American hero?
I think he's doing great. I think he's well. I don't think he has the flu.
What? The flu?
Yeah, I don't think he has the flu right now. So
Versus the Galaxy. Who claimed he has the flu?
I don't know. I mean, you said, is he well? So, I mean, commonly people will get the flu when they're not well, and he
Okay,
doesn't
yeah,
have the
I'm going to
flu.
go on to the next person.
So
Have
I
a
can
good
use my
day. I'm not wasting my time. Let's go on the next individual. Commonly, people have the flu, so it's just like, what, bro? Come on. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a bitch.
How old are you?
You're a faggot, bitch.
You're disgusting.
Fuck you.
Seriously, need to go step on some Legos with your bare foot. Fuck you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit! Hey, my bad. I joined by accident.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. To give it a quick second, everyone. We're trying to get someone up here, but we can't even do that because. Oh, actually, look at this. Chat. Good luck. This is gonna be a bit brutal. This is the only person in the box I see right now.
Hey,
Is
how
this
you doing?
actually him?
Him who? Can you hear me?
TPS. Sorry,
no, I'm not
TPS. TPA. TPA. Sorry.
Yes, I am the one that they call TPA.
That's cringe.
How are you doing today?
All right. I mean, I just woke up about an hour ago, so.
All right, well, good morning. Can I ask you a question, like a real question before we get started, my friend?
Go ahead.
So there was one time when me, you, and Dean were talking, and you had to leave, and this is honestly a genuine question, like human to human. And like you left, and I was like, all right, bye, Parker, have a good one, stay safe. And I looked at the comments after, and the comments were like, they timestamped that moment, and they were like, someone needs to check on that guest. Like they tried to twist me saying stay safe, like I was trying to like threaten you. Like you personally knew like I meant like just like, stay safe, have a good day. Like, did you take that as a threat? Like, I don't know, man. I was just kind of curious.
I don't think I would take that as a threat, unless
All right,
it
cool.
was said
I was
like
just
with a
curious.
certain type of tonality, I guess. But in typical circumstances, I would just take that as like in a colloquial usage, like stay safe.
All right, exactly. Because from every time I've talked to Dean, debated him 5 times now. You and I, we had like half a convo until the live ended, and like, I mean, I disagree with you guys like on a lot, but like, I don't have any hatred towards you guys. Like, I actually want to change your mind, to be honest with you.
Sure, that's cool. I would say the same thing for you. Why do you support Trump then? Or actually, no, we could talk specifically about more current events because I think we've already had at least partial of the conversation. We never fully got through because you got banned halfway through. I remember. But in terms of the conversation, at least, we can talk about recently. Do you think that Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered?
Man, I think that I have seen so much death in my life, my friend, that like all loss of life is sad to me. Like all the way down to, you wouldn't even believe me, the things I do for like insects, my guy. I hate it about me. And if you ever met somebody that knows me in real life, they would attest that like I'm borderline crazy, man. So what happened to Renee Good and this Alex guy is very sad, but very avoidable and a lot to each situation. So let's go down with the Renee Good one. I think the fact I hear a little echo. Is that because of me? Because you good on your end?
Maybe I turned my volume a little bit too high. I don't know. Does everyone else
I
hear
just want to
that?
make sure everyone's good. All right. So with Renee Good, I mean, very sad what happened, but the facts are the facts. Let's start with a question for you, right? What is ICE's job, Parker?
Hold on 1 second. It says your live is not eligible for recommendation. Is restricted in search results. We have detected suspicious activity that may violate our integrity and authenticity policies. What? What? That means I'm not Parker. What? It thinks it's not Parker right now. What?
You know what it is? We're having
it's
too
actually
cordial
AI
of a
Parker.
combo.
It's AI Parker.
Yeah, we're having too nice of a combo. They don't think we could do it.
It didn't even happen yet. But yeah, go ahead. All right. What was the point you were making?
So my first point is a question to you. What is ICE's job?
What is their job? I think their job is specifically to deport individuals who are in the country undocumented under the Trump administration. And that's by essentially almost any means necessary. They're not very much applying accountability to the agents. They're undermining the training, limiting how much specifically they have to train in order to be able to be qualified to be an agent. They're limiting the qualifications necessary to become an ICE agent. I think those things are obviously relevant towards the fact that we're seeing even more things happen within the context of ICE and within the context of these federal agencies that are like obviously showing the fact that people feel like they have a lack of accountability there and they're not going to be held accountable. So I just feel like there's a lot of lawlessness. They're violating the law. They think it's literally policy just to like, you don't even need a warrant in order to be able to break into or in order to go into someone's house. So like, I think that these policies violating people's due process rights, murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight, and the lack of accountability that we see amongst agents, and plenty of other things I could mention that are lawless. Those are things that like are uniquely bad, right? Could you at least agree with that?
Well, I don't want to get lost in translation here. My question to you is, what was ICE's job? And I think we both can agree their job is to deport illegal immigrants, correct?
Yeah, I clarified, and then I also added on top of it. Did you hear?
Yeah, I asked you a question, and then you said quite a few things, and so I just wanted to clarify that we both agree ICE's job is to get rid of illegal immigrants. Now,
that's under the Trump administration. So do you understand that there could be a different job for it depending on the administration? I wouldn't even believe that we need ICE. We had border enforcement prior to ICE's existence, and we could enforce the border prior to that point. I mean, without ICE, and I think that it should be focused on going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? Rather than focusing on just the typical person who's in the country for a better life. I don't think that makes any sense.
Before we keep going too real quick, just so you know, there's probably good news for you. I only got about 30 minutes, 35 minutes-ish. I just want to let you know that now. So I hope if we're at a good point in our combo, I know you like to only talk to people one time. I hope we can continue the combo if it gets cut off. Also, before I forget, do me a favor and ask your man's Dean Withers if we're ever going to talk again, because I have a video on my YouTube, Real TPA, all one word, where it rebuttals like 20 of your guys' points and has links to back it up. And he actually lied to me our last combo, and I requested up when you were up there. You guys saw me, you guys made fun of me, but rejected my request as you were saying, oh, MAGA scared, there's no MAGA. But like, you saw me, you rejected me, and then said that it kind of made no sense.
Well, he's already had the conversation with you multiple times. I haven't yet. It's his live stream. I don't make the determination of who's on his live stream.
Oh, absolutely. But you see the point of when you guys are going, oh, there's no MAGA, MAGA scared, but then you reject my request 4 times.
You understand that that's specifically, we're talking about other people. We're trying to get new people on the live, right, who haven't debated before.
Yep, absolutely. And if you want to do that, it's your right to do that. But I just mean, if Dean and I had a convo and he lied about 5 things and I posted a video on YouTube with links.
I don't think you lied about those things. I'd like to, you could tell me those and we can go through them. But like, I mean, we could have litigated a whole conversation that we were talking about right now instead of just talking about how you have complaints about Dean Withers. You know, like, I feel like that's wasting time.
Sir, my only complaint, sir, is just that he rejected the request as you guys acted like there's no one to debate. I was just curious. Like, listen, I'm not going to sit there for an hour and get made fun of as you guys reject
I don't think I think I just answered that. Like, that's one, it's his live stream. 2,
yep, absolutely.
Right? Literally, like, he's looking for people who haven't been on the live yet or haven't been on the live recently. You've debated him probably relatively recently, and that's why he didn't want you to come up again. Right? I never got the full conversation with you. So the way that I would look at this is a little bit different because I have not had you on recently, and I haven't talked to you fully when we did talk. Okay, so there's a few things different there in terms of in terms of whether or not we're gonna have a conversation. That's the basis for it. That's the main point. And also because the conversation you had with him was insufferable, he's gonna make fun of the fact that the conversation was insufferable. That's the reality. If you want to talk about Dean Withers, I guess you could keep doing that, but I'd rather talk about why you support Trump and like.
I just wanted to. Well,
what we were originally talking about.
I want to talk to you about Renee 100%, and we'll just end on this. I'm just asking you if you could do me a favor of like, when I'm in that box, I'm not going to wait for an hour and get made fun of. So if he wants to have a debate, please let him know to just let me know when to come there and we can have a conversation, okay? Because I'm not going to sit there for an hour and get made fun of and reject it. You know what I mean? You can see where I'm coming from.
Sure, I guess.
All right, so
but that's like
if he wants to continue,
he has no obligation to have you on his live, right? Like, so like,
absolutely,
if you end up sitting there for an hour, that's because of the fact that you were in the box and because they weren't wanting you on the live. So I don't know why you're like trying to get to me and litigate that through me.
No, my point, you're absolutely right, Parker. Sir, you're absolutely right. He doesn't have to. I'm just saying, if he wants to have a good conversation and address all the lies that I called him out on my YouTube in my 7th
Yeah,
debate with
everyone
him.
thinks that. Okay, so I just want to. You're not unique. Okay, in that respect, there are thousands of other
Well, I
people
am
that
unique
want to.
about one
Let
thing.
me make this
Parker,
point. Let me
may I
make this point.
interject?
Let me make this
Okay,
point.
go ahead.
There are
Go ahead.
thousands of other people that want to debate Dean, that think that they've proved him wrong, that have made videos that think that they've proved him wrong in those videos, and just because of that reason is not a reason for him to bring someone up on the live stream just because of that fact. Okay, so there's a few extra things. I don't know, why are we litigating this? Why aren't we talking about the topic? Like I don't know why we're doing this.
Last thing, because you just
What
said
have
one
we-
thing important.
Oh my god.
You're right, sir. You said one thing important though. You said I'm not special, but you and I both know when he says, "Oh," he said to you when you guys were talking about me, he said, "I think he's the most annoying and most insufferable out of everybody." And you and I both know that's how he feels about me. And you and I both know I did not gain that title from actually being insufferable. It's because I beat him and I actually disproved him. So when he wants to address the lies, we can. All right. Back to Renee. You just let him know that for me, please.
I don't know why I would let you end on that. I don't think you beat him, and I also don't think it's because of that. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to claim. Like, how self-centered
why
do you have to
reject
be to
my
like literally
request?
base the entire? We were just having a conversation about politics, and now you have to base the entire conversation on like your whole thing against Dean and how you're the main character and how you're the best, right? And like he hates you so much. Like, dude, take a break and like give me a reason why you support Trump. And like why this is your view on politics instead of like being narcissistic and egotistical for 1 fucking second, please.
I got you. And take your own advice, my friend. I got you.
When did I do that? When did I do that?
But the point I'm making is, if he wasn't afraid of me, he would have just let me sit in the box.
Oh my God,
You guys
bro.
rejected me is my point.
Dude,
All right, so back to
I gave
Renee.
you the explanation, and then now you're going to impose that it was because of fear?
But
Are you
what's the
serious?
why reject?
What was
though?
the
Why
explanation?
reject?
What was the explanation?
Well, what's the explanation?
You've been on the
to
live
reject
recently.
him?
You've been on the
But
live
why not-
recently.
But why reject it? Why not just leave it in the box?
Why
Why reject
you
it
just
4
complained
times?
about him making you wait, and you wanted him to tell you before, and then when he rejects you to tell you, then you're like, that's too much? Anything
Oh,
he could have done at that
rejecting's-
point, you would have critiqued. Why are we talking about this instead of talking about the
Yeah,
topic?
I'll move to
You're in
Renee,
love with
but the
Dean
point-
Withers, dude. You're in love with Dean.
I love
You
him. I
can't
got love for him.
stop.
I got love
You
for you.
can't stop thinking about Dean Withers.
Yeah, I got love for you and for him. I mean, you're acting like I'm talking about some random 21-year-old kid. No, I'm
I
talking
understand,
about the
but like,
number
dude,
one-
Jesus
Listen,
Christ, let's talk about the topic.
All right, please don't use the Lord's name in vain either. It's not a good
Oh
look,
my
sir.
God, please,
But-
then get to the topic, man.
Okay, will do. But my point was that he rejected the request. Anyways, so
Okay, you know what?
happened with
Here,
Renee-
I'm gonna hit a restart my live because I think I got that recommendation thing. You can be the first person to come back up, and I hope when you come back up, you stop this fucking obsession.
I'll
We
come
haven't
up.
even got to the
I'll
debate
come
yet.
up.
This is
All right, I'll see
embarrassing.
you in a second. I'll come back up.
Embarrassing. I can't even believe that. I'll be right back, everyone on TikTok. We're gonna hit a quick restart because there's a recommendation issue that it's not sending out, and I couldn't appeal it for some reason. So we'll be right back, everyone. I could tell because it's just staying at the same amount of people. So we'll be right back on TikTok. You can go over to the YouTube as well. I'd recommend to do that. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Alrighty, let's hit that quick restart on TikTok real quick. I don't know why it's doing that. Like, it's so annoying. I don't know why he's obsessing about Dean right now. Like, I've literally told him multiple times, like, yo, like, let's talk about the topic. I don't know why it's taken so many times. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people, as always, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Madison, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that I do. Thank you so much, Madison. As well as Shannon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. They said, as a Minnesotan, please don't make us listen to 30 minutes of TPA defending what ICE is doing here. Well, the reality of the matter is that I have to debate people who do believe that in order to be able to spread information about that topic. So that is a reality. If it's not him, it's going to be a different other Trump supporter. So, and I think it's important to have those conversations. And that's why I actually brought it up myself in the conversation. It's because I want to spread more information about that. And I also think it's important to make note of and for them to have to engage with, because it's obviously something that's like horrible.
Hey,
All right.
Parker, give me 1 minute. I'm just going to the Albano real quick. Give me 1 minute, my guy. Sorry.
Alrighty. He's going to the bathroom. Do give him a second, everyone. Do give him a second. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I'll keep him on topic. We'll try to do that this time because it didn't work the last time, clearly. Do give it a second, though. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. I had a recommendation issue with the last live. I don't know why it was happening. Literally, it said integrity and authenticity. Literally thinking that I am, like, not Parker. Like, what the hell? Is Dean live? No. Nope. Dean hasn't told me when he's going to go live today. I'm not quite sure when he was. I assume it will probably be like at like 2 o'clock. Dylan, think of the $2. I don't think that's what he meant. And I don't think that's what it actually...
All right.
Wait, does it?
Sorry about
I don't think
that.
it does. Yeah, okay, so go ahead. Do you think it was murder?
All right, so back to Renee Good. We both agree that ICE's job is to get rid of illegal immigrants. Although, in your response a little bit, you did actually say, I think you said that you don't think we need ICE. I think you said. At one point, maybe you can address that when it's your turn again to talk, my friend. But simply put, I support ICE. I think what happened with Renee Good is sad. I think with this Alex guy, it's sad. I think every situation is different. So when we talk about Renee Good, well, the facts are that she was a part of ICE Watch, right? That came out. CNN reported that. Everybody reported that. You know, the school board meeting where they were creating that group of ICE Watch, and how their entire intent with that group was to go impede and disrupt ICE's investigations peacefully. That's a fact. And I think when you have ICE agents who are trying to deport illegal immigrants that graped and schmurdered 11-year-old Maria Gonzalez.
Wait, can we
I don't
clarify
know
real quick? ICE Watch, right? Where was it listed specifically that they want to disrupt or interfere? And rather
what do
than
you think-
specifically like try to identify what they're doing so that people know where they are.
Well, and I will further elaborate on
Which
that.
is totally within their rights.
You absolutely have a right to protest. You have a right to go out on the street and videotape and do whatever you want, but you don't have a right to impede an investigation, which is what ICE Watch was doing. And that's a great question, Parker. What I'll do is when I post my video on my end for everybody watching on the playback, I will have a link directly to these articles that I'm referencing that say that. But the point is, she's part of ICE
Why
Watch.
can't you just give it to me right now? You have to go look for it later on. Do you have any source for it now?
Yeah, because I have, if I could, I'm not going to turn my camera on, but I have thousands of pages of political stuff with sources as well. So I'm just saying on my playback, I'll have my links there for you and anybody that wants to see it. I mean, are you denying
So you
that
don't
she's
have
part
a
of
source
ICE
right
Watch?
now? Do you have a single source right now that I can be able to verify?
One of the sources was CNN. When I confirmed that she was part of ICE Watch, I do remember CNN.
Yeah, but
was
no,
one of my
no,
sources.
it's not just that she's a part of ICE Watch. It's that ICE Watch's goal specifically is to interfere with what ICE is doing rather than just being able to identify where they are. Does that make sense? Right,
So
and watch,
just to
which is
clarify,
totally
you're
within their
saying
rights to do.
To interfere, that word interfere that you just said, right? Your sentence right there was ICE Watch's job was to interfere, correct?
No, I said, what basis do you have to say that it was to interfere?
Oh, well, it was based on the article that I read. Now, I'll help you out, though. Okay, I'll help you out. Let's pretend that in ICE Watch's mission statement, at no point did they say to impede or interfere. Well, when she went out there in practice to go be part of ICE Watch and do her thing, and again, I mean it from the bottom of my heart, rest in peace to her, and I hope her family is comforted and can feel her presence still, and she's with the one true King Jesus Christ surrounded by loved ones. I really do mean that. It's sad to see this happening because it's all avoidable. But even if ICE Watch's mission statement was, hey, Renee, don't go impede or interfere, she did. Even if in their mission statement,
I don't think she was. That's just not true. I don't think she was. She was in that position for 3 minutes. She allowed for an agent to go in front of her. I don't think that would be considered impeding, especially enough for an ICE agent to go up to your door and try and rip you out of it. I think that's insane. I think that's ridiculous. Less than 3 fucking minutes, dude. Genuinely, like that's crazy. Okay, I don't want anyone to be treated that way. No one deserves to be treated that way. You can politely tell someone, right, if you think that they're in the way, that, oh, hey, is it possible that you could leave in this circumstance? Be nice about it.
So
Show
again,
some humanity,
she was-
right? Be like, this
Yep,
is the person we're trying to go
yeah.
after, this really harmful person right now, right? And we're out here trying to benefit people. Be like that. Be polite, right? Don't
Yep.
like literally say that you want. Don't call them an effing bitch after you literally murder them, right? Don't try to shoot them, right? Try to get out of the way of the car when they were literally trying to drive right, right? You could see it in the cell phone footage from the officer. They could see she was turning right. And any reasonable person in that circumstance could have realized they could have got out of the way to a greater extent. Now, even if you can consider that he was quote unquote hit, right? He wasn't hit hard enough to even be hit by the ground. And you know that vehicles going slow even are likely to hit someone to the ground. So it's very unlikely that he was hit hard, even if he was. I don't believe he actually really was, taking into account all the different angles of the videos. But assuming that he was, it's not hard enough in order to justify that it was serious bodily injury or death in the circumstance. And he planted himself in that position and reached for his gun prior to her even moving forward. So he had the ability to move out of the way to a significantly greater extent, but chose not to. And then with the circumstance with Alex Peretti, like he literally was recording them. He literally was doing exactly like what you said.
Respectfully,
the only context of what you were saying was interfering, was he was preventing a
Respectfully.
woman from being pepper sprayed. That's it.
Sir, respectfully. Let's stick on Renee and we'll go to Alex after. Let's keep it nice and concise. Now, you said quite a few things there. So taking it from the top, the 3-minute video that we have of her blocking traffic in the middle of the road where she does let some cars go by, but it seems to me from what I watched, it didn't seem like those cars were the actual ICE agents, but that's actually besides the point.
There was
Your
one
car
of them that
shouldn't
was
be-
an agent.
Okay, but regardless, one, she shouldn't be there. If her whole intent to be there is go, as you want to say, watch ICE, right? Which isn't the truth. You shouldn't do that based on ICE is trying to get rid of the illegal immigrants that did that to 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari or Elizabeth Medina, who was 16 years old, or Laken Riley, who was 22, Parker, right? You say have some humanity. I agree. Let's all have some humanity and care about the innocent girls and innocent women who had horrific things that would make you vomit if you actually looked into these news stories. Now, she shouldn't be there. She's blocking the traffic. She's parked sideways. You want to say she's not blocking traffic, but is it legal to park sideways in the middle of the road like that?
You could say that that'd be a traffic violation, not within the jurisdiction
Okay.
of ICE.
All right, thank
So
you for answering. May I continue?
listen,
You said a lot.
Listen.
All right,
I
you
don't.
go ahead.
And by the way, I just want to clarify. I've sit in situations like that. Could it be considered illegal after a certain amount of time? Sure. After 3 minutes, no. Like if someone is on the side of the road for 3 minutes, would they even get a traffic violation in that circumstance? I doubt a cop would even, who gives out traffic violations, would give them one in that circumstance for just 3 minutes. Like genuinely, I think that's absurd to say. Okay, and then like also like to say that like we don't care about people who are going to be impacted, right, in these situations by like people that would be designated as like the worst of the worst is ridiculous. We all agree on deporting individuals in which meet that criteria, right, and going after individuals that meet that criteria. The issue is that they're not going after people that meet that criteria. 95% of those detained by ICE have no prior violent criminal record, right? 73% of those detained by ICE have no prior criminal record at all. So like those things are very important to take into account when you're referencing the overall statistics. Plus, people are being detained for literally having an accent. People are being racially profiled. So that's why there is a watch, because we don't want to have to deal with this in a society. And if they weren't doing that, if they weren't focusing on that, then there wouldn't be this type of response to the same degree. Do you understand that? Like we could easily address and go after those people that are the worst of the worst to a greater extent if you weren't going after the people who are just coming here for a better life and you were focusing on those individuals that are the worst of the worst.
Yep. So I do respectfully ask that you let me talk a little bit more. You're saying a lot and I want to respond to things, and I get it. You're allowed to talk as much as you want. And I want to also preference with, as you're saying a lot, if I start to talk, it's not trying to be rude. It's just trying to politely interject to address something that was just said. That's something that happens a lot with you and Dean, where it goes down this like bad rabbit hole, at least when we talk, where you guys think I'm trying to be rude. No, I just want to It's the same thing that Dean does to other people, or you do to other people as well. You just hear something and you want to respond to it in the moment before it gets lost in translation. Now, you said the point of, one, all these people, 95% of them that they're deporting or arresting have not broken the law. That's not true. Coming here illegally is breaking the law. You're going to say it's just a misdemeanor. Whether it's just a misdemeanor or a felony charge, which it could be a felony charge, it's still breaking the law. And the problem is, let's say your statistic is right, that 95% of them are not the grapish murderers, MS-13 gang members, leaders of a terrorist organization like Mazvar Salakim, who came across the border on camera under Kamala Harris's leadership because she was put in charge in the leadership role of the border. And let's say that it is 95% of them are just good people. Truthfully, I don't really care too much about those type of people. That's awesome. In fact, you should like Donald Trump that he wants to sign an executive order to make it so all these farmers that are just like you're talking about are exempt from all of this. But the reality is, because of the 5% in the list of 100 names I have in front of me of horrific crimes that happen to these young girls and these young women, that again would make you vomit if you actually read the details. Because of the 5%, we need to vet every single person that comes here.
So I think that my process gets more people vetted. People who are already in the country and documented have no incentive to identify themselves to authorities and go through a vetting process if they're going to be deported. If you give them a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, that gives them an incentive to go through the vetting process. Plus, if you make the legal process go significantly quicker, it incentivizes people to go through the legal process and the vetting process. Alongside the fact that if you want to reference like people in the context of the situations I was referencing with the statistics, I was saying no prior criminal record. If someone's detained, right, for unlawfully entering the country or for being in the country and they're an undocumented immigrant, it's not prior on their criminal record, right, that they came into the country. Now, is it the case that they did violate the law when they entered the country if they entered the country unlawfully? Yes. But, I mean, I don't really care, to be totally honest with you. All right, given that our current immigration law takes too long, all right, multiple years on average cost thousands of dollars to go through, I think that we need to prioritize making the legal system go quicker and then getting more people vetted through the context of a mass amnesty program.
Yep. So I agree with you that the legal process to come here needs to be revamped, right? After what they did to the American hero Charlie Kirk, when I decided I'm into politics forever now, the first thing why'd you laugh like that, my guy?
Because you called him an American hero.
Well, I think he's an American hero for a lot of reasons, which we can talk about, which actually that's what our first convo was. So we should go back there sometime, but because you were trying to call him racist when he's actually not. But
I feel like you would like, and as a fan of him, would Kirkify him in a Captain America edit.
Well, what's important to note is prior to him being assassinated in front of everybody, I actually wasn't a fan of his. Didn't really care for him. I'm not crazy, you know. I didn't hate him. I didn't believe the lies about him. He was massively successful, so like I saw of him, but like I wasn't even a fan. I just know right from wrong. I know that the loss of life for somebody that was having civil discourse to help bridge the gap and stop the violence and bring unity to this nation without muting people and belittling them and screaming, I thought that was really sad. So that's why I dedicated the rest of my life to politics. And not to brag, but I beat the #1 guy on the left in a debate 5 times. But anyways,
I think that's a bit ridiculous. I don't think he was trying to mean unity. He was quite literally supporting someone who has actively done everything to undermine unity in this country. And also, like, he literally belittled me, and then he wouldn't debate me and Dean. So he actively tried to mute me and Dean. Like, for example, Dean, like, literally wouldn't debate him, right? Other than that one question at Jubilee, that one point at Jubilee, right? Even though he admitted that he would.
Sir, how did he belittle you?
He called me deranged.
Okay.
On the podcast
Parker,
with Georgienko, he called me deranged.
Okay. Well, respectfully, when you watch that video of you guys debating,
I don't look
you were
deranged.
doing like Parker,
you could say I talked fast, but you can't say that I
Parker,
look deranged.
Parker, as somebody that has love for you, I get that. Now that I'm in TikTok for 3 months, I get it. It's a very versatile and crazy and mean space. I think you and Dean started this as very nice young men with good intentions. But because of the extremes on my side, right, you have somebody come in here and threaten you and threaten Dean's life, which, again, as I said one time, I threaten them. I tell them to leave you alone, even though I really dislike you guys and disagree with your opinions. I don't hate you, and violence is wrong. And I would defend you and take them out for you, my friend. But the reality is, why is that face? I mean that so, I would literally stop them from.
So I just thought for a second, and then I realized. But like that's just a bad way to frame it, I guess. Go ahead, though.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get too long. I want to stay on the actual. I want to have a good convo with you, so we're going to pause that for a second. My point of saying that, though, is the day after of what happened to him, I went out and interviewed people on the streets to get their opinions about it in politics. And what happened was I talked to quite a few legal immigrants. So I heard their true stories about coming here legally. I completely agree with you that for some people...
Can I respond to the point that you were making about like us in general? Like the point I wanted to make about that is that like I don't think anyone can watch that video and genuinely think I was like deranged, right? Like I think that was just being used to dismiss what I was saying.
Okay,
Like I clearly wasn't deranged. Like I clearly
what
wasn't being ridiculous. Like I spoke too quickly and maybe I interrupted a little bit too much to some people's preferences. That's not deranged, okay? You're being ridiculous
Honestly,
when you say that.
sir, you interrupted a lot, and you did in that moment. I don't think you're a deranged individual, although I completely disagree with a lot of your ideologies, and somebody could make that type of argument even nowadays. But specifically in that moment, when your guys are rambling off 50 things like you're on a TikTok live talking to some noob, and Charlie's in front of you, and you're interrupting him, and he's responding to everything. It was everything you said. He had a response.
He wasn't actively. I feel like most of the times I cut him off was specifically to keep him on topic because he would consistently try to pivot away from a point when he realized that I had an argument against him.
Well, either way, to keep it short and sweet for you, my friend, I think you did not represent your side well there, and I understand where he's coming from, calling you deranged. And like,
you see what I mean? Like,
friend,
you see what I mean? Like, you're okay with him saying that to me. You see what I mean? Like you just defend it.
Well, based on your actions,
none of my actions were deranged. What action was deranged? Cutting him off?
Okay, well,
he's done that countless times. Would you call him deranged? You've done that. Would you call yourself deranged?
Well, I didn't do that actually. You guys
have interrupted me.
Muting. No, not
you have.
In a mean manner. Respectfully, I have, and
that's
you
just not
have
true.
spam.
I've talked to you countless times where you've interrupted me, right, in that type of way. Don't be real, or don't lie. Like,
okay.
Like I talked to you on Dean's Live where you've done that
my
to
handle's
me,
real
and on the
TPA,
time when I
so.
talked to you originally, right, like you've done that to me. I don't think that's true. Like you can go back and watch your own video on your own YouTube channel and see yourself doing that.
I did on Real TPA, all one word on the YouTubes. I did, Parker. You spam muted me, and the very thing you're saying about him, he did. But what's more deranged? The video I just posted today of you and Dean making fun of Charlie now that he's deceased, or him calling you deranged because of your behavior?
Wait, what did we make fun of?
We called him racist.
That's not making fun of him. That's acknowledging a fact of reality. That's something I would have said prior.
Okay.
That's not making fun. That's not making fun of his death. That's acknowledging a fact about him.
Let me elaborate. Well, let me elaborate because again,
wait. I have a question. Do you think George Washington was a racist?
Do I think George Washington was a racist? I got to look more into that, but I think he had
owned
slaves. At one point,
he owned people as slaves.
Okay, so I got to look into it more.
You have to look into it more? No, you don't. He owned people as slaves. That's enough evidence right there.
Can I speak without you interrupting me, sir?
Okay, I was just trying to politely infer something so that you could understand more about what I was saying. But okay.
I feel you, brother, but I'm answering your question. You asked me, do you want to talk through me? Do you want to talk at me? Or do you want to talk with me?
Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. So you said, do I think George Washington was racist? I got to look into that. If he owned slaves, I would say he was racist. I think he did own slaves, but I think by the end of his life, he disavowed racism. I will have to look into that. Either way, I can give you in the moment. Sure, let's call George Washington racist.
So if you call him racist, is that making fun of his death or something?
But the problem is, we're talking about Charlie Kirk, who wasn't racist.
I'm just asking, is that making? Wait, I do believe he is racist. So me acknowledging that fact is not making fun of his death. You're being really ridiculous and you're reaching here.
No, you calling him racist with no proof is
I do have proof. I do have arguments. We've already had this talk. Don't do this. You want to now make the conversation about whether or not we think this about Charlie Kirk, right? In terms of whether or not he's racist, rather than acknowledging the fact that this is not me making fun of his death. Okay, you were trying to say that it's me making fun of his death. That's clearly not the case. That's a whole separate argument. That is not me making fun of his death. Can you acknowledge that?
Okay. No, you're wrong. If he's not racist and you call him racist, that's worse than even making fun of him. But this is the point, Parker.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're being so annoying. Like this is what I mean, right? You can't even for a second be genuine. You can't even for a second acknowledge the reality that that's not me making fun of his death. This is so dishonest of you. Why do you have to portray it that
you're
way?
Not letting me,
I'm not.
Again,
we happen to disagree on this. Wait, listen.
More.
We happen to disagree on this. That doesn't mean I'm making fun of his death. What does it mean to make fun of someone's death?
Yes, I want to tell you. I want to answer. There's more to it. That's one point. Again, if you go to Real TPA on YouTube, all one word, you will see the video I just posted. It's 9 minutes long of you making fun of him. Listen, here's another reason. Here's another way.
Me saying that
I'm
he's
gonna
a
tell you.
me saying that he's a racist is not making fun of him.
You wanted
That's
another reason.
acknowledging what I think is true about him. Okay, that's not me making fun of his death. And also, by the way, just to clarify, making fun of Charlie and making fun of Charlie's death are two separate things. Also, to clarify.
No, it's not
Yes,
at
they
this
are.
point, to be honest with you.
They absolutely
Let me
are.
tell you, though. This is the big one.
I don't even know how that makes any sense under your perspective.
Sir, this is the big one as to if we're going to put it on Parker that you were making fun of him. My first debate with Dean, I talked to him for the whole time. Listen, please just have a convo, Parker. I'm being nice to you. You've sworn at me. You have cut me off. You have said rude things about me.
You have not been nice. You just said that I was literally making fun of Charlie's death when I clearly wasn't, to try and make me look bad. That's what you're doing to your own side.
No,
you're actively trying to make me look bad right now by doing this. And it's not working. Because anyone with a reasonable thought process can realize that that's not me making fun of his death. And it's me thinking that he was racist.
No, sir. Here's especially how you made fun of him, though. When I talked to Dean for an hour in that debate about Charlie Kirk on multiple occasions, and you were there listening, and you even joined, and then, now, how Dean made fun of Charlie and how you have made fun of Charlie are two different. Dean has done it like 30 times. You have done it 1.5 times. Now, listen, please, without interrupting, so I can just say this finally. The other part where you made fun of him was somebody donated and said, Dean was like, oh my God, Becky, thank you for the $5.99. Charlie who? I don't know. And then that's what I started calling him out on. Where you come into play is you double down on going, we don't know which Charlie they're talking about. We don't know. And you're gonna reiterate that right now and stand by that.
That's not making fun of his death.
In my opinion, it is, because you know we're talking about Charlie Kirk. So when you go Charlie who, yep.
That doesn't mean you're making fun of his death.
Well, I'm explaining. When you go Charlie who, meaning, oh, we don't know who they're talking about. He's forgettable, as if he wasn't a powerful intellectual general who left a lasting
You're embarrassing yourself. No, it's in this context, right? So again, that's not making fun of his death. That's simply just saying, right, that we don't want to keep talking about this conversation. So we're using that as a basis to get people to stop engaging with the conversation, because it's a joke to get people to not engage with the conversation, right? Because we don't want people constantly having this conversation over and over again, where they constantly highlight and talk about Charlie Kirk, but they don't talk about a bunch of different things, which is what you do every single time you come up on my live stream.
No,
you are obsessed with Charlie Kirk. You have to acknowledge that you think he's an American hero. You have to acknowledge that you think he's the best or the greatest human alive every single time that you talk to us.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
Sir, I'm in politics.
You focus on that so much. So again, the idea there is not us making fun of his death. You are reaching again like usual, because you have no ability to actually meaningfully argue against any of the points that I brought up, and instead you have to use this to deflect away from those things.
Let's go back to Renee. But on that note, I said you made fun of him 1.5. Dean's done 30. Dean's a different topic, a different convo, another time.
I don't think Dean has either. I don't think Dean has either.
Okay, well, sir, again, it's on my YouTube. People can go watch and make up their own mind. He looks really
we
bad.
just went through the certain points that you considered to be that way,
for you,
and it wasn't that way.
For you,
so, like, why would
you,
anyone do that, knowing that, like, you just made a point that was completely irrelevant?
Parker, you do agree we're only talking about you right now, not Dean's, right? You agree to that, though?
Yeah, and also, can you stop plugging your YouTube? It's embarrassing. It is genuinely embarrassing. You are genuinely self-promoting on my live stream right now. Genuinely. Catherine, thank you. You're amazing. It's actually embarrassing. Stop doing that.
Well, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to lie. You tell me not to do something.
Didn't you just like 4 times self-promo? Like, how embarrassing? Like, do you not feel embarrassing when you do that?
What did I say? What did I say?
You said the real TPA on YouTube. Everybody, go look it out. Go check out my videos, everybody. All my videos, the real TPA. I'm debating Parker and Dean. Like, dude, you're self-promoing on my live stream.
I said, Parker,
we have yet to even go through the topics yet. We're talking about fucking Charlie Kirk like every time we talk about, because you're so obsessed with Dean and Charlie Kirk and all of those other things and not the topics.
All right, you're right. I'm the problem. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm the problem. I agree. I'm the problem. The only thing I want to just disagree with, you said that I said real TPA on YouTube.
Wait, no, actually, you know what's crazy? We've spent 25 of the 35 minutes that you have talking about fucking Charlie Kirk and Dean Withers. I can't do it,
I don't want to lie to you. I actually just canceled what I had to do, so I have more time. I did cancel what I had to do because I wanted to have a good combo.
Okay, all right.
Parker, let's get to the topic, but I just wanted, the only thing I disagree with you on what you just said is I said real TPA on YouTube. No, I said real TPA, all one word on YouTube. That's important.
Okay, I'm about to kick you for saying that. Like, stop.
No,
you keep repeating it because you're self-promoting even more.
Can we talk about Renee?
Yeah, you have about 10 seconds to do so, or I will not talk to you anymore.
So, well, again, you guys ran away and you're scared of me. I understand that. So her blocking
That's not me
traffic
running
is
away.
part of
That's me
Ice Watch.
being
She
done with
shouldn't
you.
be there.
Wait, stop. That's this dishonest. That's not me running away. That's me being annoyed with the fact that you're self-promoing on my live stream instead of debating me. Like, genuinely, do you realize how that's that's rude? Actually, that's incredibly disrespectful to self-promo
I
on
see your
someone
point.
else's
You're right.
platform
You're right.
without reason.
You're
Like,
right.
imagine if I did that in a
You're right.
debate with Charlie Kirk. Can you fucking imagine how embarrassing
right.
that would be to me?
You're
If
right.
I were to sit there
You're
and
right.
be like, "Oh my god, everybody, check me out on YouTube." Parker,
You're
get it
right.
down.
I agree.
In the
You're
middle
right.
of
You're
the
right. I'm
debate,
the problem.
I debated
agree.
and beat Charlie Kirk the last time. Like, can you imagine?
Yes, sir. You're right. I agree. I am the problem. I completely agree. I agree. I'm the problem here. I agree. So with Renee, we have that 3-minute footage of her blocking the traffic, as we already talked about. Whether you agree that she was blocking traffic or not, she's there. She didn't need to be there. She's part of Ice Watch. And I have a question for you. Do you think it was smart for her to bring her innocent dog with her to go do this?
What? Her dog with her in the car? Like, I have
Yeah,
no
it
issue
kind
with
of-
that. What's wrong with that?
Well, when you have the chaos that's going on, if you look at the ring camera footage, there's like 14 ICE agents, whole bunch of cars there. You know, they're going with the intent to impede on the investigation. You think she's just there to watch it, but
You're worried
nonetheless,
about
it's
her
a
bringing the
hostile.
dog and not the ICE agent murdering her?
Well, I think what happened
broad
to her
daylight?
is very sad. I think what happened to her. See, again, this is where you and I differ, and I'm going to bring up my boy Charlie, right? I think what happened to her is sad, and I think it's sad. You don't think the loss of life for Charlie is sad. So we're a little different. I think all loss of life is sad. My point about
Wait,
the
I don't
dog,
even,
sir,
wait, so do you think it was murder?
for the Renee situation, I think it's. Let me answer, please, without being interrupted, because it's important. And this is very sensitive topics that actually really matter. Here's my answer. Please don't interrupt. I'll be like 1 minute, I promise. Maybe 2. No, I don't think it's murder, because you can definitely argue in the ICE agent's defense that he feared for his life. So that would be self-defense, not murder. And I had more I was actually going to say to that, but I'll keep it short and sweet there. I lost what I was going to say.
Okay.
But no, I don't think it's murder, to answer your question.
So, in order for there to be grounds for self-defense from a legal context, it doesn't just have to be that he feared for his life. It has to be that you reasonably fear of severe bodily harm or loss of life. Okay? So, not severe, serious bodily harm or loss of life. In the circumstance, that wasn't true. He started reaching for his gun prior to even them moving forward. He could have jumped out of the way to a greater extent, given that he did have the ability to get out of the way to a greater extent, and he planted his feet in the way of the vehicle under your perspective. That actually creates an idea of quote-unquote officer-induced jeopardy. So he can't use that as an argument for self-defense if he is the one that put himself in a circumstance and planted himself in a circumstance that then would need to utilize lethal force in order to be able to prevent that from happening. In the first place, right? Rather than getting out of the way when he could have. So there is a standard there for self-defense that exists based upon prior law that essentially means that, like, it's very clear that this isn't, that this is murder. And also, like, if you look at the autopsy report, there was 3 bullets that were fired, right? The 3rd bullet was the one that killed her, according to the autopsy report. That was the one that hit her left temple, and that was the least defensible shot. He was like a foot or 2 to the left of the vehicle. By the time that he took this shot, there was no risk of the vehicle going towards him. And at that point in time, there's no claim that you could have that he was at reason, that a reasonable officer would think that there was a fear for their life or serious bodily harm in this scenario.
So a lot to rebuttal there. Disagree with you. I remember what I was originally going to say when I lost my train of thought, and you're going to actually probably like this. Where'd he go? He's there. I think you'll like this, because this is just me being honest. Again, I don't think it's murder, but what I can sit here and say is, if I was the ICE agent, I would have handled it differently. I think it was a mistake. I think he messed up. I wouldn't have shot those shots. However, I don't think he needs to get the death penalty, lose his job, and I don't think he intentionally went out there that day with the goal of being like, I'm going to unalive a citizen. I think he feared for his life. I think he handled it poorly, though. I want to say that. Now, you said for him to have a case for self-defense, he needs to actually be fearing for his life. Okay. Who gets to decide if he was fearing for his life, you or him?
No, it's not that he feared for his life. It's that a reasonable officer in the circumstance would fear for their life, right?
Okay.
Or
So
serious
would a
bodily injury, which isn't the case. Obviously, in the situation, a reasonable officer would not think that. They would have thought that they could get out of the way And
Did
this idea that he
officer-
shouldn't lose his job or go to prison is absurd.
Did this officer in this situation know for sure she did not have a firearm in that car?
What?
Did he know for sure if she had a firearm in that car?
I guess not.
And why did he not?
Because he didn't completely search the whole vehicle.
Because she
Like the-
didn't comply and get out of the car when she was ordered to get out of the car.
No, wait,
Now,
no,
she
that's
got
not,
out
that's
of
just not true. Even if she got out of the car, that doesn't mean they can search her whole vehicle.
Okay. If she got out first off, please stop cutting me off if you can. But first off,
I thought those
if
were
she
for
never-
clarification.
Okay, but if she complied as they told her to get out of the car, they could have searched her and made sure she didn't have a firearm. All he knows is she was impeding on their investigation. She has no reason to be there. They tell her to get out of the car. She doesn't. All he knows is this car was aimed at him, and I think you can agree he was in front of the car at few situations because it's on camera. Your argument is that, you know, when you go frame by frame in slow motion and you're not actually there when it was happening in real time with all the whistling and the honking going on and all the chaos going on, your argument is, look, when I freeze it on this frame, the wheels are away from them. Well, my rebuttal to you, sir, is whether the wheels are completely away and the wheel itself is completely turned away, Parker. Let's say you and I, of course I would never do this, but I'm in the car, I have it aimed away from you, and you're right to my side. In my opinion, me, real taxpaying American, real TPA, all one word on YouTube, in my opinion, that's still a life-threatening situation because I can turn that car to go get Parker instantly. And even if I run you over at 1 mile per hour, sir, that could end your life or cause serious bodily harm.
I don't think in this scenario, especially because if you look at the footage, specifically from the phone, you can see that she was turning to the right prior. So this idea that she quote unquote aimed at him is simply not true.
Respectfully interjecting, no, you missed my point. My point, I'm helping you. I'm making up, we're pretending that you're absolutely right? Let's say she didn't hit him, and let's say she completely never aimed it at him. I still think he has grounds for fearing for his life.
Here, one second. Chat, pause. I'm gonna keep engaging in this conversation. I'm gonna tell him to stop plugging. If he does continue to keep doing that, I will kick him. But I'm gonna keep going. That's my platform. Yeah. If you don't want to watch the stream, that's completely fine. You can come back later. Totally
Parker,
fine.
Can you tell
we'll
the
be
chat
talking
to
other
come
people
debate me
later
at
on.
my live sometime too? Tell them to come debate me too sometime.
Okay, you just did it again after I told.
No,
wait,
that's not a plug. I meant
stop. You just did it again. I'm sorry. That is absurd. That is fucking absurd.
No, that's
I was
not a
just
plug, sir.
Shut the fuck up. Genuinely, I just was telling off the chat because of the fact that I was like, I'll give him one more shot, and if he fucking does it again, that I'm going to literally limit him from doing it. You did not just fucking do it right after I said that. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
No,
are you kidding me,
you're
dude?
misinterpreting it, sir. I'm agreeing with you. I was defending you. I was telling them to debate.
No, dude, you cannot possibly think in your own head that that's what you were doing there.
Right,
Okay,
you're right,
stop.
man. I'm the problem.
You mentioned it one more fucking time on my stream, and I will kick you. Genuinely insane. Okay, I was just telling off people, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna leave it for myself. You're being fucking ridiculous. That is so annoying, dude. How annoying do you have to be? How many times do I have to tell you over and over again to stop doing that? You're acting like a child right now. Like, dude, seriously, there are third graders that my girlfriend deals with in terms of substitute teaching that act more maturely than you're doing right now. It is embarrassing.
Well, that's for the viewer to decide.
Yeah, it is, because you just did that after how many times? Do it literally one more time. I will kick you.
But on this moment that you're talking about right now, you're misinterpreting. I was agreeing with you. I was actually agreeing with you, but okay. Now, back to Renee Good. Honestly, Parker, though, can I be honest? If we were to just, say, okay, let's go with this. Let's go that this was completely evil and wrong. Let's go hypothetical. Parker's right. You guys are absolutely right. Does this change that we still need ICE? And what I mean by that is, would you say that about doctors? Meaning, Larry Nassar or whatever, that one doctor that did the terrible stuff to the gymnastics girls years ago. You remember that case? You remember that?
Yeah. Can I answer your first question though? You said
it's pertaining to this. I want to finish one point, please. So you said yes. You remember what I'm talking about. So when that doctor did that, that doctor was evil and did something bad. Does that mean all doctors are bad and we need to get rid of all doctors? Even if we gave you Renee, even if we gave you Alex, does that mean all of ICE is bad because of somebody messing up? It's the same thing for politicians. I mean, I won't go on a ramble.
No, I don't think that means that, but I don't think that we need ICE in order to engage in border enforcement. We had border enforcement prior to ICE's existence in the first place. It's irrelevant to do that, and right now it's just being used as a secret police force. So I'm saying it could easily be co-opted, right, to be utilized in that type of way. I think there needs to be an independent agency that exists in terms of this respect that's going to do so, that is not going to be dependent upon all of these different types of political motives, right? Because then it allows to be like the executive branch to use it in that type of manner. It needs to be more in alignment specifically with the court system than specifically the executive. So that's one thing. And then like,
okay, to understand your point, my friend,
can I make a broader point? The idea that we need to prevent the worst of the worst from being in our country is a true thing that exists. I'm not disputing you there. Again, we need to deport individuals in those contexts. Again, given that they're going to be in a prison in another country, I do not support them just being able to walk around like people have committed the worst of the worst crimes, of course. But the reality of the matter is that if they were not spending 95% of their time detaining those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes or have no violent criminal record, right? And rather, we're focusing their time on those that have committed those violent crimes, our society would be safer. Our society would be better off, and there wouldn't be this type of response to them because people would realize the importance of it. Now, the reason why it isn't viewed that way is because they're racially profiling. They're detaining U.S. citizens with literally just have accents, right? They're literally undermining people's due process rights in this country. They're actively violating the law. They're acting lawlessly, masked, not identifying themselves. That's why. Because they're violating people's rights. They're murdering U.S. citizens now in broad daylight, and you have people like DHS defending it. So it's the fact that it's showing of state-sanctioned violence, right? And it's very clear. And it's unjustified, and people can see it. And people don't like this overreach in terms of authoritarianism when Democrats are in office, right? Why do they like it when Republicans are in office, apparently? Or I'm talking about Republicans particularly.
Said a lot there yet again. If we can try and keep it on one specific bullet point, that'd be amazing, but it's your world. I'm just living in it.
True.
A lot what you said there, there's nuance, right? There's some little parts that like I can give merit to an agreement to, right? But what I'm kind of stuck on with you based on this combo is, again, a few moments ago, you said for like the third time, you were like, I don't think we need ICE because we have the Customs and Border Patrol already to kind of do that. But they're two separate entities, right? ICE is to get the illegal immigrants that got in here through the Border Patrol, right? Primarily 3.5 million under Kamala Harris's leadership of being in charge of the border. So like, if not ICE, because you said we don't need ICE, we have them, who then?
You said who? Restate that question. I didn't fully understand.
Your point a few times, at least to what I'm understanding here, when I asked you about ICE, is you said that you don't think we even need ICE. We have the Border Patrol. So my question is though, well, the Border Patrol is not the people that are going around in the country getting the illegals that snuck in, right? They're protecting the border, securing the border. So who then, if not ICE? Because you said that you don't think we need ICE. So who then?
I think that we need an agency specifically that is more in alignment with the judicial branch, specifically that is held accountable and enforced specifically by the judicial branch, not something that could be utilized particularly just by the executive branch. I think that would be a better way, or there could be some sort of legislative basis to it, that it relies on legislative change. I don't think this ability to just change it with executive basis is meaningful or good. I think that either with the judicial or the legislative, it would be preferable. So there needs to be a system that goes through that, and it also needs to have a system where it's going after the people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, and they're focusing after the worst of the worst. That's my view. I don't think they should be just deporting people who are just in the country who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes. But although that still did happen under the Biden-Harris administration, under the Obama administration, you didn't see the same type of response. Why didn't you see the exact same type of response? Because of the lawlessness in terms of the Trump administration and how they're acting.
Wait, say that last minute again. Sorry.
Yeah, I said that because of the lawlessness of the Trump administration, that is why people are responding in the way they are.
If we're going to talk about lawlessness, my friend, I mean, Kamala and Joe, but primarily primarily Kamala,
Kamala.
did everything they could to weaken the border
No, they didn't.
and create lawless. Well, yeah, they ended Remain in Mexico, stopped the border
That
wall
wait,
construction.
that's fine. Wait, did we have Remain in
Stop.
Mexico prior to Trump being in office? No, we didn't. And by the way, that's for
think-
asylum. Asylum's a legal process of immigration.
Yep, but the point was, instead of, I think Trump did have it, by the way, but instead of having, regardless, the point of that, what I'm saying is, when Kamala had them come here and they're seeking asylum, she said,
Kamala.
instead of waiting and, okay, when Harris had them come in, because I've heard her pronounce it the way I'm pronouncing it, so that's why I'm saying, I've heard her pronounce it that way, so that's just why I'm doing it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but, and honestly, it sounds like you're saying the same thing as me. Either
Kamala.
way. Say it again?
Kamala.
Kamala. I have a speech impediment.
Kamala.
Parker, I have a speech impediment. First off, to be honest with you, and
okay.
I'm just saying it. I'm just.
You could just
I'm not
say
trying to be
Harris.
rude.
Yeah, that's fine. Just say Harris then.
All right. So, anyways, when Harris decides to do that, and she says, "Okay, you're seeking asylum. You get to wait in America while we process that instead of Mexico." What happened is they just didn't show up for their court hearing, and now they're in here illegally. That's what was happening, and that's the problem. You know, another big thing she did, and God bless my man Charlie for enlightening me about this, she ended
Does it again. It's
rapid
unbelievable.
DNA. Parker, I'm allowed to respect somebody that I think did a great job having cordial conversation to help the country.
You're just obsessed. You can't stay on topic, and you keep doing that.
Well,
you just
being pretty
just
concise
use
with
it.
my
You
point
just
now.
use it because you know I'm going to bring it up, and then you're trying to deflect using it. So
No, I actually just have grown to really love the man. Honestly, I really appreciate him and love him like a brother now. That's all.
Okay.
That's all. I just love him and appreciate him. So, when Kamala or Harris ended rapid DNA testing at the border, that added to child schmex trafficking. That was one of the decisions she made, which was a big factor for me and a lot of women I know as to why they didn't want to vote for her. She didn't go, let's strike it down. I want to make sure I'm clear here. She just chose to not renew it. But why would you do that? We had it under Trump. We have it under Trump now. All we want to do, it takes less than a minute, is make sure that the children that were coming here with people belonged to those people and weren't being schmex trafficked.
okay. Yeah. So
And I bring this up
again,
because you bring up lawlessness. They had an open border, sir.
again, so we did not have an open border. There were restrictions. There were deportations. The idea of an open border is without restriction. There was restriction under the Biden-Harris administration. You said they got rid of restrictions because they got rid of Remain in Mexico, which is, again, something that applies to the legal process, which wouldn't even affect undocumented immigration. So I just don't know what your argument was. What particular policy did they change that caused there to be, right, more people coming to the country undocumented?
Well, I would say basically just you and Harris's and your whole side's worldview on this. You act like you're not in support of an open border, but even calling them undocumented immigrants and making that shift along the way instead of illegal immigrants, that's a little like odd to me. But a big one would be
The
this,
rhetoric
like,
is not what's
do
causing.
you think? I think it does play a factor, but it's just interesting to do that, right?
Could I just be more specific then? What's the relevant difference in immigration policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration that caused there to be more immigrants coming to the country under the Biden administration, but not the Obama administration? What's the relevant difference?
I got you. When the Supreme Court ruled that the Texas governor using those razor wires was inhumane and they ordered the Border Patrol to remove those razor wires and it's on video, and then that horde of illegal immigrants comes on in, right? That happened under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's leadership role of the border. If that happened while Donald Trump was president or Barack Obama was president,
Wait, under
would
Barack
do
Obama,
everything-
did Texas do that? Did Texas deploy that? No, they. I don't think
Well,
that there's
Texas
any
didn't
basis for
need to-
saying that.
Texas
Secondly,
didn't need.
Secondly,
You're
again,
cutting
what's
me
the
off
difference
again,
in
but
policy?
Go ahead, sir. You can cut me
Because
off.
you're not providing me the difference in policy. You said there were already people that were coming, and that the razor wires were trying to prevent the people that were coming. What policy that the Biden administration caused that led to more people coming to our country? Does it make sense?
Yep, I think that what caused that was they saw that they weren't rebuilding the broken wall. When you have Nick Shirley and other great YouTubers going to the border and actually live streaming it every day. And we're watching with my own 2 eyes hordes of people coming through that broken down wall that they never fixed. Or like I was making my point about the Supreme Court ruling that they had to take down those razor wires because God forbid we have some national security. I think if that happened under Obama or Trump, they would have done everything they can to fight it. And I ask you, what's the difference between Barack Obama and Donald Trump right now, where it's a problem for Trump but not Obama? And I know you have your AI response ready. I actually genuinely want to hear what you're going to say to this one.
Yeah, so AI response is crazy. I don't think that they were rebuilding the wall because I don't think that Trump was either. I think that they tried to pass a bipartisan border bill that actually would have given funding to do that, but Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill. He actually said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Alongside the fact that if you want to reference rebuilding the wall as a whole, again, what percent of the wall was built by Trump? Of the border, of like the overall border.
What was your question?
What percent of the overall border was filled with wall?
At what time?
Under the Trump administration.
First term or second term? I'm not trying to be rude because it matters. Or what time?
No, due to Trump. Trump specifically, through his first term and through the policies done. And I'd have to see if there are new numbers that indicate for the second administration.
I don't know the exact percentage, but I know that he wanted to build a wall. He was building a wall. And you brought up the bi-border
so I'll tell you.
bill or whatever it's called?
It's 3%
Okay,
new wall. It's 3% new wall. And it was around 22% refurbishment of the wall. So, by the way, to clarify, he didn't even get a quarter of the way done. And then you're saying that because he didn't get even a quarter of the way done, that was what was preventing people. And by the way, I just want to clarify, the wall didn't exist under the Obama administration. So it's not a relevant difference in policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration. That means that there was going to be more people coming under the Biden administration comparative to the Obama administration. This whole argument about the wall doesn't make any sense because that didn't come about until after Obama.
Yep, you missed the point of my question there, but that's okay. I like what you said, but you said a lie that's very important to address. When you brought up the border bill, okay, in that border bill, there was no firm mandate to finish the border wall, which is why they decided to cut it. In that border bill was like 20 different things that would hinder America, which is why they chose to cut it. Things like permitting 5,000 illegal immigrants per day to come here before any sort of shutdown on that. That's in the border bill. You can look it up.
Before it let the executive make a determination to shut down the border. Just want to clarify. It's before the powers granted to be able to do that. Because that would be in the event of like a
illegal immigrants
listen. It would just be in the event of a crisis that you could be able to do that, right? And that's further than what already exists in terms of the law to prevent it. Alongside,
but
you said there was no mandate. You said there was no mandate to finish it, and that's why they were against it. This doesn't make sense because it would have done more than what Trump has ever done. So just because it didn't go even further than what Trump, further than what this would have been already, doesn't mean that it isn't more than what Trump would have done. This would have provided significantly more funding for that. So again, what percent? Okay, no, you're not even addressing this. You're not even addressing this. What was the? I want to go back to the original point that I was asking because you brought this up to be able to deflect away from that.
Look up the border bill.
What is the relevant difference? I will. What is the relevant difference between the Obama administration's immigration policy and the Biden administration's immigration policy that causes that causes more immigrants to come to the country under Biden comparative to Obama?
That's a great question. That's actually what I asked you. And honestly, all that matters is the results, Parker. 3.5 million illegal immigrants under Kamala.
Do you see how he's not answering? And by the way, you
Trump.
keep doing that. I told you to say Harris at this point too.
Okay, I told
you. I feel like
you're
purposefully doing these things to rage bait. It seems like you're purposely doing them.
Man, if you're rage full, that's not me rage baiting. I've been very nice to you. You've been very rageful
I'm just saying,
and mean to me.
By the way, to clarify, when I say rage bait, I just means that's what you're attempting to do. You're attempting to try to make me mad by doing so. If you think I'm full of rage right now, I genuinely don't know what's going through your mind. But answer my question.
Yes. So the point is, Parker, 3.5 million illegal immigrants under Harris, 700,000 under Trump's first administration.
Dude, you're still not answering my question.
Yep.
Still not.
Listen.
I'll keep asking it until you do it because you apparently don't have the ability to understand what my question was. What's the relevant difference in terms of policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration that means that more people came under the Biden administration comparative to the Obama administration if it's a difference in policy?
Well, Parker, you are the guy, right? You are him. You're the man, right? You're so smart. So you enlightened everybody of your own answer to your questions. But the fact remains, it actually doesn't matter because the end result was 3.5 million illegal immigrants under Harris, 700,000 under Trump's first administration, according to the Customs
So
and
he
Border
can't
Patrol
answer is
website.
essentially what he has to say. You can't answer.
You answer it. You're the guy, my guy. It doesn't
Wait. So
matter.
you're asking me to answer the question that I had for you?
Yeah, because it doesn't matter based on the results.
He
right?
doesn't have an answer. So this I think this demonstrates it's not a policy difference that led to this because of the fact
so
that the
what was
Obama
it?
administration had practically the same policy in terms of immigration compared to the Biden administration, yet there were differences in the amount of people coming to the country. Why? Because of economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation, not due to the Biden-Harris administration. So obviously those are the conditions that led to more people wanting to come to our country, and it's not specifically just the Biden administration. Right? So what you're not understanding is that you don't have an answer to this question because it's not a policy difference.
No, my point is it doesn't matter about your Harris word salad right there. Are you disagreeing that 3.5 million illegal immigrants came here
You
under
see how he
Harris?
can't directly address that point? He has to completely pivot every single time. It's kind of
No,
embarrassing.
I'm
Like
making
genuinely,
my
like
point.
why do you have to keep pivoting from that point? Why do you have to keep
Well,
bringing
answer
up other
my
things?
question.
Do you
Answer
feel like
my
you can't
question.
uphold this argument? Do you feel like this argument's
my
strong
question.
against you? Why are you avoiding
I'm
it so
going-
much?
No, I'm going right to the results.
Deflection. I choose you.
Don't you ever disrespect Pokemon again like that. Listen, I went right to the results. 3.5 million illegal immigrants under Kamal. I'm asking you, because Parker, here's another thing about you guys, right? You act like if somebody doesn't know something or somebody needs to Google something, even though you guys Google stuff all the time, that their argument's inadequate.
Complaining.
you don't
I
even
choose
deserve-
you.
Don't you ever disrespect Pokemon again like that. Very, very. Don't you do Pokemon like that. Listen, though. Here's a question for you. Do you disagree to the fact that I just said 3 times?
Pivot. I choose you.
Dodging my question. I choose you.
I'm not. You're literally the one dodging my question, ironically enough. If you actually watch this back, you'll see that. Apparently, you can't comprehend that's what's happening right now. Again, you can't tell me the difference between the policy between the Obama and Biden administration that is going to lead to more people coming under the Biden administration. You can't do it. You have no explanation because you don't know
That
the
was not-
policy
well,
that
when
led
you
to more
watch
people
this-
coming to the country.
when you
When you
watch
say that the
this-
Biden-Harris administration opened the border,
you
it's a
hated Roberts,
complete
you're right.
straw man that you don't even actually have an ability to justify and that you just do because it makes you feel better.
I see you, Chase Boy. Parker, you brought this up. You brought this up out of the blue. I never once mentioned Obama.
An argument?
compared
You
to
mean
Biden.
a convincing argument out of the blue? Wow!
Yes,
Oh
to
my God!
pivot away from the
Parker brought an
Trump-
argument.
But Parker, you pivoted away from my point. My
This
point
is not a
was
pivot.
comparing
Do not try to
Yes, you
portray
are.
my
Yes.
original argument here as a pivot. That's so embarrassing.
ankles are gonna be
no
sore,
way.
brother.
No way.
Parker,
Bro,
my
actually,
point was-
watch this back later and say that again. I'd love to see it.
I will, because when you watch it back, I would love
Embarrassing.
to plug my YouTube. When you watch it back,
Oh, you just
Parker,
did it
you will
again.
see
All right,
that
get the fuck off the stream, buddy.
I didn't say it.
You literally just did. You just said I would love to plug my YouTube. Yeah, that's literally you talking about it again. Okay? So you had no answer to that question. I embarrassed you enough. It's ridiculous that he had to keep doing that. How embarrassing, genuinely. Like literally, imagine if I went to debate Charlie Kirk and I literally plugged my socials like that. How I would get flamed in the comment section. I would get flamed in the comment section if I did that. Can you fucking imagine if I did that? Embarrassing. I can't even believe that. That is so embarrassing. And also, like, his parasocial relationship with Charlie Kirk is embarrassing as well. Like, the amount of like times he had to bring it up in the conversation is crazy. It's actually ridiculous. How many times is he hyper fixated on just specifically, oh, Charlie's an American hero. Charlie's the greatest person that's ever existed on planet Earth. Like, in order to, like, literally not engage the arguments that are brought up on the stream. That was crazy. I have some people to thank, but we're going to go into the next person, bring them up here before we go into the next person. And by the way, I think Santana's going to join us here for a little bit. He said he had a short amount of time to be able to join us here, which is going to be fun for a little bit of a co-host. Dude, that one person spamming Parker lost. That's hilarious. Do you think if you spam it more times in the comment section, people will think it's more people saying it? That's so funny. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't even plug Real TPA on YouTube. You just kicked me. I didn't even do that. I didn't even plug it. And
He joined on his second account. He joined on his second account.
To Dean.
He just did it. You see how he just did it again? You see how he just did it again, by the way? He joined on a second account just to do it again. Do you see what I mean? He's clearly rage baiting. That's like clear rage bait. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, what's up? I'm 19, bro.
Do you support Trump?
No, I was just gonna ask you a question about
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much, Ren. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Jesus Christ. Let's get this next person up here.
Subscribe
Yo, how old
to
are
Real TPA on YouTube. Met fennel.
I appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the media shower. Thank you so much, Titus. You know, all the people in the comment section, those people spamming it over and over again saying Parker lost, are just going to get the entire comment section to spam Parker won. You know that, right? Like, literally, the comment section's already doing it, right? That's all you're going to get to happen, because there's less people who are saying that in the comment section than people who actually believe in the comment section that I won. Like, genuinely. Look at the comment section now, buddy. No, it still says a lot more Parker ones. A lot more Parker ones. Look at that. That's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why you did that to yourself. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Hold up, we have another person who's obsessed with me. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Why are you so obsessed with me? You're always in my life. Every fucking day I do that to him. I'm just gonna do that to him every day from now on. Yo, what's a valid to you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, for sure.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do give me a quick second real quick.
No problem.
Shelby, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Shelby in the comment section. Vase, thank you so much. Happy Wednesday to you as well. Meredith, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Patience Parker. Abby, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, thank you so much, Abby. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Valkyrie as well. Thank you so much for the $10. I did actually do that. Shannon as well. Thank you for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He totally is. He totally is. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Katie, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Katie. Valkyrie as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, they do. Maddie as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I get that. Honestly, that's definitely reasonable. Martin, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got a message from someone encouraging us to delete. Sorry, I can't see. To delete. No, is it? Not sure what he's talking about. I mean, it's because of the person who owns it, but I mean, you could say that about practically every social media. Ducky, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for Ducky in the comment section right now, as well as Martin. Thank you so much for the 69 cents. Definitely top three, most insufferable for sure. Mary as well. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate it. Thank you. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they literally think they act like they act like Charlie Kirk is Jesus number 2. I know, right? Christopher, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I actually did bring it up. And that would be a relevant point. So I think that I think it's a relevant point to bring up. I think it's a good point, and I should bring it up more even. Berkeley, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually don't bring people up that way, but I appreciate you very much. Kieran, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just an insult. Braden, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Kat, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Kieran, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Taylor, thank you for the $10. Mike, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. They said there's a nationwide anti-ice strike on Friday the 30th. I haven't even heard about that yet. I'll have to look into that. Brock, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, and then we'll go on to the conversation. I do apologize, everyone. Can I take a second to do that real quick? One quick second. I have some people on YouTube to thank. Max, thank you so much for the $1. I haven't done it the whole stream, everyone. That's why I apologize. Max, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Alexander, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. AP, thank you so much for the $4. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Viral, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tommy, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Uncle Pumpkin, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. JT, thank you so much for the $5. Glampire with the $10. Joe, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ninja, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Budget Cardboard, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Denise, thank you so much for the $10. Brand, thank you for the $2. Air, thank you for the $2 as well. Ninja, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Laughin' Leslie, thank you for the $10. Kate, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Health, thank you so much for the $20. Sorry, I couldn't read it for a second. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Lucy, thank you for the $5. Meredith, thank you for the $2. Darian, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Thank you so much. Meredith, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Trash Panda, thank you for the $5. Philly, thank you for the $2. Air, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Philly, thank you for the $2. Felonious, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Edward, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I totally get you there. I wish we could have better relations with Canada, but Trump is literally harming them so badly. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. And I think I'm fully caught up, other than Marie, thank you so much for the $5. And Dylan, thank you for the $2. And Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Alrighty. I do feel well. I am fine. I just woke up like about 2 hours ago. That's why. Alrighty.
All right, are you ready to go?
Yeah, go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, on the topic of Renee Good, I can prove that it was justified and it was not murder.
No, you can't.
First of all, oh really? Okay. First of all, who do you think determines whether or not the officer acted reasonably?
I think that's probably going to be the court system. But I think that we can make our own determinations based upon what we think, say, if we were members of the jury, for example. And I think in the determination, what we would indicate a reasonable officer would do in this scenario is jump out of the way to a greater extent.
So the answer is it's a jury. So you don't get to decide, and neither do your viewers. So all of you who have already publicly convicted this man,
Wait,
you can't do
wait,
that.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you think that you can determine, for example, that Charlie Kirk was murdered by looking at a video?
I have not publicly convicted Tyler Robinson. I don't know. When have I said Tyler Robinson is guilty?
That's not what I'm saying.
he's
That's
about-
actually not. That's not what I'm trying to get from this question.
So then what are you trying
Can
to
you
get?
at least acknowledge that they were murdered, right? From the video?
Well,
Like we can look
yes,
at the
that
video,
was-
we can
'cause that
watch
was-
it, and we can determine based upon those conditions
that
whether or
was-
not
that
we think it was
that
murder,
was an
right?
assassination. Yes, that was an assassination.
Okay, so
Now, do you want to? It was
so
Renee
I can
Good
look at a video,
assassinated?
and based upon the video, I can determine whether or not I think something is murder. Well, that's what's true in this scenario. All right.
No,
Now, it
that's
might
not
not be
always
based upon
true.
what the law has indicated quite yet, because again, in the scenario, there might not even work with investigators in the state. They haven't so far. They haven't even given them access to really important things such as shell casings, access to the car, etc. That would be relevant towards an investigation, charges being filed, and a conviction. So you understand that like there are things limiting this from happening, and just because
Okay.
right now it's not considered to be under the law, right, going to be murder yet for that particular person doesn't mean anything. Also, I have a question.
Well,
Do you think Luigi Mangione is a murderer?
I have no idea. Let's see what the jury says. I don't know. That's
Okay.
the whole point here.
You
But
don't know?
What you
Okay.
just said is nonsense. You said that because Charlie Kirk was publicly assassinated, we know that the officer did not act reasonably. That is not logically possible. That is not. There's no logical
Wait,
corollary there.
Wait, so can I ask you a question? Be specific. Do you think Alex Preddy was murdered?
No.
No?
That again has to be decided by a jury, and I can make the case for why he was not murdered, just the
I have a
same as
question.
Renee.
So if a jury does determine something to be true, then you would accept it, correct?
At that point, that is the official determination.
But
And
would
so,
you
yes,
accept that to be true?
Generally, I would accept it to be true. Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Okay. So what about with Donald
However-
Trump? Like, would you accept juries that determine that he's committed crimes or that he's violated the law or that he's done horrible things?
Yes, absolutely. I accept that Donald Trump is guilty of the 34 nonsense business falsifying business record charges.
Nonsense? Why do
Sure.
you say nonsense?
Do you know what the charges were?
34 yeah,
counts
falsification of business records in the first degree.
Falsification of business records because he paid hush money to a porn star. Yes,
No, because he
I'm
tried
real
to
worried
hide
about-
the payment by falsifying business records.
And why is that something of any significance at all? Why is that serious?
That's a felony.
And it's a felony to in some places smoke marijuana.
Oh, well,
What-
you can't.
so, I mean,
I
I
have
don't
to.
know what your
If you have a
point is.
second account, you can join back on the live. I can't keep you on the live. It's TikTok TOS. It will limit the push of the stream if I keep you up on the live. I do have to go on to the next person. You have to say M drug in that scenario. Just letting you know. Abby, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate some W's for Abby in the comment section. Yeah, I totally get you there, Abby. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's why we have to do everything we possibly can in order to try and limit them from being able to do that. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much by, spreading awareness and trying to get people to be against, right, ICE. And I think that more people are realizing, right, the importance of being against, right, the system right now in terms of how they're operating it, especially the lack of accountability that exists in our system. Right, and I think people are stepping up, and they should, and we should keep talking about it. We should keep bringing awareness. We should keep making it a topic of conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
You know the answer.
I don't. That's why I'm asking you the question.
All right, Trump, dude. What do you think?
Okay. Midlife Maddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And 19, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really
Can I
appreciate
ask
it.
you a
Thank
question, brother?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, as well as Prisoner Fan. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Martin, thank you so much for the 66 cents. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I appreciate it. Thank you. What's your question, man?
Do you support legal immigration?
Legal? Yeah.
Illegal.
Well, I would prefer people go through the legal process, but for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship. I would prefer that they're legally in the country.
Yeah, that's called the legal pathway.
Yeah, I would prefer that they're legally in the country, but that's because I don't want them to be mistreated or exploited in the country, etc. And I also want to ensure that we have more people vetted in the country.
That's through legal immigration, correct?
Yeah, so I'll provide a legal pathway for undocumented immigrants who are already in the country undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
And you do know that exists, right?
No, it doesn't. They are deported.
No, it doesn't.
Undocumented immigrants who have not committed a
violent
violent crime or bad crime are deported still.
in certain circumstances, of course, but there is a legal pathway that is being ignored by the previous administration, clearly, right?
Such as what's the legal pathway? What's the mass amnesty policy?
Dude, I mean, obviously, I guess I don't know facts.
There
here
isn't
on the
one.
actual.
There isn't one. There's not a mass amnesty
Oh,
policy.
you can't legally move to the United States anymore?
You can't get not every undocumented immigrant who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime is given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. So that's what I'm advocating for, and I think that would incentivize people to go through said legal process, and it would get more people vetted. That's just the reality. So I think that's a better system. Now I have a question. Do you believe that ICE murdered Renee Good, and do you believe that Alex Preddy was murdered?
Well, what's your definition of murder? Can I hear that first?
Unjustified killing of a person.
In that case, no.
You don't? You think it was justified?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Why so? In both
Let me
circumstances.
ask you a question.
Do you think both circumstances were justified?
No, I think the second one was a little out of hand, but I definitely
A
have
little?
to say,
So do you think it was murder?
No, I do not know.
No, you don't? Okay, so then you
I
don't
do
think it
not
was
know.
unjustified. You do think it was justified.
Yes.
Okay, so you think both were justified.
Yeah. And
Okay.
let me ask
so
you a
explain,
question,
let's start with Alex Preddy. Right. Explain to me why you think he was posing a risk of like a reasonable officer in that circumstance would think that there was a reasonable risk, right, of serious bodily harm or death to any person in that scenario from him.
I want to say this. Who the fuck in their right mind walking down the street sees a federal investigation going on and impedes on it, physically impedes on it? I mean, you can say, yeah, it's wrong that he got killed, but dude, what the fuck are you doing in the first place? It's a federal investigation, whether you fucking believe in it or not. What are you doing? You're asking for it, dude. It's common fucking sense.
No, you're not asking. Just by recording in that area, you're not asking for it. Based on your argument, everyone who was standing around them, including
Dude,
those
he was
women
shielding
specifically.
it.
Wait,
He was
so okay, I have a question.
shielding people
Yeah, do you
that
think
were
the
impeding.
Yeah, do you think that those women should have been murdered? Under your
who's
view,
those
they were
women?
quote
What are we
unquote
talking about? We're talking
impeding.
about one person right here. Now we're talking about multiple. Who's these women?
Wait, the women that he was shielding from being pepper sprayed.
No, I don't believe anyone should be killed, dude.
Oh, okay. If you don't believe wait, but you just said it was
not.
okay. Well, do you think it would have been justified to kill them?
Okay, so now you're tying something into the same thing. Like
I'm asking you, do you think it would have been justified for those agents to have killed those women?
No, because one's
No?
different than the other.
Wait,
One
what's
is
the
physically. The
Answer the question.
women
What's
that
the
were
relevant
pepper sprayed
difference?
were completely dismantled and on the ground.
Wait,
no
what's the
longer
relevant
being able to
difference?
impede on the investigation.
Wait.
He was-
They were you said they were dismantled and on the ground. That's what you said? Which
Yes.
one wasn't true,
And they weren't
two,
able to do
in the
anything.
case of Alex Preddy was true. He was disarmed. He was on the ground. There were multiple agents on top of him. Explain to
Actively
me.
resisting.
What do you mean actively?
Actively resisting.
How? How?
What do you mean how? You don't think it takes that many people to fucking get him on the ground for no reason, dude?
He was
Yeah,
already on the ground.
definitely-
How is he
definitely following
resisting?
Law for
Explain.
orders, right?
How is he resisting?
How is he resisting? Because there's 8 fucking guys on him. If he wasn't resisting,
That
it'd take
doesn't
one
mean
guy
he's
to put him in
that. Wait.
handcuffs.
There being that many agents on top of him does not mean he was resisting.
And what does fucking common sense say, dude?
What does common sense say? Right?
Yeah,
common
if he
sense
wasn't
says.
resisting, he'd be in
Listen,
cuffs.
listen,
He'd be put in
listen,
cuffs by one
listen.
man.
Listen, common sense says that it could be either or depending on the scenario. And in this scenario, what action did Alex Preddy engage in that was resisting?
Impeding on a federal investigation. I'll say it
Okay,
again.
so that was prior to the event. So that's not him specifically like resisting. Because based upon your argument, then the same thing would be justified in terms of murdering those women because they were quote unquote impeding upon the scenario.
Well, obviously they didn't have a gun on them, first of all, and secondly, they weren't actively resisting.
Wait, having a gun on you. So if you're a legal, lawful gun owner, then that means that you're a threat?
No, okay. Well,
Okay,
this guy
wait,
had a
so then,
different intention,
so
clearly.
then why is that a
Clearly
relevant
different
difference if
intention.
they're a legal, lawful gun owner?
What's the difference is their intent. Obviously, why he's there. He showed up to a federal investigation armed and impeded on it with a weapon. What else could you ask for besides
That's legal.
Besides something bad happening?
He was
to you?
within his rights. He was within his rights to carry, conceal and carry. I thought you guys advocate for that. Unless you want to get rid of conceal carry, then why was that not legal?
And I say it again.
Are you advocating against the Second Amendment right now? Are you saying that the
I never
NRA was
said
wrong?
anything against the Second Amendment, dude. No.
No.
What did I say against
Okay,
the
so
Second
then,
Amendment?
well, you just said that he was a threat just by being armed. It killed concealed
Because of
carry.
his
Do
intent.
you understand? There's a distinction between having a gun and brandishing that firearm.
Say it again.
Do you know there's a difference between having a gun in a concealed situation carry and brandishing that firearm?
Yes, there is a difference.
Yeah, if
What-
there is a difference, then
dude,
explain to me what unlawful action that he engaged in that you would specifically say was justification of his death.
impeding on a federal investigation while armed. It's all intent, dude.
Wait,
While
armed, but that was legal. It's legal for him to be armed. That's not a violation of the law. And when you say
Impeding on a federal investigation is against
he
the law. and nobody
he was not
understands that.
impeding in any different way than the women that were there. So unless you think that it was a death sentence for those women, it's not a death sentence for Alex Preddy.
Okay.
And by the way, when he was shot,
I
I have a question. When he was shot, did he have a gun?
That's unclear at this point. Like the previous guy said.
No,
we
it's
could
not.
bring
No,
that
it's not.
forward.
You are dishonest. No, it's not. There's actually multiple different
I'm
angles.
not.
Stop.
Do you have absolute proof?
Yes, we do. We have 100% certainty that before the shots were fired, that literally one of the agents had already grabbed the gun. 100% certainty. You can see the gun. You can literally also see the specific outlines of the gun that specifically the DHS even themselves agreed was the gun, because they literally, it has like a scope on top of it. You can see the agent running away with the gun. And then later in the video, you can hear a video where they say that he has the gun and he was well away from the person after they were shot.
So, I mean, you can say that all you want, dude. I believe in the court of law, man. Bring it to the court of law. You could watch that video and say something else.
You believe in the court of law, but then you're okay with Donald Trump violating due process rights. That's hilarious. And also, this isn't a court of law. Those agents acted as judge, jury, and execution. Listen, those agents acted as judge, jury, and executioner. They did not wait for due process. They did not wait for the court system. They acted as the people that were justified in executing them, and they were not. They were unjustified. They fucking murdered him, okay? They murdered him in broad daylight. He posed no fucking threat to anybody. He was just recording people. And he was literally trying to protect his fellow citizens. And for you to sit there and say that it was justified for him to be murdered is fucking ludicrous. Because that could be the fucking case for practically anyone, right? Literally practically anyone could be in that situation, right?
Yeah,
if they
but
just
anyone's
care
not
for
gonna
their
go
fellow
up to that.
citizens. He was a fucking ICU nurse and just cared for his fellow citizens and taking care of them. And he was there because he wanted to hold other members of his community accountable for the things that they're doing to their community. That's what he was trying to
All right,
do.
can we get
He was
past
trying
the
to
guilt?
record
Can
them
we get
doing
past
that.
the guilt
And you're going to
trip?
say that that was a death sentence for him? You're going to say that was justification of his death? Are you serious?
Are you done with the guilt?
He was pepper
the
sprayed. He
guilt
was on the
segment
ground.
here?
There were multiple agents on top of him. He was
Oh my
disarmed.
God.
Answer the
Park,
question.
can I ask you a question?
Go
Can I
ahead,
please
buddy.
ask you a question?
Can't answer mine.
If you had a weapon and you were walking down the street and saw federal officers, aka ICE, detaining someone because of illegal immigration, which you believe is wrong,
Would I record
you go
them?
up there? Would you go up there and interfere? Would you?
Wait, would I go and record them? Yes.
And
Genuinely.
then would you also
Would
get
I,
in the way of
actually,
them
stop.
defending themselves?
Would I
from
record them?
protesters?
Yes. And in like, could I see? By the way, would I do that? No, I wouldn't do that. Given that I have information that they murdered Alex Preddy. Okay, but if that was a scenario prior, I could have totally seen myself doing that. I'm serious. Genuinely, any reasonable person that cares about other people, right, would have done that in that situation because it is absurd that that person was being pepper sprayed in that situation. You want to prevent that from happening. That is unlawful for them to be doing that without good reason.
know why she
It is
was
totally
pepper sprayed?
reasonable for a good American, right, to literally do that. It is totally fucking reasonable. If you have empathy, maybe you don't understand that. I don't get it, but he absolutely had empathy in that scenario, and I can see that because of the fact that he was a nurse, okay? Would nurses do that in that context? Yes, there are plenty of nurses in America that would do that. And if you would think that they would all deserve a death sentence for specifically trying to care for their fellow Americans that are being attacked without a reason just because they're trying to record ICE or trying to record Border Patrol is ridiculous.
Well, you know he wasn't only recording ICE. We talked about this.
They were. They were just recording, and all he was doing. Did he harm anyone? Push the galaxy. Did he harm
Obviously,
anyone?
no. Obviously,
No. Did he harm anyone? Was he a threat of harming anyone? No. It's fucking
Potentially,
ridiculous.
yes. Anyone
Okay,
with a
when you say
weapon is a
potentially,
threat.
anyone is. You are too without a weapon. Are you a threat right now? Potentially.
Yeah, obviously.
You realize how ridiculous that is to say? Right? Like that's not an argument.
To say what?
To say that someone has the potentiality of being a threat means they are. That's in a logically possible sense. Because in no realistic circumstance was that the case for me or for you that we're a threat, okay? In no realistic circumstances, Parker get a job on a TikTok live, a threat to anyone right now, okay?
What about you getting a job?
Dude, that's my name on TikTok and YouTube, bro. Is Parker get a job?
I don't fucking know that, dude.
You don't know that?
All right.
Okay, it's literally
Why
on
the
my account.
All right, dude, but I'm just saying that the lady got pepper sprayed, interfered with a federal investigation. He then interfered
How
by
did she
protecting
interfere?
her.
Wait, how did they interfere?
Because you can't get too close. You can't get
They
in
can't
close
get too
proximity
close.
of an-
Okay, so they were recording a bit too close. So wait, hold up.
Oh,
Your
dude.
argument for this is that they were recording a little bit too close.
It's common sense, dude. Like, why? No, she's in their faces, bro.
So
Look at the
to
video.
clarify,
she's
no, they got into their face. They got into their face. Those agents were the ones that were literally the ones getting in their face. I don't think you know what was going on.
Why
in
do
the
you think they
circumstance.
were? Why do you
Watch
think
the
they
video.
were?
There's multiple minutes
You
of
think
video.
they just
You can look
wanted
at it.
to? You think they just wanted to get in her
Yes.
face?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, dude. Yup. That makes perfect sense.
Yes. What were they
Perfect
doing?
sense,
Tell me.
man.
You explain to me what specifically were they doing that justified them doing that and pepper spraying them? Recording?
Getting too close and interfering. Clearly,
How
nobody
close were
just
they?
does that.
How close were they? Were they
About
within 6
maybe
feet?
Less than a foot away, or a foot or two.
They were less than a foot away?
Yup.
So to clarify.
Go look at the video.
But before, right, when they were just sitting in that position, they were less than a foot away. No, that's not true. Okay, they were not less than a foot away. That's a ridiculous thing to say. The agents
What,
came
did
up
you
to
just pull up the
them.
video real quick
Wait,
or
the
something?
agents came up to them and then were pepper spraying them near a foot away. But prior to that point, they were not a foot
Oh, they
away
pepper sprayed
from
them
what
near a foot
the actions
away.
they were engaging in.
Oh, that makes perfect sense now. Like just like I fucking said. Why would why
Wait,
would
do you
they
understand that those are
pepper spray
different?
them
Like,
far away?
think
'Cause
about it.
they're a foot away.
So listen, what justified the agents going up and pepper spraying them prior to them going up and pepper spraying them? Because prior to that point, they weren't within a foot from them.
Hey man, I'm just gonna say this. I don't think there's any point in further debating because
You can't answer
I mean,
that
if you
question,
don't
can you?
believe in a
Wait, what was their justification for pepper spraying them? Tell me.
interfering on a federal fucking
Wait, but you just said their
investigation.
interference was once they were pepper sprayed because it was when they were a foot away. When they were interfering, apparently, is when they were getting pepper sprayed.
Yeah,
because
that makes
the
perfect
agent
sense,
because
does
the
it
agent
not?
went up to them.
You're
Okay, they
just
weren't within a
stirring
so they weren't within a foot of them prior to that point. Okay, that then would have
Okay, so you're
justified
saying
this
they
happening.
weren't within a foot of them, but they pepper sprayed them from a foot away. Like,
Listen, you are not listening. Jesus Christ, you have zero comprehension skills.
I am listening. You're saying that
I'm just gonna mute you. I asked you what was the justification for them pepper spraying her. Okay, you say it's because she's within a foot away. What you didn't understand is the agent went up to her to then be within a foot of her. She didn't go within a foot of them. Does that make sense? So given that they did that, how could that be justification for the pepper spray? Given that the one who initiated that was the agent. You want to unmute? You have to unmute. You have to click the microphone in the bottom right. Oh, he left. Great, that was fun. So amazing, he left. Oh my god, it's almost like they didn't have the ability to respond to that point. Brittany, thank you so much for the $1. What's up?
I was just gonna say, when they have nothing, that's what they do. You shouldn't have cooked
Literally.
them so bad. That's on you.
Yeah, he got cooked. That was brutal. I have a few people we're gonna add someone up, and then I have a few people to thank everyone. We're gonna get the debates going, continuing on. I have another 2+ hours, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, links in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And also, I'll send Tannis up here to make sure to do that for him as well. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I just wanted to let you know it was hilarious.
It sounds like they're a supporter, and they're just trying to let me know something. We're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It's genuinely embarrassing how many Trump supporters are defending Alex Preddy being murdered. It's embarrassing.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, 1 sec. I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
I'm like, 2006.
That's not possible that you're 18.
Have you been getting a lot of them still doing so? Because, like, for me, they've been completely backing off of it.
Really? I just had multiple people defend it today.
Phew.
Like, straight up, multiple people. And they can't tell me what is the threat that he was posing towards anyone. At that point, we were literally just talking to them about, they were saying that because he was interfering with their operations, it justified it. But then I was like, okay, did that justify then doing that to the women that were there too? And then they said no. So then they're like, oh, okay, then they have no argument. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I've had people trying to backtrack to Renee Good, but they are completely off the premise as far as, like, Alex. So.
Yeah, it's gotten more people to feel like they can justify Renee Good's death. It's crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me one quick second to thank some people real quick? Gabriella, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Gabriella in the comment section. Brittany, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Jeff, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And they said, Brittany said the 2 officers from Alex Preddy's murder were placed on administrative leave per the NYT apparently, and other sources apparently. So I'll have to look into that. Thank you very much. Jonathan, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kat, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. Let me make sure to go up onto YouTube real quick. Yes, I got a notification for that. That's good. Hopefully there's an investigation and charges and everything towards them. Glory, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Going some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. You establish a perimeter if they're going to claim that people are going to walk in their space. It's true, very true. David as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Quinn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. A federal officer needs a actual lawful operation to be taken place to for something to be obstructed. Therefore, there was not obstruction any of it. They were not obstructing any lawful operation. Miranda, thank you so much for the travel with you. Thank you so much. Budget Cardboard, thank you for the $5. Toby, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. True. Winter, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Sanal, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said law enforcement or feds do not have the right to fucking shoot anyone just when they feel like it because they quote unquote feel threatened. Yeah, it has to be a reasonable threat. Absolutely. Like of a serious bodily harm or death. Solo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Glory with the $10. I think I am... Or a Ninja as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Shorty, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Prisoner with the $2. Thank you so much. JT, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Brand, thank you for the $2. Max with the $1. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Crystal with the $2 as well. Thank you. Based. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
I like what he's doing with the country. It's great.
Okay, like what?
Gas prices are down. Venezuela's getting taken over. It's awesome.
Okay. So Venezuela being taken over, you're okay with stealing their oil?
100%.
Okay, so you just think it's okay to steal from other people? So if I had the ability to steal from you, would that be justified?
I mean, if you can steal from me, yeah, but you're in America, so it's a crime.
Okay, so then you think it's totally justified if we were to use the government to tax 100% of your income?
Wait, what'd you say?
You think it would be totally justified for us to use the U.S. government to tax 100% of your income?
No.
No? Why not?
We're talking about a different country here.
Why not?
Venezuela. That place is a shithole.
Oh, okay. So because you consider a place "quote unquote" a shithole, which is a disgusting fucking thing for you to say, that means you think it's justifiable to steal from them? I have a question.
Yeah,
would you think it'd be justified to steal from Holocaust survivors?
No, like that's
no.
That's
no.
It has
But
nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now.
But like they were being terrorized, and they were in horrible conditions within ghettos specifically, right? Right, within Germany and with outside Germany, right, in concentration camps. Okay? So if they lived in those conditions, would that justify stealing from them?
So the way I look at it is we send all these money to those other countries.
Well, answer the
like
question,
Israel
would that
Ukraine.
justify morally speaking from stealing from them?
Sure, whatever. I don't
It
really
would? You think it's
care
justified to steal from Holocaust survivors?
Whatever you're trying to say, it doesn't matter to what I'm trying to.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Why can't you condemn that? Why can't you condemn stealing from Holocaust survivors?
All right, sure. It's not justified to steal from Holocaust survivors.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
literally,
you got it
like obviously, right? Just because they're in bad conditions at the moment doesn't mean that they should be able to be stolen from. Okay, so what's your justification from stealing from Venezuela? Think you're amazing.
Well, the way I look at it is we send all these money to other countries like Ukraine and Israel. We don't get anything back from it.
So because we
there's no
send money
benefit
to
the
Ukraine
American
and
people.
Israel, that justifies stealing from Venezuela?
No, that's not.
What?
Not what I'm trying to say. Can I finish my point, please?
Go ahead, try.
Okay. We send all these money to Ukraine, Israel, stuff like that. We don't get any benefit from that by doing.
You cut out. You swept out of the app.
By doing other things, by like capturing the leader of Venezuela, who was a terrible person, terrible government, not good. That actually benefits us.
They kept the same government in that position. They kept the same regime. Did you know that?
Yeah, but my misconception, but I'm pretty sure they're reorganizing the government. No.
No, they kept the same regime in place.
Well, so that leader was terrible. Was a bad guy.
Yeah, but then they kept his same regime in office. The Maduro regime is still in office.
Yeah, but
Maduro's not there, but the vice president is the person in presidency.
Yeah, but it's under at least the overlook of the USA. So I mean,
okay,
plus,
so we're
now we
threatening
have
to
gas
bomb
prices
them.
that are
That's the
cheaper.
threat. Okay, so
what?
So to clarify, you said okay. So your justification for stealing from them is because gas prices will be cheaper. That's your justification?
Well, my justification is, yeah, essentially, it benefits America. We send all this money to other
So
places.
would it be
they don't do anything
justified for me
us.
to steal gas from you? because that would make how much I have to spend on
Dude,
gas less.
we're talking about. All right, we're not talking about me and
No,
you
seriously,
here.
would it be justified for me to go up to your car and steal the gas that is in your vehicle?
No, but
Why
that's not
not?
what we're trying to say.
Why not?
Because that's between me and you in America. We're not talking about me and you.
So just because we're within this location, so location determines whether or not it's stealing and bad?
When it comes from different countries, yes.
Okay, so I
Because
just want to.
back
No,
in
it
the-
doesn't.
Back in the days,
No,
people
it
used to-
doesn't.
They used to pillage. They used to do everything like that. Why is everyone soft nowadays? That shit happens.
Soft? Do you think we're soft nowadays because we're not quote unquote pillaging and stealing from people?
No, I'm
As
just
much?
saying. They used to do. I'm not saying they used to do it back in the day, and everything used to be okay. Like
Oh
used
yeah,
to-
and you also know that they would like rape children back in the day to a great extent and marry
well,
adults to
that's
children,
not
right?
What I'm trying to say. What I'm
So
trying
does,
to say
does that
is,
justify doing that?
What I'm trying to say is,
So just because it's
capturing the
historically
Venezuelan
existed
oil-
as a practice does
All right,
not
dude.
mean it should exist as a practice, correct?
No, what I'm trying to say is, I think getting the Venezuelan oil that we have is going to benefit us. And and honestly, I mean, it definitely so hurts Venezuela, but they're in a reform now.
amazing.
I mean, they got rid of the terrible leader they have.
Okay. Go ahead, Santana. He's just repeating the same thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, hey, do you think that is your premise that us actually taking the oil from Venezuela that's gonna lead to cheaper oil because we are gonna be able to be less dependent on other places that we get oil, or why are you saying that?
Well, it directly affects the economy. How we got the oil.
Wait, Santana, you're making an amazing point. So we should be dependent on foreign sources of energy?
Wait, what do you mean?
So we should be dependent upon foreign sources of energy to keep our prices lower?
Yeah, I think we should do the what's absolutely reasonable to get foreign sources, and if obviously inside of America too as well. That would both be good.
The question the place I was going to, where do you think that we get a good majority of our oil from? Canada. I'll give it to you, Canada.
Okay, Canada.
A lot of the actual oil refineries and manufacturers companies, they are in Canada, and the same oil companies that are currently in Canada, they left Venezuela, right? That's where they were before, and they shifted to Canada when the Maduro regime was in place, and they wanted to reinvest more so in Venezuela versus what was happening as far as having outside companies go in. And so now these companies have established themselves in Canada. And in order for us to be able to reduce the cost of oil for Americans, we would have to somehow convince those companies to leave Canada again and go back to Venezuela. And that's not happening. They're not going to work against themselves. They're not going to overextend themselves. They're not going to go to or work in both Canada and Venezuela and then reduce the cost where they're making less money. So the point that you're trying to get across as far as like us taking the oil in Venezuela, it doesn't equate, because the companies, even if you utilize the American-based companies, one, the refinery of the Venezuelan oil, it's more crude, so it's a tougher process. But two, the companies that were there before are no longer there, and they rooted themselves in Canada. So it doesn't make sense. Us taking over Venezuela for the oil isn't going to directly lower any type of oil prices. The one thing that they are going to do, and Donald Trump has been open and adamant about that, is he plans on selling the oil to the same places that have been buying Venezuela oil, like China or like Russia. He even said if we have a better relationship with Russia in the future, then he would sell to Russia. All he plans on doing is trying to use that same oil to sell to those same enemies of the United States, and that's it. So it's not going to actually benefit Americans.
Well, I mean, I see action. I see my gas prices being lowered directly to cause
It has nothing to do with Venezuela or Donald Trump.
So why the gas prices get lowered then?
Gas prices fluctuate with winter blends, and also it's the trend that occurs year over year. And if you take a look at where we were a year ago versus today, it's only a 12 cents difference. This is how actual prices fluctuate. The president of the United States has no direct impact on gas prices.
Really?
Correct.
Yeah, literally.
So they can,
actually, we do have
no matter
updated
what
numbers for
policy they
January.
write in.
Updated numbers for
Did we?
January indicate it's 281. So there is a distinction of what's 3076 to 281. So it is a little bit more now. I think it's around 27 cents or so.
Okay.
All right. Well, got me
The
there. All right,
big
cool.
point being is that justification of taking Venezuela or actually capturing the leader but keeping the same regime in place on the guise of oil, that's not even something that would be directly beneficial. It's
Well,
Okay,
I
tyranny.
mean, well,
And can I also actually
I'm
clarify
worried
as
about.
well? There was a larger difference between 2023 and 2024 than there was between 2025 and 2026. And between 2024 to 2025, there was no distinction. Literally no distinction. In
All right,
January.
well, I'm worried about the American people. I'm not worried about the Venezuelans. So, whatever's happening with them, we
It's
took
not
for
helping the
them.
American people.
Okay, yeah, but like that's not hurting us either.
It is.
How is it hurting us?
Yeah, by Donald Trump taking these actions in Venezuela, he's destabilizing global power and he's making enemies of our allies. And so you have countries like Canada, who is now strategically trying to calling for a restructuring of the world order, and they're making alliances with China. And then you also see Canada and Mexico cutting the United States out of transit back and forth through the United States, and they're creating waterways where they actually just eliminate us. We're being ostracized on the world stage. And you even have places that are starting to dump the United States, the Treasury bonds or whatever. And so that's negatively impacting our actual economy. Like the value of the dollar has sunk like really bad. And Donald Trump said it was a good thing. Like literally yesterday, he said he was happy with the value of the dollar, but the value of the dollar is way down. So it's been like a lot of negatives because of his actions.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, America is the most powerful nation in all of history. Like,
Yeah, we got a lot of guns. Got it. Cool.
no, like just power in general, like influence, all power. We're the most powerful nation of all of history. By
Why
far.
did Donald Trump fold the idea of getting Greenland? If we're the most powerful, and Donald Trump talked about like we're gonna take Greenland, but then when he got in the face of real leaders in front of NATO and NATO leaders, he folded like a cheap paper plate.
Well, I don't think it was about taking Greenland. I think it was just.
That's what he said.
I'm not in favor of taking Greenland here.
Well, yeah, but that's what Trump said, and he folded like a cheap paper plate.
Well, if the America really wanted to take Greenland, we could do it with ease.
We couldn't, because not only
we can't.
Well, exactly,
Oh.
and not only is NATO, Denmark protecting Greenland, but we have partners who have been open saying they will defend Greenland. Two, they will cut ties and completely plummet the United States economy. Like we would be ostracized to the point where like our entire country would collapse for multiple reasons if we did that. If we strategically went against our partners, it's not about war, it's about the impact of what we do.
And,
Yeah, I
and
mean, I
also, like
understand that.
one thing to put on top of this is that in the scenario that Congress wouldn't agree to a longer conflict than 60 days, so inevitably we'd have to bring back troops due to Congress, and then they would just be able to go back. But the issue is that they've already sent troops there, so it would just cause direct war with NATO if you actually did that. Which is ridiculous, and which obviously he wouldn't do. Right? We couldn't sustain a long-term war against NATO. That wouldn't even be allowed. Congress wouldn't allow that to happen. And if that happened, they were already signing on to literally impeach him. Even the Republicans.
Yeah, I'm not in favor.
And there
of
was
taking
this
it,
leaked call of
but-
Ted Cruz, like, crashing out at Trump. Did you know that?
Look, I'm not like in huge favor of Trump. Obviously, he's did some things that I wish he didn't do. But when it's like, if we're talking about Kamala versus Trump, like, let's be real. Kamala, whatever. Let's be real. Like, come on, guys. Actually, one thing I do like about Kamala, which I wish.
Kamala.
All right. I can't say it. Whatever.
Just say Harris.
One thing I do like about her that she was gonna do was, if she was gonna do it, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows with these people nowadays, these presidents? I would have loved the $25 tax or $25,000 tax credit on the houses. I want Trump to do something like that.
Yeah.
Or have something involved with that, because well, who knows? We never know if she was gonna do it or not. We never know.
Yeah, I think that Kamala Harris was absolutely trying to drive towards more housing affordability for Americans. Definitely understanding like the one of the greatest ways to create generational wealth is through being a homeowner. And I do think that it was something that was strategically planned because not only was Kamala Harris looking to give that tax incentive, but she was also looking to stimulate housing development within the country. So the even with that tax incentive, there couldn't be like price gouging for people who just had houses. So I do think there was a larger opportunity to help pull Americans out of poverty with Kamala Harris, and this hasn't been anything that Donald Trump has shown the propensity to do. I mean, he's actually done the opposite with deregulations, which has allowed corporations like BlackRock to come in and purchase more single-family homes, which has harmed everyday Americans.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm also in favor of ICE though. I like getting these
You don't want to
the
address
immigrants
anything
out of
that I
here.
just said?
No, I mean, yeah. I just said I like Kamala's position on
Kamala.
the house credit, the mortgage credits.
But you don't think it's harmful that Donald Trump is taking not only not aligning close to what Kamala Harris was advocating for, but in opposite of what you're saying and what Kamala Harris was advocating for? You don't think that's an issue?
Well, I don't think that's an issue because she's not a president. We don't know what was going to happen.
No, I'm talking about that Donald Trump is standing in opposition of what you just said that you like.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I can't do anything about it.
Got it. Okay. You were pivoting to ICE.
Yeah, so like,
well,
what did you want to pivot to with ICE? You said both were justified, right? Did you say it was justified to murder Alex Preddy?
Did I say that?
Or was that the last person?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay,
I think
you don't think it was
murdered. I
justified?
don't think it was.
Yeah.
I think he was murdered. I don't think it was justified at all.
Okay.
It's terrible. I'm my condolences from to his family and everything. But not a but I want to add in something. You know, the way these ICE officers look at it is not really a good view when it comes for both sides. You know, like when people go out and protest, which absolutely everyone should, so if you don't agree with something, it gets dangerous sometimes. Like people do some stupid stuff sometimes. I'm never saying Alex Preddy did nothing stupid. I'm just saying there's so much tension going on right now in the country that anything can happen, and you put yourself in a dangerous position, dangerous things are going to happen. That's the way I look at it, and I think that's completely reasonable.
Okay, so and you think that like he should have known that it was a dangerous thing to literally record ICE agents, or I mean Border Patrol agents? Like, should that be something that everyone knows? You think it's a lawful action? Something recording agents is too much?
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen those videos, like the First Amendment auditor videos?
No, but like
where people go into post offices and stuff like that.
In this context, they're just recording what they're doing for accountability.
Yeah, I know, but like I don't think it's dangerous activity, but like when you go to a law enforcement officer trying to either antagonize them or do something, stuff can happen. I'm not saying that
we know that's dangerous now because the fact that he was murdered, but again, I don't see any good reason to believe that it was it should be considered dangerous prior to that point, because of the fact that what I mean by dangerous is that like they have no jurisdiction over you. Okay, they don't have the ability to just literally detain people for recording them.
Well, if you watch all these videos of these ICE agents, you know, doing XYZ, why would you want to put yourself in the forefront of it? Like, I just don't understand that. Like,
well, why would you want to put yourself at the forefront? Well, again, regardless of whether or not that's true, that does not justify the murder.
I never said it justifies the murder. I'm just saying that.
I guess this is like an irrelevant point then, because people want justice. People want there to like be a change in the system that exists right now. People want accountability. That's why. But if
but ICE is there to do their job.
Do you think Renee Good was murdered?
I do think she was murdered, 100%.
Then how do you feel about the Trump administration defending both of these murders?
I don't. Well, yeah. See, I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. But I'm a big fan of if you step in yourself in the front of danger where stuff can happen, like in front of an ICE agent, and people seen these videos of how bad stuff can get, especially with not even just the ICE agents, protesters too. Protesters do some crazy stuff. We know what can happen, and people should think of that before they go out and do stuff like that.
Is this like supposed to be? What is the point of saying this?
You said I got a call. What'd you say?
What's the point of saying that? What are you trying to? What point are you trying to make?
Well, I'm trying to make he shouldn't have been there. Like, he shouldn't have put himself in that position to her or him or Renee Good to that.
Why do you say that about them, but
100%.
not the like? I'm confused. What's the point from that? Like, is that to say that it was justified that he was murdered? Is that to say that?
No, it's not to say justified as murder. I'm saying you shouldn't have been there. Like, if you don't want to put yourself
Okay,
at risk,
could you say
of
that about
either
Charlie
A-
Kirk? If he didn't want to put himself at risk, he shouldn't have gone out to the university that day. He shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, 100%. You can say that about Charlie Kirk.
But you guys would have fucking literally said we should lose our job for saying that.
No, you should. No, I don't say that.
Yeah, imagine if I went live and said that he shouldn't have been there. It was if he listened to the people that were trying to tell him not to go there, then he would still be alive today. People would say that was making light of his death.
Yeah, I mean, it's always dangerous when you go into a big crowd of people, that especially when you're talking about political stuff, and obviously it's like 50-50. A lot of people have their own opinions, people with strong opinions. Yeah, it's always a dangerous thing. 100%. That's why there's Secret Service. That's why there's people everywhere that's on top of things like that. Like, yeah.
I don't get what your point is there. That's why there's Secret
How you not
Service.
get that? I think that makes perfect sense.
What was the
Does that not make perfect
confusion?
sense?
No, it doesn't.
What are you confused about?
Why you brought up the Secret Service?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that was related to Charlie Kirk, but that's why, yeah, it gets dangerous.
No.
Dangerous shit happens.
You think there was Secret Service looking after Charlie Kirk?
No, I said that's why there's Secret Service and for politicians and stuff like that, like and presidents, because people have strong opinions about certain shit.
Okay,
and they'll act on it.
Alrighty, Santana, go ahead.
Question: do you believe in the United States Constitution?
Yeah.
Do you think that as an American citizen that we should be afforded those rights given to us by the United States Constitution?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's justified that our forefathers bled and died for the rights to have access to those rights in the United States Constitution, and we should do everything possible in order to protect them?
Yeah.
So why do you have an issue with people practicing their First Amendment right? If you believe so much in the Constitution and you believe in what our forefathers did, and the fact that America's founded on the Constitution and the upholding of the Constitution, then why would you have a problem and say people should stay home when they're exercising their First and Second Amendment right, which is given to you through the United States Constitution, which you just said that you actually believe in? Doesn't that go against the United States Constitution and everything that the founders stood for?
I don't have a problem with it, but when stuff happens, people shouldn't be so shocked when it happens.
Yeah, so I mean, you think it's justified to die for your rights in the Constitution, right?
Yeah, that's what our military does. Yeah.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that you should be killed for just actually being able to access your First Amendment or Second Amendment, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. You shouldn't be killed for it, but like I said,
so it's
stuff happens.
unjustifiable. And when you have people like Donald Trump and Kristi Noem backing this up and saying that they should not be there, that they should not actually have their weapons, they're literally spitting in the face of the Constitution and the founders, and even you, because you said that you believe in the Constitution, but they're saying that they don't give a damn about what you believe because they know better than you and the United States Constitution. That should be a problem with you.
I mean, no, it's not. I think what they were trying to say, it's not about him not being there. It's about him impeding on there or getting even
That's
close
not
to
what
the
they
ICE
said.
officers.
They said that he shouldn't have been there with his weapon, which again, his weapon wasn't drawn. It wasn't discharged. It wasn't even, he didn't even brandish it. He just had it. And Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, they called him a domestic terrorist for even being there with his weapon, which he was just practicing his Second Amendment right.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
So with all the stuff going on, all the the tension with ICE and protesters, stuff like that, you think it's reasonable to bring a gun and try to record ICE officers at this time right now?
Yes.
You think it's 100% reasonable? You would do that?
Yes.
You would do that?
Yes, I do, and I would, because
So
if
you would
nothing,
bring your...
yes,
Go
listen,
ahead.
let me explain to him, because if nothing else, you just sat here and talked about how important the United States Constitution is, and I agree with you. I believe you. And if we're going to actually say those things, then we can't just talk the talk. We have to walk the walk, and you have to be willing to stand up for your rights and defend your rights. And even more than that, the premise, and I've heard this from my counterparts on the right for years and years and years, the justification has been the reason why you guys don't want your Second Amendment right infringed on is because you want to be able to defend yourselves against a tyrannical government. That's what you guys have said. That's been the line. And if there is a sense of a tyrannical government where there is a private police force harassing American citizens, not just undocumented immigrants, but American citizens, arresting them, killing them, isn't this the time to stand up and say, like, hey, this is a tyrannical government with this private police force that's harming Americans? We should actually make sure that we're practicing our Second Amendment right.
I can get with that a little bit.
Oh,
I can get that with that a little bit. But at the same time, though, you gotta recognize that, like, if something happens to you, you gotta understand, like, that it's not justified, but, like, yeah, stuff happens like that. You know what
imagine
I mean?
we did that to the right. Imagine we said just a guy that was lawfully carrying a gun was a domestic terrorist. You would hear every single conservative crying about that. Okay, like, let's be totally honest.
Yeah, I'm not for.
I think when you have like the NRA coming out and saying, like, hey, this is wrong. Like the
They
NRA,
said this is dangerous and wrong.
Exactly. Even the NRA was like, no. Trump is wrong. Like, that's something that should cause for pause, right?
No, yeah, and I think ICE is, I think they do some good when it comes to getting the illegals out. I think that's 100%. That's awesome, but
Undocumented friend.
undocumented immigrants, I think though, but they do go over the top sometimes. Like, detaining in citizens, that's pretty fucked up. Like,
Without accountability
that's
too.
fucked
So
up.
it's like the issue is the Trump administration is literally trying to egg them on to do this by trying to call these people domestic terrorists.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, you're gonna have, like, they're doing their job. Like, they're getting rid of undocumented
I honestly
immigrants.
think that Trump is trying to distract away from the Epstein files, and this is his goal.
And even more than this, I've said this like a million times. Donald Trump, this has been his focus. He talked about it before he started, while he was running for president. He's allocated all of these billions of dollars. He's allocated additional federal law enforcement services like the FBI, like the U.S. Marshals. He's giving them like free range. Hell, they put out a memo saying they didn't even need warrants to enter premises anymore. He's done all of this just to justify the deportation process, and they're still not deporting at the same level or higher than the previous two Democratic presidents. Like, it's been an abject failure if you take a look at everything that's been allocated versus the actual outcome.
Yep, this is Trump trying to do whatever he can to do the most crazy shit he can think of to distract people from the Epstein files.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
probably
but
are
there's-
fucking crazy.
There's so many politicians that I've seen files though, so, like, it's not just Trump here.
So then
I
why
think
is
that's
Trump
what files.
protecting all of them?
I don't think it's just Trump protecting all of them. I think it's everyone
Really?
else.
Who is it then?
I think it's everyone.
Who is it?
I don't know who's in there.
Is it the Trump
I damn sure
administration
believe a lot of politicians
DOJ?
are.
Is it the Trump
Huh?
administration DOJ that's doing that?
I don't know. We don't know. There could
You
be
don't
some
know?
people pulling extra
We
strings.
do know.
You
We
don't
do know. And they said that they're not going to release them because of the fact that there's no court in America that can force them to do it.
Hey, the American government does a lot of fucked up shit.
Okay, so do you see what I mean? Like, you're willing to completely stop thinking about the Epstein files because they've got you focused on wanting to deport undocumented immigrants.
Well, to be honest, I don't
And
really care about the Epstein files.
They've got your side thinking that, you're fighting against domestic terrorists who are just, using their phones to record you. Oh my God, these domestic terrorists with their phones recording us. Oh my God. How dare
not
they?
worried
These
about those
domestic
files.
terrorists. How could they?
What if I told you that Donald Trump doesn't really give a shit about immigration and it's all about money?
Money for who? Like the American
Ultra
government?
wealthy. Nope. Ultra wealthy.
All right, well, I would tell you, like, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me run through. Parker, can I get like 3 minutes? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Perfect. Did you know slavery is legal in the United States of America?
What'd you say? Slavery is.
Slavery is legal in the United States of America.
Did I know that?
Yep.
No, tell me how.
13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for crime wherefore the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to the jurisdiction. So the private prison system is legalized slavery within the United States. All right. So what's happening is Donald Trump is actually rounding up undocumented immigrants with ICE and pumping them into the private prison system and then selling them to concentration camp. And it's all about money. Have you ever heard of a group called Core Civic?
No.
Okay, so Core Civic is one of the biggest investors in the private prison system within the United States of America. Now, the interesting part about Core Civic, they just had an investors call about a week and a half ago, almost 2 weeks ago, where they said that this is now the golden age for them because of Donald Trump and his deportation practices. Core Civic not only has major stakes in the private prison system within the United States, in which, again, they're rounding up these undocumented immigrants and keeping them there for months at a time, even some people up to 6 months instead of giving them an expedited trial and getting them out of the country. They're keeping them here longer and actually using them for free slave labor. But Core Civic has also secured contracts. And so now they have contracts when it comes to the actual busing, like the vehicles that they're using to go out and pick up undocumented immigrants, and also the planes that they're using for quote unquote deportation. So Core Civic is making money at every step of the process when it comes to this deportation process, right? But now, do you know what gets you like that little checkbox as far as deportation when it comes to deporting immigrants?
What?
Sending them back to their original country or an agreed upon third party. And third country, that only happens when the country doesn't actually accept undocumented immigrants back in. For example, Russia. Russia will not allow their undocumented immigrants back into Russia, so we have to agree on a third party country to send them to. Now, what Donald Trump is actually doing, the reason why he's actually deporting at a lower rate than Obama or Biden is he's not sending them back to their original country or an agreed upon third country. He's actually sending them to places like El Salvador to CCOT. Do you know what CCOT is?
What's CCOT?
CCOT is a terrorist camp. Last year, over 350 people died at CCOT. They're known for physical and mental torture. It's like a whole big thing. Now, Donald Trump is actually sending them to CCOT, and so he doesn't get the credit for deportation because he's not actually doing the things that are needed to meet deportation. But you know what the kick in the teeth is about Donald Trump sending them to CCOT and places like CCOT?
Let's hear it.
Who do you think is one of the biggest investors in CCOT?
Donald Trump?
Core Civic. The same group that invests in the private prison system here within the United States, the same group that has investments in the vehicles and the planes and in places like CCOT. They're making money hand over fist by using ICE to round on undocumented immigrants and selling them into free slave labor. It's all about the money. It's not about deportation, and you've been propagandized into believing that.
You were cooking there. You cooked a little bit there.
I'm just saying you might want to check it out because like they don't really care about that. They just want the money.
Yeah, I mean, that could be something. I think all American politicians though are just all like that. They're all like that. They're all gonna find ways to make money on us, on the American people, or just other people. They're always gonna find ways to make money. So I want to find the best person who's gonna support all of us, and I thought it was Trump.
How so? How is he supporting all of us? Like in what way?
Well, when he was president from 2016 to 2020, it was great. I
So
mean, I
2016,
wasn't
he
that
wasn't
old,
president.
but-
Obama was president. You kind of just justified the point that literally it was good before Trump got in office, and then Trump carried that on, and then literally all you're saying is that that's because of him? That was because of the conditions and the trends that existed from Obama.
Obama was a good president too. I liked Obama. He was okay.
So then what was the relevant difference in terms of policy, for example, between the Obama administration and the Biden administration that means you support one but not the other?
Well, I'm not really too sure about that, but if it's between Trump or Kamala, I was gonna vote Trump all day. all day.
Okay, but like if it was between Trump and Obama, who would you vote for?
Obama couldn't run again, but
Yeah, but if he could. So let's say that they brought back third terms and they could run again. Obama versus Trump, who would you vote for?
I probably wouldn't vote for either of them.
You wouldn't vote? So then
I
why
wouldn't
would
vote
your
for either of
answer
them.
be different? In one scenario you'd vote for Trump over Harris, but in the other scenario you wouldn't vote for you wouldn't vote in the scenario of Trump versus Obama.
Yeah, I wouldn't vote for either of them.
Would you say the same thing for Harris and Trump?
For example, like now that I know,
Wait, would
like,
you say
if-
would
if
you say
Trump-
the same thing for Harris and Trump, so you wouldn't vote for Trump?
if there was a re-election, I wouldn't vote
Yeah.
for Harris or Trump.
Okay. So I technically we got you to a point where you've kind of like said that you wouldn't vote for Trump anymore. But I would say that you should look into all these campaigns. I do think that you agree most with the Democrats based on this conversation, right? It's brutal what the Trump administration is doing.
I just want some, some tax. I want that $25,000 tax credit. How can I get that?
That's for first-time home buyers, homes. That's you could have voted for Kamala Harris.
Also, you just want to keep in mind, and this is something you can take with you, and you can go research this. The question I love is name a bill that it's been passed by the Republican Party that it's overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans within the last 60 years. And spoiler alert, the answer is there's no bill. So when you talk about any type of political party that's going to do anything that's beneficial for everyday Americans, for people like me, you, and Parker, it's never going to be the Republicans.
So, all right, so can we get the next election? Can we get a president that's going to give me money? I need it. I have no money right now.
You're gonna have.
So you
less because of
literally,
Trump.
by the way, you have no money right now. You voted for a guy to increase your taxes. Okay.
Yes.
Trump imposed tariffs, which increase the cost of your consumer products that you rely on, that you need. Kamala Harris would have given you a tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. If you wanted to start a business, a $50,000 tax deductible for the first year of you starting out. If you specifically want to start a family, a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Those are policies to ensure that you have a better amount of money yourself. You literally voted for your taxes to be increased to then give that money to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but we
And
all right. Well, hold on though.
Are you a student?
No,
You don't go to college?
no,
Okay. Are you
I'm
planning
23.
on? Are you planning on going to college or anything?
no.
Okay. Do you have health? Do you have health care?
Yes,
Okay. What about the military? Or have you served in the military?
no.
Okay. All right. The reason why I ask those questions is because Donald Trump has removed protections connected with all three of those different things, right? With education, with healthcare, and with the military that allows like debt collection and predatory lending towards all three of those sectors. So even with your healthcare, Donald Trump removed the protections that allow healthcare companies to report healthcare debt to your credit report, which is negatively going to impact your ability, your purchasing power, and all this other stuff. Again, Donald Trump has just screwed everyone over in multiple ways. So if you don't have money now, you're going to have less money in the next couple of years.
No, I was joking about that. I do have money, but what I was saying, back to Parker's point, we don't know if Kamala was actually going to do that though. We have no idea.
We do know that's what she was advocating for and what she was going to push for, and the idea that she's not going to do it at all is a thing you could have applied to Trump. I don't know why this is only applied to Harris.
Well, I mean, I guess it's a big what if. We don't know. Like, for example, Trump said a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff didn't happen. That could have been the same thing with Kamala Harris. We'd be in the same
Kamala.
position.
Again,
Can you just say
so-
Harris?
Yeah, so
I'm
like
gonna
there
say
are,
Harris.
yeah, so there are plenty of things we could point to. There are plenty of things Trump hasn't done. He didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He didn't build the wall. He didn't make Mexico pay for it, right? He didn't release the Epstein
He
files.
should have.
He didn't release the Epstein files, right? What has he done? Did he reduce grocery prices? No. Did he reduce housing prices? No.
Interest rates are going down. Mortgage rates.
Interest rates aren't going down. Actually, the Federal Reserve just released today they're keeping rates steady.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I checked, they
Also-
were 5.9.
You know what's funny?
That's
Parker,
high, isn't it?
literally, you literally just said that.
but like I got an interest rate of 6.9 on mine. That went down for
That's
me.
high, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
but 5.9 from 6.9 is huge.
It's still high.
Yeah, it's
You
still
understand
high,
that,
but,
like,
like,
also,
it's-
I just want to know, it'd be even lower if Democrats were in office because we wouldn't have put tariffs in place to the degree that Trump did, and it wouldn't have put as much upward pressure on prices, which is limiting us from being able to reduce interest rates. By the way, I have a
what
few
type
people
of
to.
mortgage? Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Park. Sorry.
I was gonna thank a few people real quick. Rebecca, by the way, thank you so much for the $15. By the way, they said that CNN acquired a video of 7 minutes of unseen footage showing prior to the altercation that Alex Preddy and the other women across the street and not at all obstructing the officers. And the officers were the ones that approached them and escalated. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Bruno, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bruno. Thank you. Sam, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, I totally agree with you. They definitely, our reputation is atrocious right now. Jory as well, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Manuel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Brianna, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Crystal with the $2. Thank you. As well as I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to the conversation again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. For the 9.2 thousand people on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. For the 4.2 thousand people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone, at least right now. Carly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said that they would retract ICE if we gave them the voter rolls, which is literally private information. It's absurd. It's literally just trying to use it as blackmail. Glampire, thank you for the $5. Budget Cardboard, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Glampire, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Glampire in the comment section right now. Thank you. They said in an appropriate timeline, Renee Good and Alex Preddy would be interviewed about their experiences. Instead, we are debating the worth of their lives and deaths. Literally, though. Thank you so much, Glampire. Carolyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Chamber, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Carolyn, I think we will do that actually at the end of the stream. I think that's a great idea. Jeannie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christine, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Health, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Akansha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Smile, thank you so much for the $5. Randy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Silver, thank you for the $2. Michael, thank you for the $5. Bobby, thank you for the $2. And Randy again with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so kind of you, Randy, with the nice message. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Randy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Winter as well. Thank you for the $5. Toby with the $2. Timothy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did hear about that. I reported on that earlier. Budget Cardboard, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Quinn with the $10. And Split Dimensions, thank you for the Galaxy. Alrighty, go back into the conversation. Sorry, I apologize.
Hey, Doug, Randy. Hold on. Let me say something. I understand 6.9 is.
Wait, hold on. Just really quick, if you don't mind, Parker. Quick thank yous. Doreen, thank you so much for the 2. I'm glad to hear that you feel seen. Jory, thank you so much for the 15. You're amazing. Jared, thank you for the 1. Mike, thank you for the 2. Katie, thank you so much for the 5. Elizabeth, thank you for the 5. Lindsay, thank you for the 5. Junior, thank you for the 2. And Anthony, fuck you for the 1 cent. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say 6.9. Yeah, it definitely is a little bit high compared to like all mortgage rates across the U.S. But like, it's lower than what it was like 2 years ago. Wasn't it like 10%, 9% mortgage rates? And now they're going down even more to 5.9.
You want to know why? Because inflation was higher. So the reason why interest rates are being brought up is because of the inflation. If Donald Trump puts upward pressure on inflation, that means interest rates are higher now than what they would have been if Democrats were in office and didn't impose that upward pressure on inflation. Does it make sense? Because that's actually limiting our ability to actually impact the job market in a positive way. We've seen unemployment increase since Trump got in office, and we've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. That's partially because of the fact that Trump is imposing tariffs, and it's limiting our ability to decrease interest rates.
I mean, interest just went down though.
No, they didn't. They just stayed stagnant. What are you talking about? I just reported on that. This is literally you can get this report. It just reported on today.
What's the
I
mortgage
literally
rate?
got the email right when you were saying that, Parker, from the New York Times.
What's the mortgage rate? What's the mortgage rate then?
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the specific number. I'd have to check back.
It's like 5.81 right now. I bought my house last year. I got a 6.9.
Do you have an adjustable mortgage rate?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so if you have an adjustable mortgage rate, you said you bought your house last year.
2025. Yeah.
Then your interest rate didn't change.
Yeah, but I know they drop though. Once I refinance, I can get the better rate.
When did
But
you
you
last
haven't
refinance?
refinanced.
I know. I'm waiting for them to go down even more.
Which they didn't. So Trump is
Yes, they
causing that
did.
not to happen.
Yes,
So
they did.
you're not able to
Bro.
refinance because of Trump.
I have a.
He's
6.9.
literally not able to refinance because of
How?
Trump, and he literally
The
still
interest rates
supports
are
him.
5.8,
I
bro.
can't do this,
They're
man. I literally
5.8. They're
can't.
5.8
You
right
can't
now.
make this shit
Look
up,
it up.
dude. Maybe you don't realize this, but literally right now, you genuinely cannot refinance because you voted for Trump and you support Trump. Like, that's actually a crazy thing. You genuinely can't do that. You're paying more money because of Trump being in office and imposing inflationary policy. That's
Well,
hilarious,
you have
dude.
to I have to wait a year to refinance anyway, but I'm going for them to go down. I have a 6.9 on my interest rate.
But you were just saying that you're paying lower. Now you're not. You're literally you're living off a hope and a dream, and even that hope and a dream is very deflated and suppressed because of Trump. Like literally, Trump has made your life worse economically speaking.
A 1 point interest rate
Santana,
is
do you have your
huge.
second account? I just
On
gave
a
you a
30-year
flag for
mortgage.
some
Yeah, I'll
reason.
switch.
Yeah, I don't know what it was for harassment and bullying. Oh, that's embarrassing. What TikTok? What are you talking about? And we got a restriction on the live for 10 minutes. That's brutal. Randy, by the way, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. He said, you give me hope for my children and grandchildren. Thank you so much. Because of W's for Randy in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Seriously, W's for Randy. That's incredibly kind. But again, in the context of refinance, you're limited from refinancing right now because of the fact that Donald Trump is in office and imposing inflationary policy, which is causing you to have a reduction in the amount that you can specifically, or a reduction in your ability to be able to refinance. So understand.
How can I not refinance? What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying you were saying you weren't going to refinance yet because you want it to go down more. The interest rates have not decreased. Literally, it just got reported on today that they're not decreasing. They're staying stagnant because there's an upward pressure on inflation.
Yeah, as of right now, but in the summer they can go down.
We'll see.
I mean,
maybe it will. Maybe it will. But like, you wouldn't have
down
had
this year.
you would not have had to wait that long if it was the case that Democrats were in office, because they would have decreased the interest rates more because there would have been less inflationary pressure.
Okay, yeah, but even if it stayed at 5.81, whatever it's at right now, a 1 point is huge on interest on a 30-year mortgage.
Okay, I understand, but what you're not understanding is that it would be even more than that if you literally just supported Democrats, unironically, because of the fact that they have less inflationary pressure.
But we don't know that though. Like, I'm pretty sure in 2024
We do know
the
that.
mortgage rates.
No, wait. By the way, I do know that. Want to know why I do know that? Because the
How do you
reason
know
why we have interest rates higher, or we're not going to decrease interest rates, is because of inflation being upward, right? There's being upward pressure on inflation, right? If there's an upward pressure on inflation, well, be above our 2% threshold that we want, right? Then we're going to have higher interest rates to try to get that number to come down. Until that number comes down, then we can decrease interest rates. But the reality of the matter is that if we have inflationary policy, it limits our ability to decrease interest rates because it would cause even more inflation if we did so. So what you're not understanding is that the Trump administration is actively causing it to be even harder for you to be able to get a lower interest rate because of their inflationary tariff policy. I don't know how many more times I could say it.
I'm pretty sure in 2024 the interest rates on mortgages were like in the 9s or 8s.
And you said in the
I'm almost
80s,
certain they
or
were.
you said when?
In 2024.
Oh, okay. I don't think it was 9% in 2024, but
I'm pretty sure it was.
Listen, it was for prior, like at the highest years. I think it was in 2023, and whatnot.
Yeah, highest years 2023.
Listen,
that's when Biden was in office, right?
Yeah, I'm not disputing you there, but that was because of global inflation.
I mean, yeah, you could blame it on one thing, but I mean, you got to look at like the internal cause here.
I'm telling you.
You can't just-
So what did Biden do to cause that? Because this is the Federal Reserve responding to the set of circumstances that exist in the economy. And I'm saying that, actively speaking, Biden did nothing to make it worse in that circumstance to a greater extent comparative to Trump. But Trump has actively done worse to a greater extent comparative to what we would see if Democrats were in office.
I don't understand how that's true, because we have proof that interest rates were high in the high 8s or 9s when Biden was in office.
What did Biden do to cause that?
What did Trump do to cause the interest to go lower?
Tariffs. Or interest rates to be higher? Tariffs.
He did good. He did good with the tariffs because they went lower.
You were being dishonest. I did not think that you were gonna say that. I thought you were. I said it halfway through you were saying that. I thought you were gonna say higher.
I know, I'm messing. But no, they went down though. So I see it as a good thing.
You're seriously gonna. How many more times do I have to explain it? Is it like do you not understand what I'm saying to you?
I understand you're saying that it's not going down faster. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say
it would have gone down more if Democrats were in office. So
office.
why wouldn't you want them to be even lower?
I would want them to be lower.
Okay.
I never said I disagree with your point.
If you'd want them to be even lower, then why wouldn't you want Democrats in office, given that Trump is putting more inflationary pressure, which is causing upward pressure on interest rates?
Because I don't know if that was going to happen or not.
You fucking do. You know that inflation's going to happen from tariffs. We know how tariffs operate. If you have a brain cell, or if you've literally engaged with the economic consensus amongst economists, or looked at studies, right, they indicate that tariffs increase prices. Okay, if you understand how a tariff operates, you know that it has to increase prices.
Yeah, but the tariffs will help bounce back eventually because it was.
They're going to increase domestic manufacturing. We've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing each quarter of Trump's administration.
Yeah, it's not going to happen instantly. It's going to take time.
A whole year, and there hasn't been an increase in investment.
It's going to take time.
Nothing
happens in a year.
Investment. You want to know why there's been a decrease in investment? Because of the fact that there's an increased cost of manufacturing products in the United States, because they rely on products from other countries around the world as an aspect of the manufacturing process.
Yeah, but he also made deals with other countries to get the tariffs lowered. Which also helps.
Which countries?
The opposing tariffs.
Which countries?
Mexico.
Mexico? So Mexico has lower tariffs now than what they had prior.
No, on us. Their tariffs on us.
Yes.
So they have a lower
and by the way,
tariff
we
on
kept
us.
even. And but by the way, if we kept tariffs on them, that means we're paying more. 96% of the tariffs that we place are paid by U.S. paid by the U.S.
And China too. China got their whole tariff deal renegotiated.
You didn't listen to any of my points, did you? Tariffs are on average higher now than what they were when Trump was in office, or when Biden was in office.
Tariff on the country, right? Not on us.
Average tariffs overall.
Okay. But what about the tariffs on America?
They got rid of it for Europe. Went away when Trump was threatening them.
What about tariffs on America?
What do you mean? Like the tariffs from other countries put on America? Like on average?
Yeah.
Retaliatory tariffs?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the on average is for the other countries. Would you
it's lower.
Would you like to provide the on average for other countries?
No, but I guarantee it's lower.
You guarantee it, but
How
you have
do
no
you guarantee
evidence?
if you don't know it?
You have literally no evidence. You don't have any source. It's just a trust me, bro, and it's a guaranteed trust me, bro.
It's a fucking trust me, bro.
Mental Marie, think of the $5. Thank you. Yes, I did hear that.
It's a trust me,
I
bro.
reported on it as well. You have no argument. You have no evidence, and you just admitted it.
I guarantee it is though. If you look, did you look it up and see?
But you can't guarantee something if you don't have
Yeah.
any actual evidence, and you telling us to go chase down something because you think it's true doesn't like give us a reason to actually go chase it down. That's
you got a
absolutely
point.
trust me, bro.
It is a trust me, bro. I was reaching with that one.
You think?
But you can't deny though that the mortgage interest rates went down. You can't deny that, and that's important. That's huge for a lot of people.
Dude, how many more times are you going to repeat that? Are you just rage baiting at this point? Like, you're repeating the same thing over and over again.
Well, are you not saying that's a
How
good
many
thing?
times
You're
do I
saying
need
it's a
to
bad
respond to the same point? Like, genuinely. Do you have the ability to say anything else?
thing? Well, do you acknowledge that it's a good thing that mortgage interest rates went down?
Yeah, of course. They would have gone down more if Democrats were in office.
Okay, but it's good that they
How
went
many
down,
more times
right?
do I need to say this to this guy, dude? Like, genuinely, like, this is crazy.
You're just a cupcake.
Okay, you're trolling. Get off my stream. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Eliza, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said it's refreshing to see the younger generation thinking the way you do. It gives me hope. Please continue doing what you do best. I'm learning a lot as well. Thank you so much, Eliza. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Eliza in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so kind. Let's go on the next individual here quick, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Straight it to 2,000 likes here on YouTube. Actually, I think we're pretty close to that on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everybody. We're just about there. We're just about there. Dean hit 5 million yesterday, chat. We should try to do more than that. We should try to do more than that. We should try to outclass Dean. He hit 5 million. Let's do more.
Oh.
We can do it. We have less people, but we have more. We have more heart. Okay, I tell you that. Yo, what's up,
my
Haldy?
bad. I was trying to join to help with the Nolan conversation.
You're
Appreciate
good. You're
you, though,
good.
man.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh crap, my bad. Parker joined.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Did he say Parker joined?
Oh, I think he meant to say like Parker get a job or something.
He panicked.
Yeah, that would be me. Don't worry. Loco, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though.
How y'all doing?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Parker. I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Leaning more towards them currently.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. I mean, if Kamala was gonna go off of the national security strategy and national defense strategy per the last administration, that probably would have been a better turnover. Probably Kamala, but you know, we can't go.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen if you want to support me. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. And if you want to support Santana, make sure to do so while he's on the live. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Do give it a quick second. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, they were playing a song. Let's go to the next individual. That was going to completely demonetize us. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. And it was also a fetus. They were spamming in the comment section saying I was scared and running away, and then it was a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
I did until about a week ago.
Okay, so you don't anymore. Good to hear. Good to hear. Based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. I apologize, everyone. It takes a second sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit a blinker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I just saw someone in chat says, Parker, do you watch anime? He doesn't, but I do. Chat, I just started watching this new anime, Hell's Paradise. Or it's not new, but it's new for me. Hell's Paradise. Fucking dope.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? They have a huge echo. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And I've seen Death Note. That's about it.
Death Note is goated.
I thought it was really good. I really liked it. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigga.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
07.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
What's your definition of support?
Like, if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
I'm Canadian, brother.
Okay, I don't know why you send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Watch this, watch this. Why are you so obsessed
why do you
with
have this
me? You're
ableist up here?
always in my box. I do that every time I see him. Literally every day. I've done that twice today. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, wir lieben dich, Digga. Fick Trump, Bro, seinen Arsch.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second. I apologize, everyone. It's taken a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Yeah, how old are you?
Hi. 46.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What state do you live in?
I have a house in the Palms, Florida.
And so then you vote in the U.S. elections?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Can you name 2 states that border Florida?
2 states? No. Why would I? I don't care. I live
So
in a house on the beach.
you don't
Palms.
care?
No, I really don't. Sorry, I don't.
I actually kind of believe her. Not gonna lie, Parker. I actually kind of believe her.
Yeah, I'm not.
That actually sounds on par.
Alrighty. Well, give
Who's
us
your
a second. Isaac, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, who's your governor?
I haven't got a clue. I really don't care. I sit there in my house in the Palms by the beach, do my thing. I'm cool with that. I don't need to know who my governor is. I don't really care. I'm being honest. I'm not trying to be arrogant.
I believe her, but I don't think it'll be fruitful if you don't even know who your governor is.
I really don't know who my governor is. I'm not.
I believe you. I just don't think it'll be.
Why do you support Trump then?
Oh God, I can give you so many reasons. Okay, why do I support Trump? Well, he puts the American economy first.
How so?
Well, because if you think about it, yeah, right. He always puts the American economy first and the American worker first. Yeah.
How so?
So basically, if we think about Trump's plan, yeah, to preserve American jobs, yeah, and to tackle inflation, yeah, and for a more affordable reality, yeah.
We've had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, and we've seen upward pressure on inflation compared to what would have existed under Democrats because of the fact that Donald Trump imposed tariffs.
Are you looking at statistics, yeah?
Yes.
No.
But hold on a minute. Right, you're not and he is. So you're looking at statistics, yeah? Can you show me evidence that those statistics are correct?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, they're from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Oh, so what? Are you a sheep?
Oh, okay. So I'm a sheep because I believe the information from the Trump administration Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So you think that because they tell you something that's gospel, yeah? Is that what you think?
No, it's the best data economically speaking for right now.
Right,
Yes.
So you look at statistics that the government, different in your country.
Yeah, for the economy. Yeah.
So you do. So you just go along.
How do you know how the economy is doing?
Well, there's many different ways to look how our economy is doing, isn't there? If you think
How so?
logically about it. Well, because you don't just look at what the statistics say. So
What do you look at?
Doing, well, I look at lots of things. So, for example, I would look at how many people, yeah, are in America, right? Yeah.
How many people? What?
No.
Well, I'm telling you. So I'd look at how many individuals live in America, yeah?
No.
Hold on, I'm going to get to it, yeah? So I believe we've got about 348 million. Yeah?
Okay.
Roundabout. Okay? So what I do is they put the statistics out, yeah? So
No.
I kind of look at it and go, right, hold on a minute. So we've got these many people now. Some of those people are children, some of those people are teenagers, some people are elderly, yeah?
No.
So, well, that is correct. Well, what you're telling me, all those people are workers? They're not, are they?
God.
No, oh God, you, because you're a sheep. I'm not. Just because they put statistics out
Where do
doesn't
you
mean I
get the
believe.
information? You get it from a statistic. What you just mentioned was a statistic
No,
that
you
a company
don't know.
would develop.
You don't know. There's much more analysation than that.
You said how
think
many
because they
workers
put-
are working for a certain company is a statistic from a certain company.
Right, okay. So
What is
you
a statistic?
think
Can you
in the
can you tell me what a
company-
statistic is?
Okay. Yeah, I know what a statistic is.
Go ahead, tell me.
Don't ask me a stupid question.
Then tell me.
Right, you want me to tell you what a statistic is?
Yes.
Really? You want to go to that lower question?
Do you have an answer?
Yeah, I do, literally. It's a calculated value as a mean, a median, whatever you want to call it. Yeah? So
A
you wanna go
calculated
there.
value. So could you calculate based upon your definition here?
It's
Could you
from
calculate a
data.
value based on how many
You
people
base
are
your
working at a certain
statistics-
company?
Okay, so you base your statistics on the data.
Yes,
That's
of
wild.
course.
That's wild.
We base it on magic.
Well, I base it. You base your statistics on the data.
You base your
Of course.
statistics on the
Of
data.
course we fucking do.
Government-
Yeah.
the government
Yeah.
is corrupt. What corrupt?
How is the data corrupt?
So corruption. You believe in
So
corruption.
that you
and
think the Trump
think you get
administration
real
Bureau of
right.
Labor Statistics is corrupt? Is that what you just said?
Really? What is it? Of course.
Are you
They're
saying the
all
Trump
corrupt.
administration
All
Bureau of Labor
governments are
Statistics is corrupt?
Listen, do you not think that it's all corrupt? Do you actually believe what you're told? Really?
Oh wait, so I shouldn't believe you when you say that you're from America, right? I shouldn't believe that you have that house, right? I shouldn't believe you, right?
Question it. Why wouldn't you question it?
Why wouldn't I question it? Okay, I should question it, right? Should I kick you for
Of
it?
course you do. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I? I
Why
probably
wouldn't you
would be
question it? Why
justified
wouldn't you
in doing that at
analytically
this
think
point.
about it? Right. So what I'm saying is, just because you have people that state statistics doesn't mean it's correct.
Yes, but these are the best sets of economic data. This is what you learn in school, where to find the information from. And by the way, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct, but it's the best information we have. So it indicates that it's the best information. It's most likely to be correct.
Really? Why?
Yes.
You want to believe what they want you to believe, yeah?
No, I believe what economists, which are experts in the matter, who have gathered data, right, I believe that's the best reference that we can make.
Really? Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're the most informed and the best educated to make a determination on the matter, and they have access to the most information.
What's your proof they're well informed? What's your proof? Show me.
They have literally PhDs in economics.
No, I want you to prove that the statistics are factually correct. I want you to prove it. Come on.
Okay. Okay. So when you say prove they're factually correct, you mean indicate towards the idea that it's true that, or that this is the case, which I did. Right. Again, I showed you that they have the best information. They have they have the most educated individuals to make these determinations,
Listen,
right, on the matter
everyone knows
specifically.
that economics. Everyone knows that economics is social science. It is not
And math.
hard. Everyone knows that. It's
Yeah,
social
but like,
science.
but it is a hard science to get the data.
But they're not factually correct.
But this is still these are still observations. These are
No, because they're not
observations. It is
factually
factually
correct.
correct because these are observations of
knows
certain facts.
Do you know how forecasting and projections work?
But yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so you understand when you take a subset of data, we're able to not only analyze data, but broadcast data out based off of forecasting. We can look at trend lines and we can look at projections and we can have an understanding comparing historical data versus current data. You understand that?
No, because you can't. No. You can't challenge me on this. Social
Who can?
science.
Who
are
can't
based
challenge
on
you?
models and their probabilities.
Is history a social
Probabilities
science?
Are not facts.
I have a question. Is history a social science?
History. Well, history. Do you even know that's true?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. Do you think the Holocaust actually happened?
Well, I'd like to think. Yeah.
Is it
that
Did
these
it
poor
factually
people that
occur?
suffered-
Did it factually occur?
I'd like to think the poor people that suffered, but you're talking about one.
Did it factually occur? Yes or no?
No, No. You're not going to be able to do
Did
that.
the Holocaust
Because you're
factually
talking
occur?
about
Yes or no?
You're talking about one thing.
Does she not know how to respond to this? Is it Answer the question. Did it factually occur?
Why don't you answer it? Because you say everything's factual.
Yes,
so
it
why
did
don't you
factually occur. Can you
answer
answer
that
the question now?
No. But what are your facts? Like, give it to me so I can hear.
You need the facts that justify the Holocaust occurred.
Well, no. It's basically an interpretation based on evidence.
There are literally photos of mass graves. Yeah, are you really saying the Holocaust is up to interpretation? That's like absurd. Seriously, stop right now. Essentially, your argument is that you can't come to a determination on history at all because it's a social science, and social science can't determine facts under your perspective. So because social sciences, under your view, cannot determine facts, history can't determine facts. You have to dispute all facts within history. Do you think dinosaurs existed?
Right, we do know that history is not 100% accurate.
Answer
We
the
know
question.
that.
Okay, wait. Do you think dinosaurs
We
existed?
know that history is not 100%
Answer
accurate.
Do you
the
think
dinosaur
do you think
question.
dinosaurs existed?
Do you?
Yes.
Stop flipping it back and answer the question, lady.
No, I think he should answer it because he's the one on it.
He's the host.
Okay.
Answer the
I'm sorry.
question.
You have 10 seconds to answer the question. If you don't, I will kick you and go on to the next person.
Is that supposed to scare me?
No, but it's supposed to tell you what's going to happen.
Exactly. Come on, just answer the question because I got like two questions for you.
All right, okay. So we do have evidence, yeah? Fossils, atomy, birds. Like, we get that. I get it. It doesn't mean it's true, does it? Were you
there you
there?
go. Okay, so
Did you see it?
were you born?
No, you didn't.
Were you born?
Well, obviously, because I'm here.
Okay, wait, so are you saying that you have evidence, logically speaking, that this is true?
What
Like
evidence
deductively?
that what? It's true.
Like, are you saying you have deductive evidence based upon other data points that, like, historically speaking, right, people, right, exist based upon birth, right? So you're making an extrapolation of certain data points that people do give birth, and that's what leads to people existing. And you had a childhood in order to make a determination that you were given birth to, right? So if you can make a determination that was factual, that factually occurred, well, then you obviously utilize this same sort of mechanism because it is logically possible that you spawned into existence, right?
I cannot prove that because I don't know. My parents could adopt me for all I know. I can't prove that. So again,
I'm not. Wait, no, but were you birthed at some point? Whether your parents are adopted or not, you were birthed, correct?
Obviously. But what's that got to do with your statistics that you keep believing?
But like what you're saying is that you can't believe it. There's not evidence or proof. If there's not 100% justification, well then based upon that evidence, you don't have 100% justification to believe that you were birthed?
Well, how could I? I don't know. I could have been adopted. I've just told you.
I could have been adopted, which means that I wasn't birthed. I'm sorry. I had to kick them. There's no way they're serious, Antenna. They said they genuinely. They probably
She
were.
was a flat earther. And
They
and
probably
also
were.
wanted to say, can you call the chimney sweeper? I wanted to hear her say that.
I genuinely don't know how you can answer that. Like, oh, and apparently her bio said that she advocates for domestic violence, but she was defending Trump. That's crazy.
What?
Yeah, Mania, thank you so much for the $1. Emily, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't really know for like what are good Democratic groups for high schoolers. I bet people would know in the comment section. But I mean, like, there are always things you can find to do specifically with people in your area, and there are always clubs that you can also create. I knew that you could create clubs, at least like when I went to high school. Like that was something that people would do, and that's always something that you could start as well and get people involved that way. That's also a great thing you can do if there isn't one that already exists. But likely there's already ones that exist, like certain like democratic sort of clubs that exist to get involved. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Or even just community outreach. It doesn't just have to be democratic stuff. It could be community outreach. It can be like helping people who are in need. Anything like that is something that helps. It's not just engaging with politics only that helps. It's also other things. I think that that's an important thing to acknowledge. Jessica, again, thank you for the $5 for I'm adopted, and also I was definitely birthed. Yeah, she's literally saying that instead of being birthed, they were just adopted. What? As well as Joanna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the The $50. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, as usual, for all you do trying to help these people. Thank you so much. Put some W's in the comment section right now. Seriously, for Joanna in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's go in the next person real quick. Thank you so much, Joanna. W's for them in the comment section.
Also, really quick, Misty, thank you so much for the 5. You're awesome. Lindsay, thank you so much for the 5. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear they're doing that in Arizona. Jonathan, thank you so much for the 10. I'm happy to hear that you have officially joined the right side of history. Junior, thank you so much for the 3. Yeah. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the 2. Junior, thank you for the 1. Ashley, thank you so much for the 10. Yes, fell out of coconut tree. And Joanna, fucking hell, thank you so much for the $50. You're absolutely amazing. I'm glad that you guys picked up that I was saying no every time she said yeah.
Yeah, I picked up. I picked up on that. Santana. No, he's not. I was just gonna say, why are you so obsessed with me? Again, literally. And by the way, they try to do that because he's trying to say that so he can stay on the live. That's all he was trying to do.
Yeah, he was looking
Ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you
I
support
was
Trump?
Kicked earlier.
And do you support Trump?
Of course.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I think what ICE is doing is very important. I am prepared to defend both the killing of Renee Good and of the ICU worker. I disagree with the other guests. They're wrong to say that that was unjustified. It was completely justified under the circumstances.
By the way, you are on a second account, right?
You told me to come back on because I said the M word, and so you told me to come back on.
You said the N word?
No.
M drug,
like,
M drug. Yeah.
M drug, right.
Yeah. I wouldn't tell him to come on if that was.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like that's
didn't-
crazy.
I
Yeah.
didn't say- no.
So
Only
yeah.
Dean says it.
No. Okay. I'm about to kick you just for doing that, bro. Like, dude, that's ridiculous, bro. Would you like to actually give us an argument or give us a reason why you
Yes, I
support
would.
Trump, or go back to the point? Because
Yes, I
like
would.
they were
I'd like
making
to
originally?
discuss Renee Good. Do you want me to make an argument for Renee Good?
Yeah, go ahead.
For why it was justified?
Yeah.
Okay. A car
You won't be able to do it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. 3,000, 4,000 pound car against a police officer or an ICE officer, that was justified. The bullet went through the windshield. That means he was standing in front of it. That's geometry. Okay, so that's justified, and a reasonable jury would be compelled to acquit.
Let me clarify.
In the case,
Which shot killed her?
they were shot within milliseconds of each other, so that's extraneous peripheral
Which
detail.
not true. Which shot killed her?
I know which shot killed
The
her. It was
third shot, right?
Yes.
Was the
you've
third
said it
shot
also.
in front of the vehicle? Was there a bullet hole? No,
doesn't
there's
matter.
one bullet hole, the first shot. So if you say the first shot was justified, that still wouldn't have led to her death, right? And the second and third shot wouldn't be justified. Thirdly, right, secondly, we can also point to the fact that in terms of the first shot, just it being on that side of the vehicle doesn't necessarily mean that he was actively in front of the vehicle. It could just mean he was on the side and that he actively went closer to the vehicle to try and get that shot.
So you don't believe,
Which is what
that
we
he-
see in the video.
And we see in the video. So in the video, it's pretty clear that she's attempting to ram and run over. an
No,
ICE
it's
officer.
not.
Do you deny?
No,
do
it's
you
not.
deny
She's
your
turning
eyes?
right. If you look at the cell phone footage specifically from the ICE agent, you can literally see that she was turning to the right. She backed up and then tried to turn to the right. Can you at least acknowledge in hindsight that she was not trying to hit him?
No, because that's
Then you're stupid. Then you're
no,
genuinely stupid. If you can't look at that video and realize that she wasn't trying to hit him, in
me ask
hindsight
you
at
something.
least, then you're
Let me
stupid
ask you
or
something.
dishonest. It's one of the two.
Santana asked a guest earlier if they believed in the Constitution. So now, why don't I ask both of you? Because there's something called a right to a jury trial. None of these ICE officers have had that opportunity. You've already
Do you
convicted
accept the
them.
jury determinations? So if a jury
Yes,
determines
I
something,
do.
do you accept it to be true?
Yes.
So then
I
you
do.
accept
I
that Donald
accept-
Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, right?
No, because that was not a
Oh,
criminal
so you
court.
don't accept what juries say.
You don't understand the legal process. In civil court, juries are not unanimous. In
It
criminal
was.
courts,
It
they
was.
have
It
to
was a
be
unanimous decision, though.
No, it was not. No,
Yes, it was. You
not.
want to bet?
I do not gamble, no, but it was
Because
not
I'm right.
unanimous.
Because I'm right. It was a unanimous decision. Do you want to bet? Bet me on that one. You're fucking
There is
wrong.
no state in the country where that
It
requires
was
civil
wait,
courts
I'm
to.
not saying it was mandated to be unanimous, but it happened to be unanimous. But that's just evidence of the fact that it was very good likelihood that it was
And
the
the jury
unanimous
also
because
found.
there was no pressure for it to be unanimous, yet it still happened to be.
My position is also that juries are not infallible. I'm sure you would agree with that, right?
Of course, but what you have to acknowledge here is that you do think that you accept juries in typical unless you have good reason to indicate otherwise. You have no good reason to indicate otherwise in this scenario, so you therefore
I
indicate
surely
that.
do.
But let me
I surely
bring
do.
Santana into this. Go for it, Santana.
JR, are you familiar with Title I of the U.S. Department of Justice Organization and Functions 1-16.000 Department of Justice Policy on Use of Force?
So you're asking me about the internal regulations, administrative regulations of the Department of Justice, and you just cited some complex string of numbers. I can't say that I have that
Okay,
memorized.
perfect.
So
No
you
worries. These are
go
the
ahead.
actual guidelines and requirements when use of force, when it comes to a vehicle, shooting into a vehicle is acceptable. Number one, imminent threat. Deadly force is allowed only when necessary to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury to an officer or other. Number two, restriction on moving vehicles. Officers are instructed not to shoot into a moving vehicle unless it's being operated in a manner that poses a lethal threat and no other reasonable means of defense, such as moving out of the path, are available. Number three, self-defense, no alternatives. The use of force must be based on a reasonable belief of danger and cannot be solely to disable a fleeing vehicle or to stop a suspect from escaping. Number four, total of circumstances. Decisions are evaluated based off of the totality of circumstances, including the severity of the crime, whether the subject is actively resisting, and the immediate threat to safety. And last but not least, prohibited actions. Shooting into a moving vehicle to stop a fleeing suspect is strictly prohibited. So, with that being said, question for you. Was there any other options when it came to the vehicle coming at the officer with Renee Good? Could he move out of the way?
That's for a jury to decide. I don't think he
Yes or
could
no?
have. No.
Yes, he
No.
literally could have because he was
But
able
I.
to. He
But
was able to side. He was able to
may
side
I?
shuffle. So that's not true.
Okay.
JR, if
I
you were on
may,
the jury, what would you say?
I would want all of the facts. See, a jury trial is a full-fledged thing. It's not of watching a video. I
With
would
the
want to hear
information
from
that you just saw, would you be, if you were to told as a jury member, you're supposed to make a determination and that's all you're going to see, what would you say?
That's what I was about to say. What he just read is not what courts are governed by. Those are the internal administrative regulations of the Department of Justice. Do you think that's what?
These are the guidelines that are prohibited for use of force, and the officer did not adhere to the guidelines because he had other options, which of course was moving out of the way. The actual means or the reason for him to actually shoot into the
Right.
vehicle was because she was quote unquote fleeing, right? Not because she had
And
committed a
if that's
crime.
the case,
And that's another thing that he could not do. And then
If there-
also, as far as prohibited, as far as shooting into the vehicle, the sole reason for him shooting in the vehicle was to stop the vehicle from moving, and he can't do that unless they're using a gun while shooting at them as well. So again, there's three different parts of the Department of Justice that's
Santana,
regulating with all law
let me
enforcement
ask
across
you
the
a
board.
question.
Three different regulations
Let
that
me
regulate.
ask you a question.
Three different regulations across the board that
I
regulates all
understand.
law. Let me finish my sentence. Three different regulations across the board that regulate all
Okay.
law enforcement entities within the federal government. And he violated three of those things.
Okay. So then that means he should be removed from his post. That does not mean, do you believe that courts or juries are governed by state laws or by administrative regulations of the Department of Justice? Santana. Because you just read us this internal policy.
The reason for reading one, I'll answer your question directly. It's legislated by state and federal
Thank you.
courts. But the point being, the reason why I read this is not to justify whether or not this is something that is or is not held up within federal courts. It's to simply point out the fact that even by the standards of the department, that he did something illegal, something that is not acceptable within the Department of Justice and something that is taught on a federal level to all federal law enforcement agencies. That's the point.
But you're also taking for granted that all of these regulations are proper. I'm sure they're not. There are some laws you disagree with as immoral.
Take it up with the federal government. I have nothing to do with that.
Right,
There's a
but-
lot of
but-
laws
but-
I disagree with, but that's personal. Take it up with the federal government.
I'm not going to take it up with the federal government. I'm going to take it up with this debate and say that very clearly, when a car is coming at you, you have milliseconds to decide. And the officer probably would have been killed had he not done what he did.
What?
He would have been hit
Are
by
you
a car.
fucking kidding me? You're
What do you-
trolling,
okay.
right? You do
No.
not believe that.
Have
He's
you-
just disingenuous as
You do
fuck.
not believe that. You're kidding.
She's in a 4,000-pound car. What do you think is going to happen?
It wasn't directly going towards him. You understand that she was turning to the right.
That's contested. That is contested.
It is not contested. If you look at the cell phone video, right, from the officer, you can see that she was turning right. Did you watch that video?
Yes, I did. But
So then you
Parker,
saw that
can't
she
put
was
on an
turning right.
entire- You, are
You saw that
trying
she
to
was
put on
turning
an
right. Do you
entire-
agree that she was turning right in that video?
I agree that she, yeah, but that doesn't mean that he
So
would not have
stop.
been
Pause. She was turning right. Was she turning at the officer?
He was in the trajectory. You can't turn on a 90-degree dime, right? You agree you can't
Can
turn
you
90
pause?
degrees.
Can you pause? Was she turning at the officer?
She was turning away from him, but it was too close. The car was too close by then.
Okay. So to clarify, she was turning away from him. That's what you just said.
Yes, but the car would still have hit him. He was still in the trajectory.
Wait. If he tried to jump out of the way even more, would he have gotten hit?
I have no idea. That's a hypothetical that we'll never know the answer to. But
Do you think in that
that's-
circumstance that you would physically be able to jump out of the way?
I don't know, but you know what that's called? That's
Oh, let
called
me tell
doubt.
you, I'm one of the most sedentary
It's called
motherfuckers that
doubt.
exists on the planet, and I would be able to jump out of the way. I
Also,
barely
I just-
exercise, and I'd be able to jump out of the way. You're
There's
telling me
certainly
an agent
sufficient
shouldn't
doubt.
be able to jump out of the way in that scenario? Like, let's just be totally fucking honest. In that scenario, you should be able to. He
Parker.
decided to reach for his gun before
Parker.
deciding to jump out of the way to a greater extent. He planted his feet and reached
What
for his
is
gun
the
before she even
standard
started
in-
moving
Parker.
forward.
Parker, what is the standard in criminal court? Beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's any doubt as
Wait,
to whether
hold
he
on,
could,
hold
he's
on.
entitled to an acquittal.
There's something that you're just being willfully obtuse about. You said that if he wouldn't have actually did what he did, he would have been killed by the car. That's what you said, right?
He was in the trajectory of
So
the car even
dishonest.
as it was turning.
No,
Sure,
he
but you
wasn't.
you said that he would have been killed by the car, right?
Maybe maimed. I mean, it does,
Also, now it's maim. Earlier you said kill, so now you're reducing it from kill to maim.
Dude,
Well,
this
I'm
is
not
like
God.
someone
How would I have
flopping.
any
This is like
idea?
someone
You get
flopping
hit
in
by a
basketball
car.
and then
This
being
is the
like,
dumbest-
being
this
like,
is the dumbest
dude,
line
I
of inquiry
swear
I've
it's a
ever heard.
foul.
No,
I swear it's a
it's
This is the
foul.
dumbest.
because
This is the
It-
dumbest
it's
line of
not
inquiry I've
because
ever heard.
you
You're
originally
asking me-
said no. You originally said that he would have been killed if he wouldn't have done what he did. And the simple fact of the matter is, due to studies that have been completed by the United States Department of Transportation and also by AAA, the speed that is typical for over 90% of fatal deaths has to be above 30 miles per hour. She would have had to been going above 30 miles an hour to be able to, in typical, take his life with that vehicle.
No, that's if it's a head-on collision. But what if he gets underneath the vehicle and it continues driving over him? That crushes him.
Now
So
you're
you have
switching to like a
understand-
maim. You said maim. Now you're switching to maim because she was turning
I'm
her
not
wheels
switching
to
to
go
maim.
to the
I'm not
side. So
switching to
even
maim.
if
I'm
she would have ran
explaining
him
how he
over and
could be
kept
killed.
going, that's
I'm
not
responding
killing
to what
him.
you said.
You're literally changing your argument because you're
Can I
disingenuous.
Can I respond to what you
Sure,
said?
go ahead and be more disingenuous.
Thank you.
You're
You
welcome.
said normally it has to be 30 miles an hour to be killed. That
Or over.
doesn't consider the fact that what if the officer gets pulled under the car? Now he's crushed. You're not going to say that a 4,000-pound car wouldn't crush somebody and kill them. Is that your argument that that wouldn't have
Have
killed him?
people been ran over and survived being ran over by a car?
Yeah, people, all kinds of things have happened that are unlikely. I'm not sure what your point is.
Okay, well, you know what? Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I'll look it up. Don't worry about it. Hold on to that point. Go ahead, Parker. Sorry.
Yeah. So, JR, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you
Do you
may.
think Alex Preddy was murdered?
No, he was not murdered. He
Oh.
was killed lawfully. It was tragic, but he was lawfully killed.
So, what threat did he pose to anyone in that circumstance? Because he was disarmed, he was pepper sprayed, multiple agents were on top of him.
So if you run back a replay and you slow it down, it may look like it's clear he was disarmed. He had a firearm on him. Now, by the time it's
Did
true,
he
he had been
brandish the
disarmed.
firearm?
By the time that he was killed, he was not. The
Did
firearm
he
was
ever
not on him.
brandish said firearm?
Yes, he did because it was on his
No,
body.
he didn't.
It was
Wait.
o-
What
it was-
is
it was
what does
physically-
brandish mean? Brandish does not mean conceal carry.
If you're
brandish
asking,
means
did he wave it around? No. Okay,
did he
I'll give
did
you
he
that.
take it
didn't-
out of his did he take it out of his conceal carry?
Perhaps not. And
Was he legally
why would it-
concealing carry in Minnesota?
Why would you do that?
Yes. So, by the way, that's no reason for an officer to shoot you or for them to think that you're a risk to them. Secondly, also, literally, they
Whoa,
had
whoa, whoa,
disarmed
no.
him. They had disarmed
No,
him prior
that's
to the
not true.
shots.
That's not true. Do you know how many people have been killed, sadly, but legally by police because the police thought they were reaching for a firearm? That happens all the time, and it's
Do
tragic.
you
but it's-
understand that there was no reach for a firearm here?
There was not one. The officers obviously thought there was one. That's why they fired. Do you think they
Wait.
just
So
fired?
you agree there was not one? Would a reasonable officer think that they'd reached?
Again, yes, I think so, and I think
You think
jury
a
can be
reasonable
persuaded.
officer would think that they reached? What indicated that in the video?
It's hard to tell really what goes on in the video, but I do know that police
Not
don't
really.
just randomly
There's a lot of
tackle
different
someone.
angles.
Is it the typical practice of law enforcement to just tackle somebody? Just somebody, an innocent bystander standing and doing nothing? Is that typical?
Is that typical for law enforcement to do?
Because that's what you're suggesting happened. So
In this
yeah, I just wanted
context,
to know if you
seemingly.
think that that's typical.
In this context,
Really?
seemingly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that were the case, then everybody that was there.
Wait,
that was in the area
I mean,
would-
they literally pepper sprayed 2 women as well. You know that, right? What was their justification for that? What threat did they pose? Why were they getting pepper sprayed?
No, you're right, Parker. I'm sure they were just standing there minding their own business, and these people,
Actually, yeah, there was 7 prior minutes from CNN
Yeah.
that was shown. And did you know the agents went up to them? Did you know that?
But not just to pepper spray them. There was a conversation first.
Oh, okay. And what about the conversation led to them being pepper sprayed?
That we don't know. Maybe they were threatened, and that's
We
why
don't
we have
know. It
jury
was all on
trials.
video. What are you talking about?
So okay, so you can tell me what do you believe happened?
What was it?
do
You
believe they
tell
said?
me. You're the one claiming that this was a justification for being pepper sprayed, for being taken to the fucking ground,
Well,
for being
first of all,
shot in the back without being
photos,
even having a
whoever,
gun, without even reaching for their gun.
so
If
you're
wait, by the way,
accusing
did they have their arms on the ground?
Parker, you're
Were their
accusing
arms
somebody of-
were their arms holding themselves up?
I have no. Sure, I don't. Parker,
Yeah, they
you're
were. Okay, so
accusing-
sure. If their arms were holding them up, how were they reaching for the gun?
I never said that. That's not the standard.
Wait, no,
The
answer the
standard's not-
question. How could they be reaching for
I
the
never
gun
claimed that he
if
was
their
reaching for
arms
the
are
gun.
holding them up?
I never claimed that he was reaching for the gun. A reasonable officer could have believed that he was.
Wait, why? If his hands are holding him down, why would a reasonable officer believe that he could have the ability to fucking go? Are you an alien? Can you have an Omnitrix and turn into fucking forearms and
What was
literally
his
use your
vantage
2
point,
arms to go
the
like grab a
officer?
gun that they had or something? He's using his hands and his arms to fucking hold himself up.
Here's where your logic fails. Even if this ICE officer didn't care about the life of the ICU worker, if he were to have done what you're alleging, he would spend the rest of his life in jail. Now, why would he do that? He obviously believed that this was an imminent threat, that he was trying to.
Whether or not they believe
for
it
the
is
weapon.
not the case. It's whether or
That
not
is
a
the-
reasonable
yes, that is the
officer.
standard.
Listen. It's whether or not a reasonable officer would think that in that scenario. If I just randomly thought some person was a threat to me and they were just walking on the street, would it be justified for me just to randomly shoot them? No. Or an officer just to randomly shoot them if they just randomly thought they were a threat for no reason?
That's not what happened. That's not.
That is what happened. They literally thought that he was a threat for no reason. You admitted it because he never reached for his gun.
That is not what happened. First of all,
That is what happened. He never reached for it.
You can pull up the video. Now
Do
you're-
it.
Now you're
Do it. Give me
misrepresenting the
one point
video.
in the video where he reaches for any firearm.
But one thing that you keep doing, you keep telling me to prove and prove. Parker, you're the one accusing somebody of murder. The burden's on you, not on the one who
No, wait.
denies.
Listen, though. We can look at the video and we can see they posed no threat at all. And I'm asking you, what threat did they pose? Because they
you can-
clearly
that's
didn't pose a
absurd.
threat.
That's absurd. Nobody armed with a firearm can be said to pose no threat. That's absurd. So you can't.
What? Wait, so you think
That's what
someone's
you
a
just
threat
said.
just by concealed carrying from a legal standpoint? Wow, you guys are so anti-gun now. Like, I'm kind of liking
Yeah.
this actually.
Just
Like,
fuck the 2A.
whoa, what is this? Like, would you say the same thing for Kyle Rittenhouse?
Who's they? Who's
Yeah, I'm
they?
asking you. Would you say
You're
the same
just
thing for
clumping
Kyle?
all-
Wait,
all
do you think
Trump
Kyle
supporters into
Rittenhouse was a
one
threat?
basket?
Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse was a threat?
Yeah, I think it was an incredibly stupid thing he did, but he was properly acquitted because he had a reasonable reason to believe that the people who had attacked him.
Now,
would
wait,
have
no,
killed
now
him.
you say reason. Let me ask you: did the officer have reason to believe that they reached for a weapon?
From his vantage point, that's clearly what he thought was going on. Why else?
But
would
wait,
have
did
shot?
he have reason to believe that? That's the question, not what he thought. Did he have reason to believe that?
So, if you're asking, did he actually know?
Yeah.
But that's not. That's
Wait,
not relevant.
no, he had no reason. So you say you
didn't
admit
have-
that it was
do you know
unreasonable.
what mens
Wait, he
rea
just
is?
conceded, chat. He just conceded. It was
No, you don't know
unreasonable. Do you
what
agree
mens
that it
rea
was
is.
unreasonable?
That's not the standard in court.
It is. It is whether or not a reasonable officer would think that their life is at risk or that they are at risk of severe bodily injury or anyone else, which was not present in the scenario. There was
Parker.
no reason to believe
Parker,
that
what
anyone
is
was at
mens
risk
rea?
in the scenario. If you could provide
What
to me
is
the
mens
reason to believe it,
rea?
I'd love to. What was the reason?
What was mens rea? What is mens rea?
Answer the question. What was the reason?
Objectively speaking, there may not have been, but it's irrelevant to the question
No,
of
it's
whether he
no,
believed.
it's not irrelevant.
The question is whether he believed.
You have no
there was
reason.
one.
You have literally no reason.
You've already said it's whether a reasonable officer has a reason to believe, not whether objectively it happened.
But you
Just
admitted
whether
it was
it's a reasonable
unreasonable.
belief. It was not an unreasonable belief. It was
Okay, so
not
you do
correct.
think it was reasonable to believe? Okay, what was the reason to believe that they were a risk of severe bodily harm or death to anyone?
Well, let's start with this. He was armed with a gun. Let's start there.
So because someone is armed with a gun, that means you have reason to believe they are of a threat of serious harm, bodily harm, and of death. So
No.
if someone is just by the
No,
way, so
I'm
his
not even
argument
saying
now is if someone just
I
has a
never
gun,
said that
the
was the only
officers
thing I was
have the
saying.
ability just to shoot you.
You are-
Troll,
you
I'm not
are-
trolling.
you are- you
I'm
are
not
attacking
trolling.
a straw
That's
man.
his argument right now. His
You're
argument
attacking a
is that he
straw
was
man. That is
he was
not my
legally
argument.
carrying a firearm. That means he was that
That
the
is not
officer had
what
a
I said.
reasonable grounds for believing that they were a threat of serious bodily harm and or death. You just literally said because they literally had a legal access to a firearm, that means it was justified to shoot them. That's your argument right now. Wow, this is so pro 2A.
May I respond, please?
Go ahead, please.
That is not my argument. What my argument is that there was a surrounding context. There were a lot of agitators in a highly volatile protest where ICE officers were being attacked. In that context, yes, there was not brandishing, but possessing a firearm, yes. Now, just in a vacuum, you're right. Just simply having a firearm on your holster is not sufficient.
So you can't. So by the way, this wasn't a protest. So
You're
can't.
You're
You
exactly
can't.
right. It was a riot.
Okay, so they weren't rioting. When did they riot? What did they do to riot?
They were screaming. They were throwing things at.
That's
Were
not
you there?
rioting.
Were you there?
What is rioting? Can you define rioting?
Yes, I mean loosely, I would say it's the crowd is raucous. They're throwing things. They're screaming. they're
Wait. So did they
pushing.
throw things? Were they throwing things?
Accounts from
What did
the
they
ICE
throw?
officers say rocks probably.
Rocks?
Were you there?
Probably.
I
Okay.
wasn't
So
there.
trust
You
me, bro.
weren't there.
Where's the trust me, bro book?
You don't have to trust me.
They were
Trust
throwing
me.
rocks. I promise you, they were throwing rocks. They were throwing rocks. I didn't read into it at all, but I'm just gonna assume that this is the case because I couldn't possibly assume that a reasonable officer would do it otherwise.
You
Exactly.
think it's effective? It's an
Yes.
effective debate strategy to mock
Yes,
me?
to make fun of you? Absolutely. Absolutely. That
Okay,
was
well-
fucking ridiculous what you just said. Are you kidding me?
believe in
You think
bringing
that
back
based upon
guns.
no evidence, just based upon an assumption, that you can say that they were throwing rocks? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I
You didn't
never
look at
said
the
that was
video.
based
You
on
didn't make a
evidence.
determination based upon any evidence. You just assumed it to be the case based upon
That's-
nothing.
no, I did
And I'm
not.
supposed to act like that's a normal thing
I
to
never
say in this
said that.
scenario? I'm supposed to act like
I-
that's totally reasonable for you to
Okay.
say? No, I'm not going to act like that's
I
reasonable.
never-
I am going to mock it because it was ridiculously fucking stupid.
Parker, why did I say I believe that?
What? You literally said you believe it because you felt like it. You said it because you had no
I did
evidence.
not say that. I never said that.
That's what you
Those are
said.
words you...
What did you say then?
First-hand accounts from ICE officers report that. That's why they were there. Why do you think they were there?
First-hand account from ICE officers indicate that they threw rocks? What first-hand accounts?
Not only rocks. There was
What first-hand accounts? What first-hand accounts of what ICE officers?
I can't give you their badge numbers. Look it up. It's you can find it. Why do you think they were at the scene? Do you think they just showed up just so that they could find a random guy to kill? And
Okay, but like you understand that they're not engaging in a riot. They're not in a riot at all. So I don't know what your point is.
So what do you
Throwing
think was
rocks,
going on then? What do you think was
Minnesota.
going on?
Minneapolis. I don't even. Where do you see this?
What do you think was going on?
Wait, this is a different. Wait, these are. You don't even
You
have
think
any
they were
evidence for
having a
that
tea
day.
party?
Wait, actually, give me a
They were
source.
everybody was just having a tea
Wait,
party.
go ahead.
These
Give me a
ICE
source.
officers showed up and
Wait,
just
wait,
started
give me a
blasting
source.
everybody.
Give me a source.
If I leave the app, my mic will cut off.
That's fine.
But-
You can go find it. Give me the title and come
No,
back. It's okay.
I don't need to do that.
Yes, you do.
It's the only logical deduction.
No,
You-
well,
what
no,
is
no,
your
no, no, no,
contention?
no. I don't accept that. Go give me a
You
source.
think? Okay, so tell
No,
me
go,
why
I just
you
like,
think
dude.
ICE
Dude,
would
I have no issue with accepting this if you can give me a source.
Why were they at the scene?
Just go ahead and give me a source.
No,
Exactly.
what is
I'm just
your-
waiting.
you're
I'm just
not
waiting.
giving me
Are you
a
going to
counter.
provide a source, or are we just gonna?
But you're not disagreeing. What is your disagreement? He can't answer the question. What do you believe?
Oh,
was
you
happening?
can't provide a source. Look at this, buddy. He's trying to deflect so hard. Deflection. I choose you.
What do you believe was happening? Everybody was just
Deflection.
they were
I
just
choose
having a tea
you.
party, right? Everybody was just there having a tea
Return,
party. and
return. Pivot,
the ice
please.
monsters
Help
showed
out the
up and just
battle.
started shooting, right? Are you going
Come
to
on.
explain what you
Answer
believe
the,
was
dude,
going
you have
on?
a source? What's the source? I'm waiting. Come
He
on.
won't
You
answer
know you want to do it.
Can't-
You know you want to
He
do
can't
it.
answer. He can't answer.
Provide me a source.
Even
I'm
though
not
the
going to
burden's
answer.
on him.
Hey, dude. Hey, I'm not going to provide any answer to any question you're asking until you provide me a source.
A source
While
for
you
what?
while you go look up that source, I would love to call back a source that I went and grabbed just because you made some baseless claim and I wanted to bring it up, and so you can take a moment to find your source. But the one thing that I want to call out is just like a callback to what Jr. said earlier about like being ran over, which would have killed someone if they would have actually crushed him. And just an FYI, per every 100 million people that are actually ran over by vehicles a year, 1.26 of those result in deaths. And FYI, apparently, if you're in Mississippi, Mississippi has the highest average where that happens at 1.79. So for every, there's 1.79 people. I don't know how that works. Anyway, Mississippi has the highest amount of deaths due to people being ran over completely. So
And you think
JR,
the ICE officer had that on him?
JR. That was for the chat, not for you. Go get that source, Bub. Go get that source.
No, because what you're doing
No,
is
Source.
data is
I'll
not
just
how-
mute
that's
you,
not
dude.
how that works.
Source. We're waiting for the source.
So you don't want me to? So you don't want me to talk? I mean,
Source.
we
I
want
said
to
I
get the
want you to
source.
find the source. I don't want you to talk until you
withdrawn.
find the source.
Withdrawn. The claim then is withdrawn. I will withdraw the claim. I'll agree with you.
He'll
Yeah, they were
withdraw the
having a tea
claim.
party.
You'll withdraw the claim.
All
Are you
these-
serious?
All these people that were there were just
Do you
having
see
a
how
tea
he does
party
this? He doesn't want to provide a source so bad. No, go provide the source. I'm waiting. If you don't
I-
want to provide
no,
the
I-
source, I will just go on to the next person. I'm not trolling. I don't care to talk
A
to you that
source
much.
for what? A source for what? And I'll provide it. But you have to. What are you
a
asking
source,
for?
a source that the reason why you would think it's justified, or in this context, is specifically because they were throwing rocks at the border patrol agents. You said it was a riot. Okay, if it classified, you said because it classified as a riot, that means that they could treat them in this particular way. Which, by the way, they weren't engaging in
they
a
are riot
riot. They weren't involved with this at all. All they were doing was recording enforcement.
It's clear you've lost. He says, "Get me a source for a claim that I've
Oh,
withdrawn."
you're fucking
or I
cooked,
dropped
bud.
it."
You're fucking cooked. You don't have
So
anything.
cooked that
you
that
you
you're
won't
afraid to
verify your
continue.
stance. You have nothing to support you, and the best that you had was it's clear you lost.
The burden's not on me.
Fuck out of here.
You're the one.
I think it's clear this guest has lost. I think it's clear this guest has lost. While he tries to look for that source real quick, I'm gonna thank some people real quick. Gotta grift real quick. Gotta grift. Give me 1 second. This interest, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Flower Goblin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 as well. TTT, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Katie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did see that, by the way. It's absolutely crazy. Kevin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Wit, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Wit. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Wit in the comment section right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. True, that's true. Mental Marie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. MG Lola, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone's dropping the truth nukes. I appreciate it. Thank you. Fnac, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Emil, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. And MG Lola with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, literally would easily be able to do that, right? It's ridiculous. Har, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for HAR in the comment section right now? For the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Leon as well. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yeah, they got kicked off because of TOS earlier. Jason, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Mental Marie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Angel G, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Trina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm actually fully caught up there on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have a few people to thank on PayPal and Venmo, and then we can go on to the conversation. Give me 1 second. Jimmy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it did show both. It showed all different sides. There are multiple different angles. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Damien, please send me that information. I'd love to see that. Thank you so much, Damien. Danica, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I definitely will try to ask about that. Olivia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Definitely not a riot. They said I'm from Minnesota. Definitely not a riot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they are walking around. I can't read the whole message. Give me 1 second. They're walking around and blowing whistles when they see ICE activity. It was not a riot or a protest. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bit, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $8. Thank you so much from Sweden. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comments. Of course. Thank you so much. I always will. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 9,600 people on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. I actually wanted to get over 5 million, everyone, so that we can beat out Dean like yesterday. But we're not even close to that. It might take a while. I would really appreciate it if you're on TikTok or if you're on YouTube as well. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. Help get it out to more people. Alrighty, go ahead. Continue with what you were saying, man. You said you found your source?
I appreciate it. Yeah. So rnz.co.nz. So second ICE Minneapolis protester shot dead, identified as nurse Alex Preddy. And it says in that, it doesn't say rocks, and I'm happy to withdraw that specific claim, but it's kind of irrelevant if it's a riot, whether they're throwing rocks or they're just screaming and making threats. I mean, that's really a semantical argument if you want to have it.
No, it's not. I think that's a pretty big distinction between saying things and throwing rocks.
I never said he threw a rock. I mean, I never said that he did.
Oh, but you were saying people were throwing rocks, were they?
Right. It was an extremely hostile environment. Now, do you disagree?
Were there rocks being thrown?
There is no evidence.
Is there a big distinction between rocks being thrown and words?
Absolutely.
Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
That's exactly right. But that
okay,
doesn't change
so then you just
the legal
contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself. So obviously throwing a rock, right, is obviously more than specifically saying things and whistling. Big difference.
Do you disagree that the environment was very hostile, that people were screaming things at ICE?
Okay, this is so embarrassing. The backtracking is crazy on this one. It went from they were throwing rocks and there were ICE agents indicating this, which, by the way, he couldn't find in terms of evidence,
Parker,
to literally, they were saying mean things to the ICE agents. Or the Border Patrol agents, sorry. They were saying mean things to the Border Patrol agents. They were rude.
I think
you've shifted the burden of proof onto me.
No one's saying prove his innocence. We're just trying to actually get you to have some type of basis in reality. You're sitting here trying to defend someone based off of like being completely disingenuous. I mean, we would just love it if you would engage in good faith. Like you're only holding this position because you want to debate from this position, not because you actually believe this. Like this is nonsensical.
I believe it 100%.
Then you're a moron. If you
All
believe
right.
this
Yeah.
100%,
Instead
then
of
you're a moron.
engaging in invective,
He said
why
he
don't we
actually
have a
said it
good
was
faith discussion?
deductively the case that you just should accept this, that they were throwing rocks at the ICE agents because of the fact that literally he just felt like it. And by the way, I did actually have the basis for what you said there. You did. That was your only evidence. You did
Yeah,
just feel like it. You didn't have any of those accounts. You had nothing. You just felt like
you
it.
want me to prove somebody's innocence as opposed to proving their guilt. You want me to
No,
prove
wait.
their
You
innocence.
you
and
said
that's a
wait.
hard
You
thing
said
to-
wait. You were trying to say you were actually trying to do that by saying that you believe people were throwing rocks without having any evidence.
the narrative that both of you are advancing is ridiculous on its face. That
How?
this man was standing
That he was
there
murdered like he was in
of
broad
no
daylight,
threat-
like you can look at the video and you can
Yes.
see it.
Well, let me state what I believe your position is, and then you can tell me if I have it wrong. But
got it
both
wrong.
you, well, I haven't even stated it yet, but you, Parker and Santana, you both believe that this man was just standing there minding his own business when ICE officers just bum rushed him, tackled him, disarmed him, and then shot
No,
him
that's not
for
the,
no
the
reason.
series of
That's
events
what you're
completely.
saying to your
Literally,
audience.
you got it wrong.
Okay, so then tell me what you think happened.
It's going to take a little bit longer than this, but obviously I do think that there was specifically going to be like a point where they were specifically by themselves and then agents came up to them. And I think that there was going to be obviously them recording the agents, right? And that's specifically what is going to piss off the agents in that context. We do see videos specifically of Preddy trying to get in front of people that are being pepper sprayed, right? Specifically in that context, and him trying to prevent in that context. And then after that, we do see that him taken to the ground specifically, right? Again, there was no point where he reached for a firearm, no point where he caused any violence, no point where he threw rocks, no point where he harmed any of the
We know
officers.
that after
All
the
he tried to
fact.
do is stand
Can you
in
let him
between the
finish?
officer and what? Do you say, can you let
I
me?
just said we know this after the fact, but in the spur of the moment, it's not that obvious to a police officer. Go ahead.
What do you mean? In the spur of the moment, it's not obvious to an officer, and it's not a
That
police
he was
officer. These are
disarmed.
Border Patrol
That he was
agents.
disarmed. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
but like,
Border
was
Patrol
there?
agents,
But
and
you
then
have to have reason to believe that he was brandishing said firearm to believe that he was a threat. So you
Well,
don't,
we
you
knew he
can't,
had- they knew he had
you
one.
have a lack of an ability to establish what the exact reason was why there was a threat.
No,
Like,
I
what was the
don't. I
reasonable
mean,
threat?
So we're going in circles here because
No, tell me, what
keep
was the
trying to
reasonable
prove this
threat? I want to
man's
know.
innocence.
I want to know, what was the reasonable threat?
What I said already is that when you start with the fact that the person is armed, that already makes the situation highly dangerous.
But that's not a reasonable threat, given that they're legally
Not
armed.
alone. Not
Not alone.
alone.
So then what
But
else?
Tensions were extremely high. Do you
That doesn't,
deny that?
that doesn't justify doing this then. Tensions being high. Tensions were high because
It
of
may
those
not
agents.
morally justify it.
Tensions
but
were
from
high
a
because
legal
of those
standpoint-
agents.
Well, that's just an opinion. I mean, that's your opinion. Tensions
That's a
were high
fact.
because all of
That's a fact. You
What's
just
fact?
can't acknowledge
It's a
it.
fact?
Yeah, it's a fact that it was because of those agents. Absolutely. If you look at the video, push this one.
Yeah, you can watch the video and you can see how they were just recording in the streets and the agents were pushing people and they pushed a woman and Alex Prettier tried to actually defend the woman that was being shoved to the ground by the ICE agent. Like
Perfect.
literally,
So
they
you just said-
escalated the tensions.
So why are people obstructing a federal investigation?
They
and
weren't
recording?
obstructing. They were
They're
standing
recording.
recording. That's
Yes,
not
why?
obstructing. Standing on the side of the road and recording them is not obstructing. You're
Dude, this
you're
is so
fucking
crazy.
It is.
disingenuous.
This is so
It
crazy.
is.
I can't even
How?
fathom that you can sit in this you can sit in this
I
situation.
would
and
like
you
to
could think
explain it, but-
that there was a reasonable threat of severe bodily harm and or death to anyone in this scenario. I think you were just trying to grasp for straws. It's embarrassing, genuinely.
No.
This is blatant murder. This is execution.
Parker, you're
You
right.
even have fucking grifters like Asmund Gold acknowledging that it's execution. Okay, like
Parker,
literally
you're
given
right.
these
That
contexts.
moral-
Okay,
it's-
and you
it's a
can't even fucking do
tragedy.
it.
Can I talk?
You can't even
Can I
fucking
talk?
do it. Jesus Christ.
Can I talk?
Go ahead, speak.
It's a tragedy. That's not the point here. The point is the officer guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Should he be convicted, thrown in jail? And I don't think
Absolutely.
I don't think this is the same thing as walking into a bank, shooting a teller, something like that. But that would be what this officer would get if he's charged with murder in the first degree or even in the second degree. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about legal. We're not talking about moral. I agree with you. Any death is tragic. George Floyd's death was tragic. But Derek Chauvin, not to change the subject, but there's doubts in these cases. but officers or ICE officers,
Do you think Derek
they are
Chauvin
held.
murdered George Floyd?
We don't know.
Yes, we do. The cause of death in the autopsy was determined in both circumstances to be because of the fact that there was literally compression on his neck, right? And that it was asphyxiation.
That's a flat lie. It's
No,
a flat
it's
lie.
not.
You will not win that debate. Do you want to
Yes,
go
I
there?
will.
You will
Yes,
not
I
win that
will.
debate.
Before you dribble off into stupidity, I just want to call out the fact that you lied when it comes to the obstruction claim that you just tried to make. It has been litigated that as far as being able to record federal agents, that is not obstruction. The only way that recording federal agents can elevate to the point of obstruction is if you're physically trying to stop them while recording. And so
Okay,
no,
that is false.
no. Them standing on the side and
Yeah,
recording
false.
does not it's give me your proof. Give me your proof. What's the false? Give me your proof. Give me a fucking source.
Okay. Isn't your rule that if you
No,
rage,
give
you
me a
lose?
source. I don't care about your feelings anymore. You've been saying shit. I'm literally looking
You're
at court
raging,
rulings.
so you're losing.
Give,
I will.
give
I
me
will.
a source, JR.
I will. I will if you would.
Wait,
stop.
was Derek Chauvin convicted?
We know. Do you want to get into that? We can get into that, and I can prove that he was innocent. That I can.
Wait. So even though there was a conviction. So now he's denying the conviction.
What
So even
did
if
I
there was
say
a
earlier?
conviction, even when
What
there's a
did I say
conviction, he's
earlier?
still going to dispute it. You're just a piece of
No,
shit.
juries
Genuinely.
are
And like,
infallible.
by the way, he's a piece of shit. And then when people get mad at him for a piece of shit, reasonably get mad at him, he blames them and tries to say that we're losing somehow because we're mad at him, rightfully so. You're quite literally saying people who are murderers are not murderers and you're defending them when blatantly speaking, they've been, even in situations in which they've been convicted. Okay? It's fucking disgusting, genuinely.
Okay. May I speak? I'm trying to have a good faith debate. I don't know why.
It does not sound like that. It is not. You are literally disputing this without evidence.
You disagree with my positions. I understand.
I'm sorry. No, I
But
looked at
you-
a video and I saw someone get murdered in broad daylight, and you're fucking denying it. I'm sorry. You cannot look at that video and be like, oh, a reasonable officer would think that there was severe bodily harm, serious bodily harm, or death that could happen from that. No fucking reasonable officer would think that.
Can I explain why I would have acquitted Derek Chauvin? Can I just explain that, and then you can disagree all you want?
You can bullshit, and then we're going to provide the facts for you, the conviction, and literally the autopsy reports.
I don't know why the profanity is necessary. Here's what I would.
Fuck you.
Here's
that
my.
shit.
Okay, so when I hear that this man had levels of fentanyl in his system that.
Oh, well,
would
you
have
can't
been
say that on the
lethal to-
live. Thankfully, I can kick you. Get the fuck off the
He knew
stream.
exactly what he was doing, Parker. He got kicked earlier for saying the M drug. He fucking knew.
Yeah,
what
he
was
literally knew exactly
he
what he was doing.
rage
He knew I was gonna have to kick him there. Because I've already told him that. I literally already told him that. By the way, that's insane. That's so fucking ridiculous to use that as a way out. By the way, and I just want to clarify, that was not determined to be the cause of death. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation in both the autopsy reports. He's saying that he knows better than the autopsy reports. That's fucking embarrassing. Genuinely fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ, like people like that are the worst fucking people on the planet. Genuinely, like straight up defending murderers. It's so fucking sick, dude. How can you do that? How can you consider yourself pro-America, say you care about the country, say that you want to do best for the country, and then simultaneously defend murderers? It's disgusting. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Deborah, thank you so much for the $5. Bebs, thank you so much for the $6. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Paige, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I can't now, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Austin, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. Yeah, they said they live within walking distance of the shooting, and it was definitely not a riot. Literally, it's like just straight up making up lies in order to defend murderers. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, these are the most obvious situations ever.
Jody, Jesse, Alicia, thank you so much for the one each. I really appreciate you guys. It's not even cognitive dissonance anymore. It's literally they're fighting reality to justify something that they feel, not even anything they know, just their feelings.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. I probably have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. Just give me a second, everyone, though. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Get to 2 million likes. I'd really appreciate
Yo, Parker,
everyone.
you're a bitch. I ain't gonna lie. You're a bitch, for real.
And you're like 6 years old, bro. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. You have to pal to you?
Play from shit.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. You have to pal to you?
If they wouldn't have popped for Renee Good, I would have.
Are you trolling? You disgusting fuck. Did you say you would murder someone?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah, I would.
How old are you?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny though? You're
How,
such
how old
a
did you
coward
say?
that
Sorry, I
you
have to
say
clarify
that-
this before. How old
you
are
said
you?
18.
What's your birth
I'm
year?
17. Leviticus name will go down in history.
Disgusting fuck, dude. Genuinely, like
They
that's
do
so
this
gross.
behind like fake names and fake profile pictures. They're all such cowards. Like none of them will get on the camera and put their face on the screen and say those things. They would never do that. They're all cowards.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sorry, their microphone is atrocious. Oh my gosh. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's so sick. I don't know how people can defend this. Like literally, I watched that video. I'm like, there's no defensible argument for this, and there's people still out here doing this, and there is no defensible argument for it. They just still do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? There's genuinely no defensible. Like he literally cannot say the reason that they thought was like a risk to their life. Like genuinely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, fuck you, nigger. Fuck you, nigger.
You're disgusting as fuck. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You have to how old are you?
Rest in piss, Renee Good.
Okay, they're disgusting. What the fuck? You don't want to debate it? You had to run away after saying it? That's so fucking gross.
Because they're all cowards. Your guest box is atrocious.
It's atrocious. It is disgusting. It's actually fucking horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Every microphone. It's either a horrible microphone or some fucking disgusting piece of shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know what? Just because that person did that, we're going to give 30 seconds right now, and I'm just going to do a fucking moment of silence for both Renee Good and Alex Preddy. It's just fucking disgusting. All right, that people come up on the live stream and do this shit. It's actually disgusting. So I'm just straight up going to give it a 30-second moment of silence at least. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Fergie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
2007.
What month?
March 31st. Like,
They'd be 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go ice! Let's go ice! Let's go ice! Let's go
How old are
ice!
you?
Let's go ice! Let's go ice! Let's go ice! Let's go ice! Let's go
Hey,
ice!
how old are you?
18. Fucking
What's your
nigger.
birth year?
Fucking nigger.
You're so disgusting, dude. What is the guest box right now? It's actually so horrible.
So we called that STR, slur to run, trademarked by Santana.
Literally, like, so they don't have to debate because they're scared of arguments. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
68.
No, I don't even think they were. Sorry, I just heard a bunch of background noise. I was like, gonna go on to the next person. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you so much. Absolutely, fuck ICE. Absolutely, fuck Trump as well. Disgusting.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
No. Fuck Trump.
Based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 4,500 people on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And as always, make sure to support Santana while he's up here as well. You said that you
dropped out of the box.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, nigger. Fuck you, nigger. Fuck you, nigger.
You're so disgusting, dude. What the fuck is up with the guest box right now? It's so fucking horrible.
Fuck you, faggot!
Oh my god, I have this literal, dude. I'm getting so many.
Oh, here I got someone. Hi, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 33.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
It would be Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, there's a number of reasons, but if I'm being completely honest and specific in that, I would just point to a current time, which is right now with what we're uncovering in Minnesota.
Okay, what specifically are you saying? Fraud?
I would say implementing immigration law, as well as uncovering fraud that we've seen from Nick Shirley. You know, multiple people who are looking into these cases that needed to be looked at a little bit closer for a long time now. These sanctuary cities they're really not producing the results that are conducive to America as a whole. So, I mean, we could go into either avenue.
Okay. Name one business committing a fraud in Minnesota.
One business? I mean...
That Nick Shirley showed.
So, like the Quality Leering Center?
That wasn't determined to have committed fraud. That was specifically for other infractions. It was actually determined by other news sources, specifically that there were kids showed up before and after Nick Shirley showed up. So that was just a lie. And you didn't. Yeah. You can find this on CBS News. They specifically went there and they literally asked. I'm pretty sure it was CBS. They asked. And they literally had video like showing like video of people showing up before and after that they showed on the news.
So are you implying that there was children that were going to that institution?
Yes, they just didn't give this random social media influencer access to kids. Why would they give some random guy access to kids? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, it's not even just the fact of kids. It's the fact that there's no evidence for any kids.
Because of Nick Shirley, right?
No, not even just because of Nick Shirley.
Okay,
There's
what
other
evidence do you have outside of Nick Shirley?
There's other independent journalists who have gone back to that facility.
Like who? Like who specifically?
I mean, I could look them up if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, and again, the Leering Center that you're referencing, the Quality Leering Center, because you're trying to like, oh my gosh, it's misspelled. Like this is just like what people like what went super viral. Again, not determined to be the one. They were not looking over that for fraud. Nick Shirley didn't show anything new. If you also want to reference the scenario, again, Donald Trump has pardoned fraudsters. Todd and Julie Chrisley, right, literally were convicted of bank fraud, and Donald Trump pardoned them.
I mean,
if you really want to get specific, yeah, you do have the Chrisleys, but you also have Michael Flory. I'm sorry, not Michael, Michelle Flory, which was someone who had fraud, and they used it for cosmetic surgery and other items. You also have Philip Esformas, who stole $1.3 billion. Donald Trump pardoned him. Trevin Melton, who stole $1.8 million. Trump pardoned him. Also, the Trump family was found guilty of defrauding a children's cancer for $2 million. And in total, Donald Trump and his since Donald Trump has been back in office, he has canceled out over $1.2 trillion with a T, $1.2 trillion of repayments to people that have been defrauded and defunded due to his pardons. Donald Trump doesn't care about fraud, and there's no way you can care about fraud if you support Donald Trump.
I mean, I do think that there's a difference at the end of the day of tax dollars and where they're going. You can mention all these names of these individuals, and you
You
can
mean
have a
all
list
the
in front
people
of you.
that Trump pardoned that defrauded American citizens for $1.2 trillion?
And who are you saying that is?
Donald Trump. He actually he pardoned people that totaled up to 1.2 trillion. There's multiple names. I named some of the frauds, but all of the actual people that he's pardoned
Yeah, wasn't
so
there some
far,
like crypto
they're not going to
person?
receive.
All of the
Yeah.
what?
Donald Trump he's pardoned so many people that aren't going to be able to get restitution now, and the total amount of missed out restitution comes up to a total, to be specific, it's $1.192 trillion.
I know, but I was asking who you are talking about, not who Trump is. I'm asking you who are the trillions of dollars that you're
He
referring
gave
to.
you.
Those
He just gave
specific
you
names.
examples of people that added up to it. He just did before.
Yes, the people there are people that actually were found guilty of defrauding American citizens, and they had to pay restitution. And by Donald Trump issuing these pardons to these different people, they no longer have to make these payments. And so now that's 1.1, to be specific, $1.192 trillion worth of restitution that will not be paid out.
And what's the source for that?
You can take a look at the pardons. You can take a look at the actual verdicts as far as the fines and the restitution. I can give you names, but there's a whole list. You can look at all the people that he's pardoned so far. You have, let's see here, Trevor Milton, which Trevor Milton has $660 million. You have Carlos Watson, $36.7 million. You have Ross, I always fuck up his last name, which is $183 million. I mean, like, there's an entire list of people that Trump has actually pardoned, which adds up to this amount of money. And this is from him just being back in office this term.
And so you're saying that those are all people who are directly related to our taxes going to them, and that's the money,
American
that's where it's coming
citizens.
from.
I didn't say anything about taxes. They defrauded American citizens in different ways.
Well, it sounds like we're talking about two different things. I also made another point.
So it only counts
wasn't-
if it's taxes, not American citizens?
Well, I mean, it counts as if it's my taxes that I'm
Okay,
implementing
so it only
into
counts
the
if it's
system.
you. Got it. You got a part.
No,
Sorry.
it doesn't. No,
it only matters if it's him.
If that's your strategy and that's the argument you want to take and run with, then by all means, that's
The
fine. But
argument
that wasn't the
Americans
only.
shouldn't be scammed out of money.
Yeah.
I think everyone is scammed out of money. I think healthcare is a scam. We're scammed out of that. We're
Yeah,
scammed
and you
out
want
of our
Trump
health
to keep the
insurance.
same system. You don't want a public option like the Democrats are advocating for, like Harris and Biden.
No, not at all. I think that when you look at all of the scam collectively, everybody is scamming everyone. I mean,
Everyone's scamming everyone. That makes no sense.
Everyone is.
Do you think
scamming
I'm a scammer?
Everyone. I mean, I don't have absolute evidence or.
You
proof
said
on it.
everyone
I
is
think-
scamming everyone, so then that
I think-
necessarily
I think
includes that
you
I'm
are
a scammer. That necessarily
I think
includes
that
that
you're
you're a scammer.
misleading.
That necessarily includes that your mother's a scammer. That necessarily
I think
includes
that you're
that everyone's
misleading.
grandparents are scammers.
I think
Not
you're
my
misleading.
grandparents.
I think that you have a confirmation bias of your own, and that's why you're misleading to a lot of
How?
the younger
How?
generation.
What confirmation bias?
I think your confirmation bias. I mean, just name a category, and we can talk about it.
Can you give me just one specific example off the top of your head?
Well, I would be willing to bet that based off your reaction so far of what I've witnessed just since you've been live, I would say that even confirmation bias to do with ICE. I think that your opinion of ICE is a
What
confirmation
specifically?
bias. The way that they're treating people in Minnesota, in the ways that
Yeah, and do you think it was
Minnesotans are
murder?
treating
Like,
them.
do you think Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered?
I don't.
You don't. So I think that's actually your confirmation bias, not mine, because I could acknowledge what we
not.
all
It's
fucking
not.
saw on video in broad daylight. And because I have a spine doesn't mean that I am the one fucking like lying or misleading people.
Do you know what
I'm
reasonable
telling people
cause
what
means?
actually happened. You're the
Do you
one
know what
misleading
reasonable
people.
cause
I know it
means?
looks misleading to you because you don't know.
Do you know what reasonable cause means?
Reasonable cause?
Yeah,
No,
let's talk
I'm
about
actually
that.
not familiar.
You're not familiar with federal agents and reasonable cause and what that has to appear as? Did you not see the special with Megyn Kelly with
No,
the
no,
DA
no, no.
she
Tell
had
us,
on?
tell us what's reasonable cause. Tell us.
Reasonable cause is if an agent feels threatened and there's a reasonable cause that they can refer to that threatened situation, they're allowed to react. They're allowed to act out of self-defense.
U.S. Justice Department, Title I, Organization and Functions, 1-16-000, Department of Justice Policy on Use of Force. You're wrong. I'm just going to say I'm not even going to go through the whole thing. You're just wrong.
It's not
Yeah,
wrong at all.
let me actually explain to him. So there's a few things here. One, you have to indicate that specifically a reasonable officer would think that there was a serious threat of bodily injury or death.
Was this the first occurrence that Alex Preddy had with an ICE officer?
I'm pretty sure I've heard that that's not the first time. I haven't seen into this yet, but I
You're
have
pretty
heard
sure
otherwise.
or you're completely sure? Which one?
Pretty sure.
Okay, so you're not totally sure.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. I just heard today from someone specifically that there was prior stuff, but I haven't yet looked into it yet.
Okay, so is this a debate we should say for later when we look at all of the information?
I guess when I look at that information, I guess that's not as relevant. I'm specifically talking about in this scenario at that moment, what particular threat, what reasonable threat did they have to believe that he posed towards serious bodily harm of any person or death of any person in
Well,
that
shoot,
scenario?
let's think about that. I don't know, showing up to a protest with a gun on your hip?
Okay, so that's illegal.
Also, just
He
an
was so to
FYI.
clarify. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just about to say, just an FYI, looking through all the information, you would have to provide something substantial to prove that he has any type of previous history with ICE agents, because everything that I'm looking through right now, I don't see anything that says that he actually had any type of previous history engaging with any conflicts with ICE agents. The only thing that I have been able to find, but with looking this up, is Stephen Miller is saying that he had some type of history with ICE agents, but there's nothing else that's verifiable. So unless you have a verifiable source, you got to let that one go, Bubba.
I don't think that.
Also,
I think
wait,
it's an
let me
ongoing
clarify this now.
investigation. There's
I
not
wanted to
anything that
clarify
has to be
this.
let go.
Stop. So you said the reason why he was a threat was because he was legally carrying a firearm through concealed carry. He legally
it
owns the
legal?
firearm.
Is it-
He has a permit to carry the firearm. It is legal for him to carry the firearm in the scenario that he was. You cannot say
Is
he's a
it?
threat just because of that. There's a difference between concealed carry of a firearm and brandishing said firearm. Did he ever reach for
Are
the
you
firearm?
positive? Are you positive
Yes.
on your statement right there?
100% positive. I'm
You want to
certain.
die on that? You want to die on that hill with that
Yeah.
statement?
Yeah.
Really? So he
Crystal
had his
Crown.
license. He had his ID on him.
He had a license. Yes. I don't know if he had his ID on him, but he had a license.
He had a license on him.
No, yes, he was licensed.
Can you
to carry.
tell me what it says for the state of Minnesota? If you're carrying a firearm, does it make it legal if you don't have a license showing that information?
Well, I'm confused. What do you mean? You have to are you saying you have to show it to law enforcement?
So you're saying it's legal, and he had a
Hey,
firearm.
can I
which,
clarify?
by the
Local
way,
law
that's-
enforcement has clarified that it was legal, that they had a permit.
That yes, they found out that he had a permit later.
Yeah.
Yes, but he
Okay.
did not have a license to show that he was able to carry that in that moment.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You're lying.
No, he didn't.
Yes, you did. You want to bet?
Show me. Show
You
me.
want to? Do you want to bet?
I do want to bet.
How much?
However much you got.
Go ahead. Give me a number. $1,000 right now.
$1,000 that he had his ID on him.
No, I never said it was on him, but I said he at the current
Oh,
moment.
so you-
Let
oh,
me
so you're
clarify.
being specific.
At that
Hold
moment,
on.
he was a legal gun owner with a legal right to and permit to carry.
I think,
Oh, my
Parker and I
God.
want to take that bet. We bet you $1,000 that it didn't matter.
I'm sure you would like
we
to
bet
take that. I'm sure you would
we
like
bet
to
you
take that bet.
$1,000 each that it doesn't matter whether he had his actual permit on him or not. Take the bet.
Let's look up the law for Minnesota for someone that's not
looked
carrying
it up,
their
Bubba.
ID.
I've
Let's
already
look
looked it up. What does it
Let's
say?
look it up.
What does it say? I've already looked it up.
So to clarify, yeah, he was a lawful gun owner at the time. So would you like to accept that bet? $1,000. You have to come back into the app for me to be able to hear you. I guess I can thank some people in the meantime while you're doing that. Katie, thank you so much
Can
for
you
the
hear me?
$20. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it, Katie. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Aiden, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, it's honestly horrible.
So you're
Kristen,
saying
thank
that
you so
you
much. I really
won't-
appreciate
Let him
the
finish his
the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Haven, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nicole, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Nicole. And thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you. Elite Gunner, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I actually have not seen that. I'll have to look into that later. Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. And Jocelyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the oh, it just went away. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation. You just give me one quick second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. Honestly, we could try to get 4,000 today if we could try. Teddy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I seriously totally agree with you. Thank you so much. That's why they will never be actually true patriots. Thank you. Andy, thank you for the $31. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think you definitely partially for sure. There's definitely a huge part of that. Jalen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Grandma Diane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much for the grandma hug to you. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Grandma Diane in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Still Trippin', thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. And Crazy Horse, thank you for the You're Amazing. M. Davis, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. If you want to support me as always, and Santana, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as get support me over YouTube Super Chat. Santana, do you have anyone to thank real quick?
Yeah, I do. Jacob, thank you so much for the 10. Catherine, thank you so much for the 10. And Keisha, thank you so much for the 1. I really appreciate you.
Alrighty. Go back to what you're saying. You said you found it?
Are you saying did I find it or you
Yeah.
found it?
No, you.
Well, no. Santana said he found it.
Oh, okay.
Talking about the actual, well, I didn't say whether he had it on him or not. I didn't look up whether he had it on him or not. I
Come
was
on,
talking
man.
about
You guys got to be able to keep up in conversation. I know
I was
that we
talking
got
about the
I know
necessity.
that we got to
I was talking about the necessity to have the
hold on.
permit. That's what I said. The necessity
I know
to
that
have
we
the
have
permit.
to thank our supporters and all this good stuff, and that's great.
Hey,
But let's not get sidetracked.
Hey, I said the necessity to have to carry the permit. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, you don't need to
Oh
carry
my
the permit on you
gosh.
specifically. Can you answer this question though? Did he have a
Sure.
lawful permit to carry? Not necessarily on him, but did he have one?
Ultimately, the end result is they are saying that he did have a concealed carry permit.
Okay, so you
Then
do
what the
agree that he had a lawful right to carry. So given that he had a lawful
No,
right,
no, he did not have. No, I don't agree that he had a lawful right to carry in that moment, purposely leaving his identification.
okay, so you're saying
You have to
because
be
he
able to
didn't have
prove it if you're
identification.
identified.
Wait,
what's-
what lawyer indicated that because you do you have to have your permit on you?
What's the determination?
You have to have your
What's
ID
the
on you.
determination in Minnesota if you don't have your concealed carry
Look
license
it up.
on you?
I'm
I
not
have it in
talking
front of
about
me
the
right now.
concealed carry.
I
I'm
have
not
it in
talking
front of me
about
right now.
concealed
What?
carry. I'm
what-
talking about
what
your
do they
ID.
do?
You guys are twisting. You guys are twisting and conflating my
So you're
words.
talking about just your physical ID. You're not talking about your weapon permit. You're talking about your physical state ID.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
according
your
to Minnesota's
license.
state portal, they say in Minnesota you do need.
How do you
Oh, so
identify someone if they don't have the license?
Hold up. And they said in Minnesota you do need a permit to carry a handgun in public, regardless of whether or not you are carrying it openly or concealed. The requirement applies to both open carry and concealed carry. The law does not distinguish between the two. The permit must be obtained through the sheriff's office and is valid for 5 years, renewable upon request. I don't think they clarify. Let me keep looking.
Parker,
Sorry, I
he's not
apologize.
even talking about that though, Parker. He's
I'm
only
talking
talking
about
about
your
your
legal
actual
license.
ID, your driver's
Exactly.
license. He's not even talking about for a firearm. He's just talking about like a driver's license.
If you guys would listen to what I'm telling you, you would actually
What you're
be able to
saying
keep up.
doesn't mean shit. You're saying just a
Why
bunch of
not?
words.
So how do you ID someone in public?
Have you ever been stopped by a cop without actually having identification?
So he's just saying he has to have his
I
ID, like
absolutely have.
his personal ID. So like let's clarify. Did
Yeah.
Alex Preddy have his personal ID?
You tell me.
This is literally, there's no fucking point in this. If you're stopped by a cop and you don't have your ID, you can give them your social security number. You can give them other ways to actually identify you.
Was he willing
they
to
can
do
write you a
that?
misdemeanor. They can
Was
write
he
you a
willing to do
misdemeanor
that?
if you don't have your actual ID on you. But this is all stupid and pointless.
It's not stupid and pointless.
So
It's
let me
leading
pause.
to
Let me
the
pause. Let me
exact
pause. Let me
cause.
pause. Let me pause. The Department of Homeland Security claimed he had no ID. This has been disputed by various sources, including local authorities and family members who assert he had a permit.
Where you're talking about a concealed carry permit, I'm talking about your driver's license.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about. This was disputed by
No, they're
local
talking about your
authorities.
permit.
Stop talking. This was disputed by local
No.
authorities, family members, all right, etc. All right. So again, there is no basis of saying that there was no identification there, other than just a
There
claim from
is.
the DHS, which has been proven to have lied in this scenario.
Oh, so if they claim it, they lied.
No. I said
That's the
no.
narrative.
Pause. I said they have been proven to have lied in the scenario. Like, for example, they lied and said that specifically he reached for a gun. You can see in the video he didn't reach for a gun.
No, he clearly had
They
something
called
in
him a
his hand.
domestic
Now, whether
terrorist.
that was his
They said that he
gun-
was trying to take out as many officers as he possibly could.
Well, I mean, 2 magazines, a total of 20 bullets.
You're being
and
ridiculous.
usually you
You're
take
being ridiculous.
Hold on. Let me
That
finish
does not
my
mean. Wait,
point.
having 2 magazines
me
does not mean
finish
you were
my
trying to take
point.
out as many people as you possibly could.
Hey, Parker, do me a favor and let me finish my point. I've done a pretty good job letting you guys finish your points and letting you thank all your peoples, all right? So let me finish. Do you agree that when you go to a protest, or actually, let's back up a little bit. Can you tell me what a protest is? What is your definition? Don't look at your computer. Just tell me from your experience, what is a protest? You were here in my home state. You were here at UVU. Tell me what is a protest.
I don't know why me being at UVU had anything to do with that.
Because if I was there, I would have definitely interviewed you and I would have called you out on so much stuff. But instead, you wanted to, run around and interview these guys that don't know anything about anything. So let's go back to your definition of what a protest
I would have
is.
talked to you if I could have, but Charlie
Would've
was
been great.
murdered like 2 people into me talking to people. What are you talking about?
You spent so much time with that one kid with the do-rag on. What are you talking about?
No, that was only a few minutes.
I don't know, man. But
You can literally look at the video on my YouTube. It's literally only a few minutes.
Let's get back to the protest question. You tell
By the
me
way,
what
I
does it mean?
have what, like 25 minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes of conversations beforehand.
All
And by the way,
right,
just to
well-
clarify, wait, you just multiple. I just got a random restriction. Okay, I'm kind of scared the live's gonna be taken down, but like I don't want to restart because there's 11,000 people. Like, what the hell? We're just gonna risk it for the biscuit. Okay. So a protest, we're probably gonna say it's like some sort of like public organization of people like that are specifically arguing against something that they dislike. That's a particular like purposeful, intentional gathering of people. That's typically how it is. There's also like, I could also refer to protest in the connotation of the fact that like, wait, are they talking right now? Hello? Wait, can anyone hear anything? Hello? Santana, are you there? Oh, I lost my account. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't have guest access. Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry, I'm really stupid. Damn, I'm so sorry. Everyone, if you're here, I would really appreciate if you followed the stream if you haven't already. I've got to appeal. It means I lost the account here on TikTok. Very unfortunate. Just the guest access here on TikTok. So we're going to send in an appeal. Hopefully we can get a response back on this. On the appeal. I didn't violate terms of service at all. Okay, I submitted the appeal and it is in review now. So do give it a little bit. I could just wait a second for the appeal and see if we can get it back. And we could see if we can get someone back. There is around 11,000 people in here. I'd really appreciate if you come join us back. We will stay on TikTok essentially until I think Dean hops on. I think I have until like 2 or 3, the latest. I am going to be busy later on today. But we can stay on here for a little bit for the 10,000 people that are here. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Dean's not going to be on for a while. He still hasn't even responded to me. So I would definitely say that I'm going to hop on my second account if I don't get my main account back here in a second. So we'll wait like a minute or two. Someone said stop insulting people, and it won't happen. It wasn't because of me. It was a guest violation, actually. So you're a bit wrong on that one, actually. But yeah, everyone, you can just follow us as long as we're spending more time right here than we will take to even go over to my other account. So for the 10,000 people here on TikTok, I'd recommend either to go Parker Get a Real Job with me here in a second. We're going to continue the debate live there with everyone who is already just on the live. Or you can come join us on YouTube, Parker Get a Job on YouTube. That's honestly the best place to do it. If I do have to hit a restart here, we're going to wait 2 minutes real quick. If I don't get it back here in 2 minutes, we're just going to go over to Parker Get a Real Job, and I'll be live there right away. So everyone can go there right away, and I'll just repost myself there anyway. But I'd recommend to go over to YouTube, Parker Get a Job. That's the best place to go. I have a few people to thank in the meantime while we wait for people. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he couldn't have given his ID when he was tackled and murdered, literally. Rose, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Oh, wait. Live access restricted. Did I lose access? Alyssa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $10. I think I might have lost it. Not approved. Wow, dude, that's so annoying. I really not approved? Are you serious? I got to see if I can ask Dean if I can get my account back. Or how I can do that. Because it's literally a guest violation for hate speech and hateful behaviors. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. All right, everyone. Join us on Parker Get a Real Job. We'll be right back. All of the 9,400 people, make sure to do that. Or join us on Parker Get a Job on TikTok. Or I mean on YouTube. Alrighty, I'll be right back, everyone. It's so annoying, dude. That's so fucking frustrating, bro. Like, literally, the live's doing good, and they've got to take it down. Like, how annoying. They're like, oh, Parker's got 11,000 viewers. Let's take him down. Bruh. All right, I have some people to thank on YouTube as well. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube. Let me refresh and hop up on TikTok. Oh, I have to X out of it, actually. In order to actually have it, X out, go back into it. Perfect. If you're on YouTube here, everyone, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. It seriously helps get it out to more people, significantly more people here on YouTube. And I would really appreciate it. I wish we could get significantly more people on YouTube so that, you know, TikTok, we wouldn't have to rely on it as much, you know. That'd be great. TikTok is so brutal sometimes. So brutal. Welcome in, everyone from TikTok. What's good? What's good? What's good? We're going to get probably, I would want to say, like a third of the people that we had. We're going to lose like 6,000 people on TikTok, I bet. I've not watched the William Sasha Riley interview yet. I was going to. I literally like got off last night, fell asleep, and then literally woke up and then hopped on live. So I still have yet to watch that. And I am going to be busy tonight. I'm going to try to make time for that. I would recommend other people to watch that as well. Tom, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Hold a few YouTube exclusive lives. Maybe I will. Maybe I will hold a few YouTube exclusive lives. That's a good idea. Okay, is it going to show my camera? Wait, why is my camera not showing up on the screen? The stream. What the fuck? Camera. Virtual camera. No. Streamlabs. There we go. There we go. Okay. I don't know why I just did that randomly. What the fuck? That's so random. TikTok is so glitched right now. It's unbelievable. All right, let's do that. Perfect. And I got to put the text above it. There we go. And the criteria above it. There we are. Perfect. All right. Can't see your TikTok live? Yeah, I'm loading it up right now. Sorry. There we go. Alrighty, alrighty. What's up, everyone? Hopefully it's good quality. Hopefully it's decent. It looks alright on my stream. Or my stream, my screen. Alrighty, I have some people to thank on YouTube, actually. I got to catch up on YouTube. Do give me a quick second, everyone. Let's catch up on YouTube real quick. Then we'll get the two people that were back here. All right. Oscar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Deleted TikTok account, honestly based. Shane, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for in Minnesota. You're technically required to have ID on you to conceal carry. However, if you can prove that you have a valid ID at the time of being charged, the charge is dismissed. And you are charged, and it's only a $25 fine. So, yeah, it would have been most $25 fine he legally could carry. In oil, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. They said before watching the William Sasha Riley interview, make sure you're in a right headspace. This shit's tough. Okay, I definitely will. I definitely will. Aaron, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. True, thank you so much. Wobbly, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Too bad. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Max, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the almost 5,000 people here on YouTube. Make sure to do that. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people. I think right now we're currently at, let me see how many likes. We're currently at 2,700 likes. We could honestly try to get 4,000. We have 4,900 people in here. We could easily hit 4,000. I think we could do it. For people on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yeah, I know. We might not even get a third of what we had. We might not even get a third of what we had. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If Santana sees us, he can join back as always. Not the Parker Raid based. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's your favorite Pop-Tart flavor?
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It's literally lagging. I have so many Parker Raids in the comment section. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. I like the YouTube stream. Absolutely like the YouTube stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. My birthday is February 20th, 2007.
And are you driving?
Oh, yeah, I am driving. Sorry about that.
It is TikTok TOS. I'm sorry. TikTok TOS. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Watch this. Why are you so obsessed with me? You're always in my life. Every time I restart the live, he's always in it. He's always in it right away. Literally 3 minutes in the stream, he's there. That guy loves me, dude. Seriously. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, nigger?
You're disgusting as fuck. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Maybe play Flam Sim, Parker?
Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's my favorite Pop-Tart flavor. I actually don't know. You know, I used to not like the fruity ones like raspberry and stuff, but now I think I probably lean towards that. To be honest, I used to like cookies and cream. That was my favorite. But now I'd probably say like strawberry, raspberry, something like that. Like I don't know. That's how I am now. Raspberry's just so good.
Wait,
Yo,
what does it mean? I did not mean to request it.
Oh, you're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. S'more is really good, too. I really like s'more. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Based. Let's go to the next individual. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you on TikTok. We did get about a third. I knew we would get about a third back. I knew it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
I'm just gonna say, you and Dean, I know you guys wish to give me
what's your
kidney
birth
stones.
year?
You and Dean have wished this kidney stone upon me. It is 5 millimeters. You guys are dicks. I know you wish this kidney stone upon me. Now.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone.
You're the best.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're the best.
Oh, appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. You kicked me from your last debate because I called your friend a racist, but I actually wanted to debate you.
You said Santana was racist, right?
Yeah.
That's why I kicked you. Okay? That's the most ridiculous fucking thing ever. That's obviously a troll. You're obviously trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 8.
Parker, you're gay.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some
You
debates.
and
Yo, what's up,
Parker
how old are you?
keep giving me kidney stones, you piece of shit.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the level up, Sparks. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said, if I send you a list of my enemies too, can you wish some kidney stones on them? I got you. I got you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. I've been keeping up much because there's been so much shit going on here in America that I haven't been keeping up on the UK very much. Or not the UK, Australia, I mean. But yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's definitely an L, especially that they're a Trump supporter. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, it's the same troll that joins Dean's Live. Hula, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much for most people have their license in their phone. I leave my house every day without physical ID. Actually, that's a good idea. Or a good point to make, actually. Which I don't even know if they'd be able to identify. Brand, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? So the next individual, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Nina, thank you so much for the $5. They said, give Stephen Miller a kidney stone. Oh my gosh. Zachary, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Can we start a fund to get you to play Farm Sim for the Farm Sim kid? You know what? Maybe. Maybe I'll let that happen. Maybe someday. If I have some free time on a different day, I think you know, maybe we can. No, but I'm not sure what that fund would be yet, so I don't know yet. I'll have to think about it. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year? Thank you for the level up, Storks, by the way.
2007.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
February.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
The woke problem.
The woke problem? Okay. What does woke mean?
Nah, I'm not really sure what you're calling it. I just know it's politically correct.
Okay. What state do you live in?
New York.
What time is it?
4:26 p.m.
Okay. Can you name 2 states that border New York?
Oh my god. Pennsylvania. And Rhode Island.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So the next individual, only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, regarding Trump, I wanted to say that he's Christian, so I support Christianity.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I believe that he's doing a progress when it comes to Christian values as well. I believe he's a good Christian. And I believe that you should believe in Christianity too, because now that I think about it, I do remember that you said Christianity was real. I do remember.
Wait, did I debate you recently? I debated you recently, right?
No. Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure I remember debating you recently, like very recently.
No.
But
no,
I'm not.
No.
Yeah, I'm definitely super Christian. I'm very known for that. Very known for being super Christian, and because of my Christianity, that means I turn away from Trump, right?
Christian. Yes, Christianity is a good thing.
Okay, I'm going to the next person. I'm not actually Christian. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm a horrible agnostic atheist. How atrocious. How atrocious. This agnostic atheist, everybody look at this. He's practically a domestic terrorist because he's an agnostic atheist. Practically. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Fuck Trump.
Based. I have a few people to thank everyone. JC, by the way, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. I have to click on your message to see the whole thing. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh. I'm getting like slight hiccups. I point out that you can see in the video the agent who took Alex's gun is the first one who discharged the gun first.
Hello?
Yeah, I'd have to definitely see. Ellen, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? You're so disgusting, dude. Genuinely disgusting. They said how much money for you to look at my Lego dinosaur. You can send it to me through I think Snapchat. I guess I have to maybe do like a story or something. I don't know if there's any other way you can send me like a picture of your Lego, unless you put it in like the TikTok chat or something. Not on the live stream, but like in one of my videos. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. W since October 2023. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting as fuck. You're so gross. So gross. That person should be in fucking prison. Why do people do that? Seriously, what is wrong with people? It's so disgusting. It's seriously so gross, dude. Why do people do that? This is why YouTube's better.
I'm a huge fan.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. This is why I recommend to go to YouTube. Then you don't even have to see it. We got mooned for everyone on YouTube. We got mooned. That's what happened. So the next person, only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, I love you, Parker.
And for someone saying in the comment section about agnostic and atheist, it's sometimes misunderstood. Agnostic means I don't know what is the cause of the universe, and atheist just means I don't believe it's a god. We are trying to get a Trump supporter. Everyone, please only do send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker. Thank you for
Appreciate you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Integrity and authenticity. I somehow got an integrity and authenticity ban. Are you serious? Appeal not approved? What are you talking about? It's me. It's literally me. Bro, come on. Are you serious? This is so fucking annoying. TikTok is so shit, dude. Like, instead of banning those people, they're like restricting my account and banning me, and it's so brutal, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello there. Ha.
How old are you?
Boom, boom, boom.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. See this next person up here. Do give it a quick second, everyone. I don't even know if we have debates. Yeah. Now we got a screaming fetus. Got a bunch of trolls and not a lot of debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Child. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dude, can you guys stop trolling me, please? I just want some debates, please. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I support his policies.
Okay. What policies?
Southern border policies, foreign policy.
Okay. What southern border policy and what border policy? Or what foreign policy, I mean?
Declaring a national emergency at the southern border, declaring cartels terrorist organizations, self-deportations, and then as far as like foreign policy, I like his America First stance, and I like him, for example, what he did with NATO and made them raise their fair share or pay their fair share for NATO.
Okay, I think that they actually did most of that through the Biden-Harris administration because of the Russia invasion into Ukraine. So I don't necessarily think that was Trump related as much. And then national emergency at southern border. I guess like what does that do? What does that get you to change in terms of policy or how
What
you
is the
can
national
impact
emergency?
things?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that allows for emergency powers. Obviously, it also
Such as?
pulls funds. Well, it goes back to the president. So, for example, he pulls funds from the military to the border for logistics, physical barriers, and surveillance.
I don't think that's necessary.
That's okay if you don't think that's necessary. The people that
And
voted for
wait,
Trump thought
where
it
do
was
you get that that's
necessary.
true? Because I have actually, interestingly enough, someone indicating that's not true that I know and I trust.
Yeah, your Discord
No, Law
is
of the
very,
Wild.
don't know what that is, but yeah, I mean, just look up what the national emergency did. But alongside that, he did that all on day one. So he declared the national emergency. He declared cartels terrorist organizations, which obviously allows us to freeze their funds, stop their entry into the U.S. It'll allow the military to be used against them. Self-deportation is a big one. Also, reinstating the MAGA protection protocols, ending catch and release, self-deportations. The CBP One app as well. He fixed that issue. So it's
What's
not
up?
just a
What's up,
national
Law?
emergency.
Law, are you there?
Yes, I am. How's it going?
What's good? What's good?
Do you need someone to debate for you, Parker? Here, I'll debate this.
Yes, I actually do. Go ahead, Law.
So, what powers does I guess I'll ask, what law does invoking a national emergency trigger?
What law?
Yeah,
Probably the Emergency Powers.
National Emergencies Act. Yep. And so, when the president invokes the National Emergencies Act, what does that do? Give him the power to do?
Well, that's why I give him the example. For example, he pulled funds. He pulled money to the border from the national security funds, skipping over Congress. Basically, that a lot of people complained over about that. That Congress obviously controls the purse, but this allowed Trump to use military funds to the border, which allowed for logistics, surveillance, and like physical barriers to be built.
Okay. It doesn't allow that. The Emergency Powers Act only allows them to do resources for the emergency response. You can't build a wall for the emergency response.
Yeah,
Where did you get that information from?
I didn't say build a wall.
You said build barriers.
Yeah, physical barriers could be like barbed wire and different things like that.
So what do you think that that's doing?
Well, obviously, like physical barriers is like removing the incentive to come, obviously preventing people from crossing illegally, pulling funds that allowed for more people at the border, more border patrol, more surveillance. Obviously,
No, it doesn't allow more border patrol. It allows him to deploy military forces, which can only be there to support.
Yeah, which is what he did. He put military there to help border patrol. So you're right.
What can the military do to help border patrol?
Surveillance, logistics.
Yep, they can bring them water,
and they're the ones who are building
things.
the physical barriers.
Yep, they can't do any enforcement activities.
Yeah, they can't touch anyone, but they're the ones doing surveillance, logistics, and building physical barriers, like I just said.
Yep. So how many people has Trump deployed under using the NEA powers?
Oh, I'd have to look for the exact number. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just going to guess like 10,000.
It's in the hundreds.
Oh, I truly don't believe that, but I can look it up for you. So I'm missing. What was your point of coming up?
Well, my point was you were making much broader statements about what invoking a national emergency did than it actually does. Now you've kind of walked it back a little bit with your subsequent statements, which is good.
No, I just explained to you because maybe Parker wasn't understanding, but I think I made it clear that enables him to use military funds, like which allows
for
like
DHS and FEMA funds, but yeah, not military.
It's literally for military construction projects, $3.6 billion.
Well, he has the authority to spend that
DOD.
anyway. That has nothing to do with an emergency declaration.
That's what allows him to use that money. Actually,
No, it's not.
it does under the National Emergencies Act, 10 USC 2808, where it says Emergency Military Construction Authority. I thought you knew the law.
Which 10 USC what?
10 USC 2808, Emergency Military Construction Authority. So it was $3.6 billion from the military construction projects that was being used, which accelerated construction in hundreds of miles of new barriers.
Okay. Well, also, I just want one question to ask in general. Do you think that Trump built the wall?
Do I think Trump built the wall? I think Trump built some miles of the wall. The wall's been there for a long time, and there's still more wall to be built. And like places where walls can't be built.
How much of the wall did he
Trump
build?
built some of the wall. I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Like, if you could give an estimation, is it below or above 50%?
50% of the wall, that would be a lot. Because, I mean, that's, like, the wall's been there for a long time. I would just have to say maybe, like, I'd say 400 miles of the wall, I think is what I last heard.
So that's literally, like, that's 400 out of 1,800, right? So that's, like, less than 25%?
Yeah, but you're acting like the wall wasn't already there. There's already wall there.
Okay, so then why did we need a wall if there was already one there?
Because there's like I said, there's areas with no wall.
And just to clarify, that they refurbished parts of the specific parts of it, and you said there are areas where there were no wall. Okay, so what are you considering a fence a wall?
Sure. I mean, yeah, you can technically say it's a fence. Yeah, the border wall is technically a
So
fence.
then there already was a wall, because there already was a fence.
In some
right?
areas. What's your point here? Yes, Trump built more of the wall that was already there. Okay.
Okay. So, but you're not understanding the fact that his goal was to literally build a wall that was all the way across the border. He didn't do that. He didn't do anything near that.
I don't know where you got that he was going to build a wall across the entire border.
That's
knowing there's
literally what
already
he
a wall
said.
there.
That's exactly
There's already
what he
a wall
said.
there.
That's what he said. He said we're going to build a wall.
Yeah, and he did. He built 400 miles of that wall.
So he didn't build
So I'm
a
curious,
wall.
real quick, how does the wall qualify for the military construction, which requires it to be for a military installation to satisfy temporary or permanent requirements?
Yeah, so
Under 10 USC.
Yeah, just look at where the $3.6 billion from military construction projects came from.
Well, I'm not talking about where it came from. Where did it go to build a military installation?
But it went to the military building physical barriers.
That's not a military installation.
So that combined, went to 8 to 10 billion for wall projects under this emergency authority.
That would be interesting. That would be an interesting legal challenge, because you can't build a wall along non-military installation and call. I don't doubt that that's what he spent it for, but it seems like it would be out of the definitions. But
I think Trump is definitely pushing the limits of the law and definitely pushing us into gray areas that we haven't been to before. I agree.
Man, I thought Mexico was going to pay for it. Damn.
Yeah, when was Mexico going to pay for it?
I mean, I think at least Mexico. I know I do wish Mexico would have cooperated more as a Mexican myself, but I think Mexico sending its troops and at least working with the U.S. Is good, but I do wish Mexico would have cooperated a lot more. I don't support Claudia Sheinbaum right now. I think she is in cahoots with the cartels.
Okay, I guess my question broadly in this is that, like, do you think that Trump is limiting violence from happening in this country?
Yeah, I think you can make that argument. Obviously, you could also make the argument that violence is happening because of Donald Trump, like what's happening with like Alex Preddy and Renee Good. But I think overall, yes,
specifically like him calling for the execution of some Democrats because he said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, and then
no,
like
I
Ilhan
wouldn't say
Omar
he
being
called
attacked.
he didn't call for the execution of anyone. He called for
He
them
did.
being charged with treason.
He
if
literally
they had,
he retweeted someone saying HANG them George Washington would.
yeah, if they were found guilty of treason, right?
No, that's
Which
a
is the
claim
punishment.
saying HANG them George Washington would.
Right. He's saying that what Donald Trump said.
That's a
is that he should-
declaration. It's a declaration of what he would want to do.
Sure. I don't think so.
Okay, so if I said that about Charlie Kirk, would you be okay with that?
It's your opinion. I think you can say whatever you want. I'm not against the freedom of speech.
And you'd be okay with me saying that? It's not freedom of. I'm saying, would you be okay with it?
I've heard lots of Democrats saying that they were glad Charlie Kirk was unalive. So I mean,
No,
what do
I
you want
asked
me
you
to
if
do?
you would be okay with me saying what I just said, not if other people said stuff.
I don't think it's okay, but how am I going to stop you?
So you wouldn't think it's okay? Okay, well then.
No, I don't think it's okay for you to say that Charlie Kirk someone.
Well then, why is it okay to say it in this scenario?
Because I gave you an example. I said because he's saying that if they were charged with treason, which is the punishment of treason, that's like saying if this person unalives someone, they should be unalived. That's if that person unalives someone. That's not saying. That's not calling for them to be.
No,
just be
no.
unalived.
He said they did
No,
engage in
hold on.
seditious behavior.
If I
Stop.
say a
Stop.
person who
Stop. He said
unalives
he did.
someone-
He said they did engage in seditious behavior, and he said that's punishable by death. And then he literally retweeted someone saying "HANG them George Washington would." He gave you all three bases of that. Okay,
Sure, if
that's
that's
straight
your
up him
opinion.
calling for the deaths of some
That's,
Democrats.
I disagree. I disagree. Just like how you
yeah, because
disagree
you're
that a
stupid.
wall is good for
Yeah, I
the
mean,
border.
you can't look
disagree.
at blatant facts of reality and determine that they're the case. I mean, do you believe Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered?
No.
No wonder. You can't look at things right in front of you and determine basic facts. No wonder why you don't think this. You
No,
literally
my
think
brain
that
isn't
Alex
controlled by
Preddy.
my
Wait, tell me
emotions like you,
what
Parker.
reasonable risk?
My
right,
frontal
of,
lobe has fully
of
developed,
serious.
Parker.
Wait, hold up. What?
Unlike
what's-
you, so like I'm not driven by emotion. My frontal lobe
okay,
is
wait.
fully
By the way, to
developed.
clarify,
How old are you,
you
by
said
the way?
I'm 23 years old.
Yeah, so frontal lobe still hasn't fully
And
developed.
how old are
so
you?
I think that might be why. I'm 28.
28. Law, are you older than him?
By a couple years.
Well, I mean, you've owned him apparently because he's only a couple years older than me.
I'm not saying I owned you because I'm older than you. I'm just saying
That's
you're,
literally what you're
probably
saying.
controlled by emotions. I get that you're emotional and you see things on TikTok and it sways you. But no, I don't think a singular case.
Yeah, I'm
of-
sorry. So let's
listen,
run through
I'll
this.
give you the
Let's run
benefit
through
of the
this.
doubt.
Tell me,
I'll
what
give you the benefit of
reasonable
the doubt.
risk? Wait, what would a reasonable officer believe that their life was in risk in the scenario that we're mentioning, right? Or that they were at risk of serious bodily harm.
Do I? Yeah, in my opinion, yes. I think if you're in front of a vehicle that then floors it.
I'm not
whose
talking about
tires
Renee
spin
Good right
out,
now. I'm talking about
then yes,
I'm
or
talking
if you're-
about
or if you're-
right now.
if you're
I'm just talking about
wrestling-
Alex Preddy.
Yeah, or if you're wrestling someone that then is you like hear that is armed and someone yells gun gun gun. Yeah, I think you are reasonably you have reasonable doubt that you might be hurt. If
Okay.
someone's already resisting arrest and then you find out they are armed and you don't know where this pistol is,
I don't
and
think he
you
was
hear
resisting.
Gun gun gun.
Where was
He
the
was
resisting
actively
arrest?
resisting the entire time.
There's a large body of case law that says if you're getting pulled and tugged and beaten, your body's response to that, curling up into a ball and protecting core areas, isn't considered resisting.
Okay.
So, even giving you the biggest benefit of the doubt here, they still shot an unarmed man.
He was armed. Luckily, he was disarmed.
Not when
by
he
a-
was
by a
shot, he
agent.
wasn't.
Not armed.
He was disarmed by an
you
agent.
agree he was
Prior to
disarmed?
being shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then they
Yeah, about
shot
about
an
one,
unarmed
1
man,
second
right?
before he was shot. Yes.
And
Yeah. I think that gives enough reasonable doubt for an officer that heard gun 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 and didn't see him be disarmed to shoot
Okay,
him.
so what you're arguing here then
Beyond reasonable doubt.
isn't a justified use of force. You're arguing that there was a reasonable mistake.
No, in my opinion, I think it's fully justified. Like I just said, you're wrestling someone that's armed. Again, this is just my opinion. I'm no one that's qualified to say whether or not it was justified or not. This is my opinion. You're asking.
Well,
I think
I'm
it's fully
explaining to you the
justified.
difference, and maybe this may help shape
If
your
I
opinion.
was, I'll put myself in the officer's shoes. If I was wrestling someone that's resisting and fighting me, and then I hear that they're armed, and I hear someone yelling, "Watch out! He has a pew pew." Yes, I would probably be in fear for my life.
So again, you're explaining something called a reasonable mistake, a justified
No,
use
it's
of force.
beyond reasonable doubt.
No, that's the
Because
standard.
if the
That's
officer
the
didn't
standard
see
for a
him be
conviction.
disarmed, if the officer doesn't see him be disarmed, it's the same case for if someone runs at an officer with a phone in their hand, and the officer is within reasonable doubt believes it's a pew pew and not a phone, he can still pew pew him. He's not wrong.
Okay, the word reasonable doubt doesn't mean what you think it means. So what you're
It's
saying.
if the officer believes beyond a reasonable doubt that he is in fear for his life or bodily harm.
He has to believe it's reasonably necessary. It's not a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is a standard of evidence for conviction. In any case, so a justified shooting means
Exactly.
that
You
the
can't
person.
convict them. That's the whole point. Beyond a reasonable doubt, he believed that he was going to be unalived, which is why he can't be convicted for.
Okay, what about a
unaliving that
civil
person.
case? Preponderance of the evidence.
Sure,
More
you
likely
can,
than
there
not.
could be a civil case.
Yep. So, but here's the difference, and I want you to listen and not interrupt for just a minute. I promise it won't be long. A justified shooting means that there was an actual danger that the officers were justified in eliminating. A reasonable mistake is that the officers reasonably believed that the person posed a threat even though they didn't. Which of those two do you think that it is?
I don't think it's either of the ones you said.
Oh, so what do you think it is then?
I think what I just said, I made it clear. I think this officer believed beyond a reasonable doubt that he was going to be unalived or was going to have great bodily harm done to him because he was wrestling someone that he then
Beyond a
found out to be
reasonable
armed.
doubt?
Yes.
Beyond what?
If it was beyond a reasonable doubt, that's well in excess of the standard for a civil case. So that the fact he said it was a civil case just proves he doesn't know what reasonable
I
doubt
told you there could be
actually
a
is.
civil case. The family can sue the officer for.
Wait, no,
unaliving
hold
that
up.
person, sure.
He said
There's
he
not
said
gonna
that
be
the
a criminal case.
officer
Not only
had
is there a
beyond a
supremacy
reasonable
clause-
doubt. Wait, no. He said that the officer knew beyond a reasonable doubt that his life was at risk, right? That he was going to die.
Yes.
The officer that,
What?
that first shot that saw the gun come out of the holster.
No, I'm talking about the officer who shot him.
What? Dude, you are just insane. What are you talking
talking
about?
about the person who
You're,
shot
you're
him.
essentially arguing he had near certainty that his life was in danger, that he was going to die, when he didn't even specifically see the guy touch his own gun.
No, he was wrestling someone that was resisting, and then someone yelled he had a gun. His own officers that he was with. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, Parker.
But that sounds like a mistake, though, right?
No, it's not a mistake.
Did Alex Preddy have a gun
Yes, he did.
at the time he was shot?
No, at the time he was shot, no. Thankfully.
Okay, so if an officer thought he had a gun, they would be
Thankfully, because he
making
would have probably
a.
then actually have pulled it and probably used it against the officers.
So if he didn't have a gun, but the officers thought he had a gun, the officer would be making a.
Justified shooting because he thought he had
Oh
a
my
gun.
god, this guy's hopeless.
Literally, it's embarrassing. Like, you just straight deny reality in order to like justify your positions.
No, I just
Like,
don't
why do
defend
you do that?
criminals like you do.
You don't defend criminals? Who's your president?
Donald J. Trump.
Is he convicted
What am
of 34
what
felonies?
Am I defending him? What am I defending?
Has he been convicted of 34 felonies?
What am I defending him from?
Has he been convicted of 34 felonies?
Yes, he is a felon.
Do you
What am I
support him as
defending
president
from?
of the United States?
I support him. Yeah, I voted for him.
So
yeah.
you don't defend criminals, yet you support the president of the
How am
United
I
States who's a
defending
convicted
him?
criminal?
How am I defending him?
How are you? You're on a
Sure, I'll
live
say
stream
violent criminals,
defending
then.
your support of his.
I don't defend violent criminals. I'll play your game. I don't defend violent.
Well, I mean, like, okay. Do you defend violent sex offenders?
No, I don't.
No, you
I
don't.
mean,
Well, Donald Trump is a violent
isn't.
sex offender. He was held civilly
he's
liable
not.
of forcefully penetrating
He
E.
was
Jean
found
Carroll's
civilly liable
vagina
for
against her will.
defamation against E. Jean Carroll, not a criminal
No, he
case.
was held
No
civilly
police
liable of
report.
forcefully penetrating
No
E. Jean
police
Carroll's
report,
vagina
no
against her
criminal
will.
case.
He's a violent sex offender.
That doesn't make him a violent sex offender.
Yes, it does.
What registry is he on?
Wait, that isn't. Wait, in order to be a violent
What
sex offender, you
registry
don't
is he on?
necessarily have to be on a registry.
Actually, you are. The minute you
No,
become
not
a sex
necessarily.
offender,
Wait,
you're on
hold
a
up. Let me
registry,
explain.
and he's not.
Wait,
'Cause
what
he
is a
was never-
violent?
hold on, he was
Wait,
never
let me
charged with it.
clarify. When I say violent sex offender, I mean someone who's committed a violent sex offense. Right?
was
Being
really
held civilly
found
liable of
civilly liable
sexual
for
abuse is a
defamation.
violent sex offense.
Yeah, is that a crime? Is sexual abuse a crime?
Well, I'm not
Parker?
saying it's a crime. I'm saying it's a violent sex offense.
You don't think it's a crime?
No, it's not a crime specifically in this context. It
Wow,
was a civil
sexual
violation.
abuse isn't a crime to you?
Wait, no, it is a crime, but I'm saying in this
Okay,
context
so
it was
why
a civil.
isn't Trump a criminal?
Because of statute of limitations, because of the fact that this was in a civil court. So I was describing that it was in a civil court, not that I think that there is no crime that indicates that that's
Right,
against
so
the
it was
law.
20 years. She made no police report. Brought
Yeah.
it up in a book.
Many victims, it takes decades to come out because
Said
of people like
find
you.
grape
And it's
sexy.
literally because of. Oh, she doesn't find it herself. She literally was saying other
She
people
said
do.
people think grape is sexy. So
Yes,
she's already
other people
unhinged.
do, and that perpetuates bad conditions within our society that promote grape culture.
I would say that making a false grape accusation hurts real grape survivors more than.
She
than
didn't make a
anything
false
else.
grape accusation.
Well, she didn't make a great
Wait,
accusation
name one.
at all.
Wait. Can you name
She
one
didn't make
piece
one
of?
at all.
Can you name one piece of
There was
evidence?
no police
Watch.
report.
Pause. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah, it was only testimony. That's the only evidence they were able to use. There
That's
was
not
no
a piece
physical
of evidence in the case that you dispute.
There was no physical evidence other than DNA, male DNA on her dress.
Yeah,
That
but
was never
I'm
tied to
asking
Donald Trump.
what piece of evidence do you dispute?
I just told
By the
you.
way,
So
that's
there
because
was
he didn't give up his
physical
DNA.
evidence. She brought up DNA that was found on her dress. Yeah, the male DNA that was never tied to Trump.
That's because Trump didn't give up his DNA. Why didn't Trump
They
give up
used
his
testimony,
DNA
and there
after
was many
multiple years
There
allotted?
was many inconsistencies in E. Jean Carroll's argument too.
What? Name one inconsistency.
Sure, she said she had never used a changing room in that store, and then she said she did because that's where it happened.
Wait, like prior to that event?
In her own testimonies, at
So
first,
wait.
she had never used that
She
changing
never
room.
claimed that she's never used it at all in her life. She claimed that she never used it prior to that point. Is that
I
her
don't think that's
position?
what she said at all. There was many inconsistencies. She said she had never used one.
Okay,
and then she
wait.
said she
Can you
did.
show me where she said that even?
Where she said what?
Where she said that? Like, can you give me a source?
That she'd never used the changing room in her very first testimony. You can find it in her very first testimony.
Yeah, and can you give me like a source that reports on that?
I mean, you can just find it in the court documents. You can find her testimony. Why do you need some sort of media to report it to you?
Well, because I think that would be relevant to demonstrate
Because
it
you
at
like
least
the
right now.
opinion to guide you.
No, it just categorizes it right now so that
You
we
need
can see
something
on
to
the
tell you
live.
how to think.
Because we're not going to be able to look through all the court documents currently.
Oh, I think it's irrelevant to even look at it.
It's
I
not
think
irrelevant.
I'm just giving you an example.
That
She
was the
had many
basis of your argument.
inconsistencies.
That was the basis of your argument. You're saying it was an inconsistency, and I'm saying if that's the basis of your argument,
your basis
can
of
you
your
provide
argument
to me
is
an
that because
article?
Donald Trump
I'll give you
was in a
time to
civil
go.
case.
Hey, bro, I'll give you time to go look it up.
I think it's irrelevant. I'm not going to waste my time
No,
looking
it's not
up
irrelevant.
testimony from another.
How is it irrelevant?
Because that was just a small point to you bringing up the civil case to say Trump is a
No,
criminal.
you
because
said
I'm
this is the
against
basis
illegal
of her.
immigration.
You said that she was inconsistent. You
This is
said
like
this
a
is the
huge
reason why she was
deflection
in.
from
Wait, stop.
immigration.
You said she was inconsistent. You said this is the reason she was inconsistent. I'm just asking for the statement that she made that you said that was a part of her being deemed as
Yeah, and you're
inconsistent.
going down a rabbit hole deflecting from immigration.
You know, I'm
in
asking
whole.
for evidence of the claim you just made.
Yeah, and I gave you where you could find it
You
in
don't.
her very first
You
testimony.
you just claimed that. No, I need. Can you give me like a media source reporting on that? I'd love to
I
actually
just
see
told
that.
you the court documents is where you can find it in her first testimony. You don't need any media to tell you. You don't need CNN to report it to you. You can
I'm
look
not
at the court
asking for CNN.
documents.
Give me any
Look at
media
her
source
first
that indicates
Look at her
that.
testimony.
Yeah,
and
I
again,
understand.
It's irrelevant.
I understand.
The court
Where in
case
the,
is
How about
over.
this? How about this? Where in the testimony?
Why does it matter? The court case is over.
So I can find it.
I just told you the testimony. You can look it up.
Yeah, where
I'm
in the
not doing your word
testimony?
for
Was
you.
it near the beginning or near the end?
Don't know.
You don't know? You don't know
No.
whether it was the beginning or the end?
No, because it was a while ago and it was such an irrelevant case, insignificant.
So you said when she first testified, she only testified once at trial. So when was her first?
No, she
testimony?
testified twice. So when she first gave her testimony to the investigator that she was when they asked her about this, she said that she had never used the. So when she testified, she said that she had used it, but before she said she had never used the changing rooms to that store.
Obviously,
Again, I think it's irrelevant.
I don't think
It's a
that's
civil
true at all.
case
I just think that's
for
not true. I think you're lying. I
Doesn't
think
make
you are
Trump a
lying.
rapist, doesn't make
I
Trump
think
a
you are
sexual
lying.
offender.
You are grasping for straws. That never fucking happened. I don't believe you.
That's what
because
you're doing by saying he's a sexual offender because of a civil case from.
he was held civilly liable. That's a violent sex offense. That's just a fact.
From an
Now,
old
if you want
racist, by the
now,
way, too. E. Jean
well,
Carroll is a
I
known-
don't even know what you just said. So let me
She's
just
a known
address the.
racist.
Wait, have you been on my live before?
No, I don't think I have.
Are you
Why?
sure? Because I'm pretty sure you've made this point on my live before.
I'm pretty sure everyone knows E. Jean Carroll's a known racist that called her ex-husband an ape.
Yeah. So again,
You can find it in
I'm
her
pretty.
book.
Yeah, you've been on my live before.
You can find it in her book.
You've been
Why?
on my
Because
live
someone,
before.
Someone else brought up this point?
You've been on my live before, right? And by the way, wait, do you know Donald Trump is a known racist? And do you know that you defend Donald Trump? And by the
Really?
way,
Donald
even
Trump
if
has
this
said
were
racism
true,
is evil?
even if this were true about E. Jean Carroll, that does not
Which it is.
mean that she wasn't sexually assaulted. Like
Which it
it
is
has
true.
literally no relevance to the case.
Well,
Literally
she's a
no
known
relevance.
liar. She's
But your favorite guy, Donnie, has literally not only allowed for racial profiling within his own administration,
Not
but
true.
is actively speaking engaged in racism throughout his whole life, specifically in the context of like not renting to black people, saying that black people have a trait of laziness, saying that the Central Park Five, right, even though they were exonerated, should have been executed, popularizing the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with absolutely no evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, and also saying that Kamala Harris turned black when indicating that she wasn't black prior, right, alongside the fact that he's literally popularized all of these different completely made up conspiracies about specifically Haitian Americans, saying that they literally were eating cats and dogs because he saw a video of a person who was black from Canton, Ohio, right, and he assumed that they're Haitian just because of that.
Okay, so you were pretty much wrong about all of those. So he never called
No,
for
I
the
wasn't.
unaliving of the Central Park Five after they were
He did.
exonerated.
He
He
did.
did before they were exonerated.
He
And
did
after
after.
they were
Yes, he
exonerated.
did.
They asked him if he still believed they were guilty. He said yes. He still believes that their confession, which they did confess,
Wait,
was very telling. So no,
oh
he
wait,
didn't
wait,
call
wait.
for
So
the
if
unali-
he,
Hold
so
on.
then you just
Hold on,
admitted
Parker, I
it. You
let
just
you speak.
admitted that he said that.
I
You
just
just
let you
lied.
speak. So he said that he still believed they were guilty after they admitted it. He never called for their unaliving after they were exonerated. And it's weird that you think it's because they're black and it's not because they admitted to it. And not only that, the lawsuits that
No,
he
it's
didn't rent to
because
black people,
because they took that back and they were acquitted based upon DNA evidence.
Hold on.
Okay,
the lawsuits aren't proof
so that
of
was under
racism.
coercion.
Sure, you can. I agree with you. It could be. They were underage.
Wait, if you agree
yes.
with me that it was under conversion, if he's coercion, and he still specifically does believe the original claims that
thinks
they
they're
made,
guilty.
rather than the specific idea that they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, I would say that that's fucked up. And also, you didn't address any of the
What
other
does that have
points
to do
that I
with
made.
race? Because you interrupted. So not only that, you mentioned the lawsuits. The lawsuits don't prove he's racist. That just proves that someone sued him
It does.
because of that.
What?
It doesn't.
Him
Because
not
he
renting to
settled.
black
He
people
didn't
doesn't mean he's
lose the
racist?
lawsuit. He
Him
settled
not
the
renting to
lawsuit.
black people means he's not
If
racist.
if I sue you and I accuse you of being racist, does that automatically make you racist?
If no, specifically, if you were
Exactly.
determined,
If I sue you
listen,
for being racist,
listen,
it doesn't make you racist.
Listen, if you were determined, right, in the court, and there was a settlement based upon it where you then had to make a determination specifically in the newspaper, right, that this is the case, yeah, I would accept that that's the case, right? But obviously, that's not, you're
Yeah,
not
it's part of the
understanding.
settlement.
Yeah, you
So not
understand.
only
Yeah,
that, you
part of the
mentioned the
settlement,
birther
he had to say
move-
that he is now renting to black people when he prior
You
didn't.
mentioned the birther movement, which was started by the Hillary Clinton campaign, which has
Even if
nothing
wait,
to do
wait,
with
wait,
him
I
being
don't
black
even
either.
know that to be true. I haven't seen that. If
Yeah,
that
look
was,
it
I'd
up.
condemn them
Look
for
it up.
that.
The birther movement was started by the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Well, then I would condemn that, of course. Now, can you
yeah,
condemn
but it
it
has
as well?
nothing to do with him being black or anything. It's just that you think everything
Yes,
is
it does.
racist. Anything that involves
Yes,
a
it
black person
does.
is racist. That's not the case. That makes you racist.
What?
Because
How?
just because you criticize a black person doesn't mean it's because of their race. Like, how
What?
is the
No.
Central Park 5 thing about a race?
Wait.
It's
Stop
about
pivoting.
kids
Stop
who-
pivoting. What? Wait, go back. Stop pivoting.
Stop pivoting. You're the one that's being racist because you think everything that involves a black person is because of their race.
That's not being racist, okay? I don't even know
That
what the
is
fuck you mean.
victimizing and
Wait, can you
treating
define
someone differently
racism?
based on their race?
Define racism.
Racism is to believe that your race is superior to another race.
Okay, so would you claim that based upon that, which, by the way, this isn't even the only definition, would you claim that I'm believing that I'm superior
is
to
the
another
definition.
race?
Yeah, because you're actively victimizing and
You think I am
fantasizing and-
claiming that my race is superior to others? That's what you
I'm
think
not
I'm
saying you're
claiming?
claiming. I'm saying you're acting as if you are because you're
How?
infantilizing.
How?
You're infantilizing and victimizing and acting like a white savior to black
How?
people when they don't need you to
I'm
save
not
them, because it
victimizing.
has
I'm not
nothing to do with them
victimizing
being ra-
people without context. There's
It
context
has
in which
nothing
there
to do
are.
with racism.
What are you saying? Me claiming that something is racist towards someone is not me being racist myself. You
Let me
absolute
give you.
dumbass.
Let me give you a very clear example. So you
Like
brought the
seriously,
Central
like
Park Five.
this is ridiculous. Me claiming
Hold on.
something is
Parker,
racist.
answer this then.
Right?
Answer
Shut
this
up.
then.
Right? Shut up. Me claiming something is racist specifically on behalf of something someone is engaging in is not racist myself. If anything, wouldn't that be the same thing for yourself, given that you claimed that earlier?
No, I'm going to give you an example of why
Wait,
you're
but
racist.
but
So-
like literally, you claimed it earlier. So then, but couldn't you, based upon
Claimed
your
what
own
earlier?
definition, there? Wait, couldn't you, based upon your own definition, claim that you're racist because of that?
claimed what earlier?
You claimed E. Jean Carroll was racist, right? And you said you based it upon
Yes, she
specifically
is racist.
things that she did, right? But couldn't someone claim that based upon your same argument? Because again, Donald Trump said that black people have a trait of laziness. Apparently, you don't think that's racism. Apparently, you think I'm racist for calling that racist. Therefore, would that make you racist for calling that racist?
So I looked that up. The trait of laziness thing. He never said that. So no, and that's
He
not
did.
what I'm
He
saying.
did. He
Let
did
me
say
give you an
that.
example.
He
Let me
did say
give you
that.
an
What are you
exact-
talking about?
Let me give you an exact example.
He
Go
did
find
say
it real
that.
quick.
Trump did say that.
Go find it. Let me give you an
Yeah, okay.
exact example. Ready? So if I think that O.J. Simpson is actually guilty, even though he was obviously said to be innocent, and I still think he's guilty because of the evidence or whatever that I saw. Like many people do believe O.J. Simpson is still guilty. Does that mean I'm racist and it's because he's black, or is that because of the facts of the case that I think that he's guilty?
Wait, repeat what you just said.
If since O.J. Simpson was declared innocent and I still think he's guilty, is that because I'm racist and it's because he's black? Or is it just because I still think he's guilty? And is it the person who makes it about him being black
Well,
the real racist?
no, I would say specifically in this context that it's very likely because of the fact that, like, if there is evidence specifically in this context indicating exoneration based on DNA evidence, that is very strong evidence. So the likelihood that it would be racism in association with all other said facts is obviously an important thing to take into account. By the way, there's a
He also
bunch of
wasn't found
lag. Hold up.
innocent.
Pause. Is it still lagging on TikTok, everyone? Oh, sorry, Law. What'd you just say?
I said he wasn't found innocent either. Not guilty is not the same thing as innocent.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Obviously, you know what I'm saying, though. You can play semantics all you want. But you know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying just because someone thinks that O.J. Simpson was actually guilty doesn't mean that they're racist or it's because he's black. You guys are just victimizing and infantilizing black people.
How am I infantilizing black people by saying that it was racist for Donald Trump to say that? That makes no sense.
Because, for example, the birther movement, there's nothing racist about questioning where he was born, especially when he himself
Yes, there
has said
is.
he's the first
When you're trying
president
to
from Kenya.
undermine him being president of the United States
Why?
for
When
that
Obama
reason,
says that he's
yes,
the
it
first
is.
president from Kenya?
No, dude, you understand that specifically referencing nationality and ethnicity in that respect, not specifically that the fact that he was born there. There's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, and he was clear about that. Okay, so for someone to deny that specifically because they think that they're born in Kenya is ridiculous in that context, and simply to undermine him being president of the United States. I do think that is because of the fact that Donald Trump is assuming that because he's black, because he would not do that in the case of specifically people being white. Right, in the case in which they have, there's no evidence that indicates they were born in a different country, right? When they specifically have a birth certificate born in the United States.
And there's no
he would
evidence
never do
he
it in
wouldn't
that
do that to a
context when
white
they're white.
person.
What's that?
There's no evidence he wouldn't do that to a white person.
Wait, you understand that there is no basis for saying that he would. We clearly know that he wouldn't, right? He's never done that in that context.
What evidence would you use to say he
Was there
clearly
any
wouldn't?
evidence to say that say that he was born specifically? All right, did he question John McCain?
No. When did John
John
McCain
Mc-
become president?
Well, didn't John McCain run for presidency?
Sure.
Okay. So why didn't he question John McCain?
Maybe because he served in the military. Maybe because he was obviously clearly see he was a U.S. citizen. I don't think John McCain ever said he was
clearly
the first
see. So
president
what
from
about a
another-
birth certificate?
from another nation like Obama?
What about a
said.
birth certificate?
And again, like the Hillary
Wait.
Clinton
What about
campaign.
the birth certificate specifically?
birther
Like in
movement
terms
was
of
started by Hillary
Barack
Clinton.
Obama. What about the birth certificate in terms of Barack Obama?
That's what I'm saying. That was started by the Hillary Clinton campaign. So does that mean they're
Did you
racist?
know that? Did you know that John McCain was technically born in a foreign land?
No, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, did you know
He was
Trump
born
called
on a U.S.
racism-
military
hold on.
base, but
Did you
technically
know
it was
that-
in the
Parker,
UK.
Did you know Trump called racism evil and called the Triple K white tea supremacists and neo-Yazis, called them thugs that don't belong in our society? Do you know that?
Well, I definitely think that he's literally pardoned the Proud Boys on January 6th, so people specifically do literally uphold that ideology. So not only that, but also violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. And, quite literally, he's done a lot of defending for people who are on that side and not straight up condemning like, other candidates obviously clearly have. It took him a long time to be able to try to even claim that.
No, he did that in his first term. He condemned them in his first term.
He said that there
He's done
were
it in his second
good
term.
people on both sides in the situation where they were specifically trying to keep
And that
up
exact- and
a
see,
statue of a
that's-
white supremacist. What's that?
That proves that you're misinformed. So that exact sentence where he says find people on both sides, right after that he says, and I'm not talking about the Triple K or neo-Yazis because they should be condemned totally. So it just shows you're still like buying into propaganda.
That doesn't mean that there aren't other groups specifically associated with white nationalism and literally white supremacy that obviously would be on the right. You understand those aren't the only two different groups that specifically do perpetuate racism?
Right, but that was at the Charlottesville event, which was the Triple K.
But he said there were good
neo-Yazis,
people on both
racist
sides, and the
supremacists.
people on one of the sides, there were just people that were specifically advocating to keep up a statue of a white supremacist that owned people as slaves.
Who was the statue for?
Wasn't it Robert E. Lee?
Yeah, you're saying you're ignoring that.
Yeah,
he
he
was like a
owned people
military
as slaves,
general.
historically speaking, and he literally fought with the Confederates for maintaining slavery to be left up to the
Did
states.
Thomas Jefferson own slaves?
Yes.
Should we take down all his statues?
Yes. Do not have any statues commemorating him. Yeah.
That's weird.
Why?
So we should take down the statues of every founding father that owned slaves.
Yes.
Why?
Because of the fact that I don't think we should be commemorating people who have been so morally atrocious.
Is that the only thing they did?
It's not the only thing they did in their lives, but it is obviously a thing that they've done that's disqualifying of the fact that we obviously don't want them to have
Should we still
statue of
teach about them in history class?
I mean, do you think that Nazi Germany should, not Nazi Germany, do you think Germany after Nazi Germany should have kept up all the statues of Hitler?
No, I'm not saying that.
But it's history.
But you're comparing someone.
Wait, but it's history. Would you advocate for that because it's
you're comparing
history?
someone that led the military to someone that like committed mass genocide.
Robert E. Lee was fighting and led the military specifically to literally keep slavery legal in states. So yeah, he was actively fighting for human rights abuses.
The Civil War happened?
What's up?
Was that the only reason the Civil War happened?
That was the main reason.
Actually, it wasn't.
Are you seriously going to deny reality? States' rights to do what?
States' rights.
States' rights to do what?
To do what states' rights want. Obviously, it involves slavery.
To do what?
But that's
Dude, he just conceded and he can't even admit it. He just conceded and he can't admit it. Dude, this is so embarrassing. Dude, that's the question that they can never answer. They can never answer states' rights to do what without saying specifically slavery. They can't.
I just told you slavery. Yeah, slavery
exactly. That's exactly what I said. So it was based upon slavery.
Okay, so
answer the question. It was based upon slavery.
Yeah. So
you just conceded.
Do you think everyone fighting the Civil War was trying to abolish slavery?
I think people specifically who were fighting for the Confederates, I think they were trying to maintain slavery.
Did Abraham Lincoln own slaves?
Yes.
So why did he fight the South?
Or wait, I'm pretty sure he did, yeah.
Yeah, so why would he be against slavery?
Well, I never even. What I was specifically claiming is that they were advocating against it to a greater extent. Specifically, the Confederates were advocating to maintain it. That was the main distinction, right? One of the main distinctions.
And it's ironic, right? It's really ironic because I mean that was a Democrat Party that wanted to keep the slaves, and they were mostly arguing, if you get rid of them, who's going to pick our crops?
By the way, I just want to clarify.
Hold on.
Lincoln was Republican. I just want to say that. Secondly, exactly. I do think that Lincoln was not good, right? He literally cared more about keeping the Union together than he cared about abolishing slavery. But that doesn't mean that Robert E. Lee was not a horrible person that should be condemned and obviously shouldn't have statues to commemorate him.
But you didn't answer my question. Should we still teach about him in history?
Yeah, I don't dispute teaching about them in history. What I dispute is commemorating them with statues. I think we should teach about it in history. I just think that we should not commemorate them with statues. Does that make sense?
I agree. I don't care too much about Robert E. Lee or anything like that. Like I'm a Mexican immigrant anyway, so that's not really my heritage or what I care
I'm just
for.
saying, like, I don't think that fine people defend that.
I'm playing devil's advocate here, though. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Don't do that on my live. I don't do devil's advocate.
But I mean, I side with them, and I agree. I would keep up the.
So then you're not doing devil's advocate. If you agree with them, you're not doing devil's advocate. What are you talking about? Do you know what devil's advocate is? Devil's advocate means you don't actually believe it, but then you're going to hold the position either way just for the fuck of it.
I don't agree with tearing down statues.
Okay, okay, yeah, but so then you agree with keeping up the statue of a Confederate? Okay, can I ask you a question? Would you be okay? Would you say the same thing for the statues of Hitler?
No, because again, it's a G side, very different.
Okay, but you don't think that there would be a qualified definition of saying that Robert E. Lee was okay with it, given that he was wanting to keep slavery okay with the states?
Hold on, but isn't it weird that you're condemning? Hold on, isn't it weird that you're condemning?
Wait, don't you think that would qualify as G side, as it was literally him saying that he wants slavery to be left up to the states? Quite literally, I think that would be categorized within G side. Right, the way that Black Americans were treated in this country with slavery. I think that's the correct opinion. Right, okay, I think it's definitely a part of that.
So Parker, I get that you're like condemning inanimate objects like statues, but yet you don't condemn your own party that still wants to keep people in the fields picking crops, and is saying it's still the same thing. If you get rid of them,
what are you talking about? Keeping people in the field picking crops? People who want to work in those conditions? People who chose? You understand the distinction between being forced, between being like doing that out of your own choices?
People choose to be exploited. The children that are working underage are choosing to be.
Wait, I never said anything about. You didn't say anything about children prior. I don't think children
But
have the
those are
ability to
that's
do
what I'm
that.
talking about. Illegal immigrants
I did.
working. You don't
Well,
care.
no, I want to provide a legal pathway to citizenship for all of
Your
them.
party
who have
is
not.
still the same party that still victimized minorities.
Listen. Why are you cutting me off? I want to provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, so they have a legal status and wouldn't be treated with those particular conditions. Would you like to do that, or would you like to keep them at the threat of mass deportation, which is creating the situation where they have less bargaining power and can't take market wages because of that?
So I support. Obviously, we have pathways to citizenship. Obviously, whether it's work visas or student visas,
Where
if
they
you
don't
wanna
have to
come
leave
here
the
and do
country,
something
though.
valid, I
Yeah, a
support
pathway.
all those
Let
legal
me
pathways.
clarify.
Hold
Let me
on.
clarify. A pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
No.
Okay, but like that would ensure
No,
that
that's
they're not.
rewarding. That's rewarding criminal behavior.
So this is why you're virtue signaling.
That's rewarding criminal behavior.
This is why you're virtue signaling, because of the
So
fact that you could end the exploitation, you could prevent that from happening by providing a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, where that would get rid of the ability for them to be
incentivizes
treated
illegal
at that manner, and that specifically because of the fact that it would get rid of the lack of
That
bargaining power they
incentivizes-
have. The lack of bargaining power they have because of the fact that there is a threat of mass deportation. That is the only reason they're taking such lower wages and why children in those contexts have to work. Because of the fact that there are situations specifically where they're paid significantly less, right? If they weren't paid significantly less and they were paid market wages, that wouldn't be a thing. If they were treated
you're talking
legally,
about
that wouldn't be a
rewarding-
thing.
You're talking about rewarding illegal behavior and incentivizing illegal immigration, like rewarding people who made it here and saying screw you to everyone else who was already deported, right?
No,
the best way to do it is what
No, this is
Trump
applicable
doing,
for those that are
self-deportations.
already in the
Hold on.
country.
Hold on. We wouldn't have to
Dude.
deport anyone if we didn't have the mass illegal immigration under Joe Biden. 11 million encounters, the highest number in
Raw.
history.
Oh my God, how many people do
We
you think
wouldn't
came into
need
the
to
country
be
that are
deporting all
undocumented?
these people
What
if
is the
Biden
total
didn't let them
population of? Tell us, what is the total population of undocumented immigrants
in the
country?
U.S.?
Yeah.
It's unknown because they're undocumented.
Okay, so you don't know the population. Can you give an estimation? That's what I was asking for. What's the estimation that you have?
I would guess 10%.
10% of the population?
Sure.
So you think 34 million undocumented immigrants are in the country?
Yes, that would be my estimate.
Pew Research indicates 14 million. Why do you think you have a better determination in terms of estimates than Pew Research?
It was just a guess. I mean, 14 million
Okay,
sounds
so would you accept the 14
accurate,
million?
but definitely low.
14 million is total population. Okay, it went from
Yeah,
around
I mean,
11
I would
to 4.
accept it. I would accept it as a minimum, but we saw 11 million encounters under Joe
It went
Biden
from
alone.
10.5.
So
it went from 10.5 to 14 million.
Under Joe Biden?
Yes, in terms
That's
of
crazy.
undocumented
I mean, that's why I don't
immigrants.
believe it, because the 11 million encounters at the southern border. I mean, yeah, a lot of them were claiming asylum.
Not all
and are being
encounters get into the
deported after
country. We're
fact.
talking about total undocumented immigrant population went up by a little less than 4 million.
Yeah, like I said, I disagree with it, but it could be possible since a lot of them came in seeking asylum with the CBP-1 app. You just said the magic words asylum and you were let into the country. And
Not
you
That's
had
a
full
legal
year
Not
to
even
process.
asylum
remotely
as
true.
well.
Not even remotely true. But no, the
Well,
an
it's not
encounter.
remotely true.
The CBP one, and then you just say asylum and you get into the country.
Was a CBP-1 app for asylum appointments?
It was for setting appointments. Correct.
Exactly. Okay. And if I got caught at the border crossing illegally and I said I'm here to seek asylum, would they let me in?
No, not immediately. You would go to an interview.
A credible fear interview, right? But then what?
Credible fear interview, and then you'd have to establish probable cause that there was a legitimate fear for your safety returning to your home country based off of one of several protected characteristics: race, religion, protected speech.
Yeah, you get an interview, and then if they say yes, you get in, right? Before, we had Remain in Mexico. We had migrant protection protocols that had people waiting at the southern border while claiming asylum. Joe Biden got rid of those.
Saying asylum doesn't get you into the country, though. You just said all you have to do is say asylum.
Well, if you're
70% of
being,
people,
in
70%
regards
of
to
people who
crossing
had their
illegally.
credible fear interviews, 70% of people who had their credible fear interviews didn't find probable cause.
Yeah, like I said, in regards to being caught illegally. So, like, if you're being caught illegally and you're like, instead of being deported, you can just say, I'm here to seek asylum, and you go through the process of asylum seeking.
Right. Or you can go to a port of entry and request it. And that's what the CBP-1 app did. Instead of having people just show up in mass to ports of entry, it would give them a date certain so that the cities, we didn't have this shanty cities of people waiting to get in. You could set an appointment and then it was efficiently done. Maybe you got in, maybe you didn't, maybe you didn't. A greater likelihood that you didn't, but you didn't just get to say asylum and get in. A border encounter is somebody who encounters the border without prior authorization. That could be between ports of entry or at ports of entry. If you get turned around, it's still a border encounter. If you come back the next day, it's still a border encounter. So that's why 11 million people didn't get in just based off of the number of border encounters.
Yeah, I'm not saying all 11 million people got in. Yeah, you're right. But a border encounter is between ports of entry, not at a port of entry, per
No,
CBP definition.
No, absolutely not. A border encounter happens at ports of entry as well, included in those numbers, the 11 million.
It's not. I can show you the definition of border encounter per CBP. But that's the issue. The CBP One app on its own isn't the issue. The issue is also removing Remain in Mexico, because now we have people in the U.S. with asylum claims that have been denied, and now we have to go in and deport them and look for them and rip them out of their country that they have already started to become established in. And I don't know why you guys don't have an issue with that, letting people in to then rip them out. Also including the birthright citizenship issue where we have children with different status to their parents and being ripped apart from their parents or being sent back to a country they've never been from and don't have any legal documents for. I don't see why you guys are against anything Donald Trump is doing, other than obviously the whole TikTok emotional narrative of abuse and Renee Good and Alex Preddy and
well, I mean, I'm in Minnesota and I've had clients who have been convicted of no crime, who are here on a pending asylum claim, get picked up at their restaurant from the storeroom and dragged out and arrested and on a plane to El Paso 12 hours later where I can't help them anymore. So I do have problems with that.
No, and I get it. I mean, I'm sure that has happened, but I mean, according to DHS, 70% of them have criminal cases, criminal records. But yeah, I don't disagree with deporting people who just came here illegally in general, even if they haven't committed a crime. But I do think we should prioritize people who have committed crimes. But here is the CBP
if you want to
definition.
if you want to prioritize those that have committed like violent crimes and bad crimes, you'd agree with Democratic policy, right? Because that's what literally Democrats agree with. Plus, they want to make the legal process go significantly quicker. Sounds like you agree with Democrats there again.
Sure, I mean, I gave Joe Biden a chance during his 4 years.
Yeah, genuinely, I don't think that like there's a greater position that you would get from supporting Donald Trump's policies here. I think that you get lack of accountability. I think you get more violations of the law. I think you get a complete not looking at due process rights. I think that's bad. You have U.S. citizens being detained literally for having an accent.
I mean, yeah, I gave Joe Biden a chance, but look at what he did. He removed.
Wait, how do you feel about that? That U.S. citizens have been detained for having an accent.
I'll address that, but let me be honest. I gave Joe Biden a chance. He gave 11 million encounters, highest in the history. He didn't do anything for the people that were already here legally. He blamed Republicans for bills not being able to pass.
That's because Donald Trump literally said, "Blame it on me if the border bill failed." Donald Trump told him to do it.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. The Langford bill. Joe Biden didn't do anything against the CTELs directly. So then Trump came in on day one, declared a national emergency, declared them cartel members terrorists. He secured the border on day one, stopped catch and release, reinstated Remain in Mexico, all these things. And he's also actively trying to help DACA
restated the same things you did earlier. We've already gone through this. He actively was against DACA prior, especially.
The Langford bill and the U.S. citizens. So the Langford bill shut down the border after 5,000 encounters, added 60 judges. Trump shut it down immediately on day one and added 600 judges for immigration asylum claims. So Trump is doing a lot more than the Langford bill. So if you support the Langford bill,
couldn't you have done both?
The Langford bill? No, not really, because the Langford bill would become law, and that would actually limit him on what he could do. Because then he has to then abide by the Langford bill.
How did the Langford bill limit his executive action power?
Well, the Langford bill, like I said, shut down the border after only 5,000 encounters.
Yeah, but that was through legislation. It doesn't limit his executive power.
It does, because executive power has to abide by the law.
Okay, wait. So what law specifically would it limit in terms of your ability to increase those? And you said Trump added 600 judges, right?
Yep, Trump appointed 600 JAG officers as immigration judges.
Appointed 600 what officers?
JAG officers.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree completely with the Langford bill. I think it was a good attempt, but I do think it was an attempt it was like a Band-Aid on a huge gash that wasn't going to fix anything, and it would just honestly back things up more. by putting more legislation on the border that really wasn't needed. I don't think we need to add more immigration
I don't
law.
think
we need to
legislation was
enforce
unneeded.
immigration
I think it was long term, whereas executive action is only short term for that particular administration.
Right, but no immigration law needs to be added. We just need to enforce immigration law. That's the issue. Immigration law hasn't been enforced. We have sanctuary cities. We're not enforcing Title 8. So I think we just need to enforce immigration law. We don't need to add more to it.
Okay, so you just said you want to add more to the legal immigration process. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't be against adding more to the legal immigration process, but I think we have plenty of legal pathways here. We have this obviously work visas, student visas, asylum,
Hold up.
refugee.
I asked, is that what you were saying?
No, I'm saying is we don't need to add more. I don't think we need to add more policies or more laws to the law that we already have. We just need to enforce Title 8. That's the issue. I don't support sanctuary cities. I don't support perpetuating catch and release. We need to just enforce immigration law. It's not really that I was looking for Trump to add more to the law. The only thing I'm really looking for him to do as far as the immigration process is something for DACA recipients. Something needs to be done about DACA. But as far as everything else, Title 8 just needs to be enforced.
Okay, so I have a question. In terms of like the asylum process, do you think that, or actually, how about do you feel about ICE and immigration enforcement going after those that are going towards their court days?
Sure. So I mean, there's like 3 ways that's happening, right? So the people that had their court date through the CBP-1 app, when that got removed, they don't have a court date anymore. They show up, they get deported.
Oh, they
So
don't
yeah,
have court
that's
dates anymore? Why not?
if they had it through the CBP-1 app, yeah, because the
Why
CBP-1 app
not?
was removed.
Yeah, they removed it, so they got rid of all the court dates, even though they should have kept those court dates. Why'd they get rid of them if they were already established? That's just because
Because they
they
were
disagreed with
considered
the Biden
invalid since they
policy?
went
Like,
through
that's
an app
sick.
instead of. Well, a president can remove the executive order of another president, so it's fully legal to remove that and do that. So yeah, people were showing up, and they were being deported because they didn't realize their court dates were canceled. And then there's also the people whose court dates get dismissed. Like once they're there, they're going through the process. Their asylum claim gets dismissed, and then they're deported. So yeah, they were doing it legally, and then they get deported because their process gets dismissed. And then there's the people at the citizenship ceremonies. Those people were canceled. I don't think they were deported. I think they were just canceled because they're from certain countries that were not allowing immigration from, like Iraq, Afghanistan.
So you're saying they weren't deported? So people weren't deported in the circumstances in which they were literally trying to go to. So there's no circumstances in which people were deported in which they were trying to go towards their court hearings.
I just
and they were showing up at the court hearing.
Yes, some people showed up to their court dates that weren't existent anymore, and they got deported. Some showed up, got dismissed, and then got deported.
Those are court dates, by the way. Still, they just got rid of the court dates.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So the Trump administration got rid of court dates of people and then literally just detained them at the court hearing without even hearing their case.
Of the CBP-1 app and Biden administration.
Wait, but without even hearing. By the way, that doesn't mean that they
here's
didn't.
what happened with that, and here's what makes it so shitty is that the people were relying on the CBP-1 app to keep them updated on their court dates because the courts are so backlogged. They couldn't give them exact dates, at their hearings. So for their next hearing dates, they would rely on the CBP-1 app to keep them updated. Now, so people, especially in the lower end of the economic spectrum, are very mobile. So your address changes every 6 months or every year because you find cheaper rent or your rent goes up or whatever the case may be. So these people had court dates that were set, but they never knew about them because the CBP-1 app, which they were relying on, it was canceled. And then because of the technological interface, many times if they didn't have an address on it, they just canceled the court date. So then whenever these people do show up back on immigration's radar, whether through an encounter or through showing up for court that they thought they had scheduled, they're like, oh, sorry, your court date's canceled and we're going to remove you now because you have no legal status. That's a shitty thing to do to a person.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We shouldn't allow people in to the country with false claims of asylum to later deport them. That was my whole point.
How do you determine if a claim of asylum is false?
Exactly.
Well, obviously, it goes through the process through a USCIS officer, but my whole point was remain in Mexico needs to be
no, that's a
instated.
preliminary claim. The actual one on the merits is where you go to the immigration judge and you make your case.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a USCIS officer too.
No, that's for the preliminary when you first come in for your credible threat interview.
Okay. But my whole point is Remain in Mexico was keeping people from being deported inside the country, from allowing people in to later deport them. That was my main issue with Joe Biden. He let people in through asylum, and now 70% of those asylum claims are denied and now have to be deported. And now Trump is the bad guy for doing it when Joe Biden let him in.
So you understand that actually Trump increases the amount of asylum claims that are denied, like that under his administration. That's what he's literally tried to advocate for to happen. Plus, there again, you're talking about situations where they're going after situations where they already had court dates set up, and they simply just couldn't get access to the information because of Trump. That's not on behalf of their fault. That's on behalf of the fault of the Trump administration. And they were trying to go through the legal process, and Trump didn't allow them to do it.
I would blame the Biden administration for setting up a broken ladder that was easily going to be removed, and everyone knew it was going to be removed.
Nope. They should have just allowed for that legal process to go through, and they decided not to. Yeah, seriously, you're blaming it on the Biden administration. What, for letting people? Oh, by the way, I just want to clarify. So listen,
for letting them in to later be deported. Yes.
Listen. So for people who have valid asylum claims, you don't want them to be able to stay in the country while they need to seek asylum here?
I think they can wait at the southern border. I think we should provide them housing or at least some sort of center where they can wait at the
Do you think people could be seeking asylum from Mexico?
Oh, yeah, obviously, but I think it's a very low.
If they're seeking asylum from Mexico, should they stay in Mexico while they're seeking asylum?
No, they can wait at the southern border.
They can wait at the southern border. You mean in Mexico?
Yeah, under surveillance and protection by the government.
Wait,
yeah.
So it costs $300 a day to house somebody who's pending immigration review, whether it's asylum or deportation, expedited removals.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it better to let the nonviolent people on asylum claims out to work and generate money for the economy so that the taxpayers aren't paying for them than to pay $300 a day for each of them to house them and monitor them?
But it's going to cost just as much to have to later deport them if they have invalid asylum claims.
Wait, repeat that, sorry?
I said it's like saying that they're going to, like, it's not going to cost money to have to remove them once they have the invalid asylum claims. So you're saying, yeah, let them in. It's going to cost too much to house them at the southern border. We're still housing them inside the U.S.
So $300 a day is roughly $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year, and it takes 2 years to get an asylum claim heard. You think $250,000 is cheaper than just letting them work and then paying for their flight if they end up not having a valid asylum claim?
Well, they can't work like the first half of the year that they're even
150 days.
I think it's no earlier than 180, but yeah, around 150 days they can't work. So no, I mean, yeah, I agree. It
That's
might be
still a
cheaper to
huge
let them
distinction in cost.
It's sure, but I think it's worth the money for the real asylum seekers to protect them and also protect U.S.
So
citizens.
they could make us pay $100,000 per person. It's worth the money. But by the way, you said it's worth the money, but then also like in the situations in which we don't know whether or not they have a valid asylum claim. So even for individuals who do not have valid asylum claims, couldn't they just live there and then make us pay for it and then keep doing that over and over again?
No. No, it'd be pretty simple
wait, actually,
to
technically
not.
anyone in Mexico could get free housing for...
No, that's not how that would work.
They pay for the housing. Yeah, they could just apply for asylum to get free housing.
That's a terrible argument because you know that they would have their information logged. They would have to go through the credible fear interview. We would know who they are if they were already denied. Just like how at the border.
So now there's conditions. Now there's conditions. Now it's hard to go through it. Now not that many people are going to be able to do it. Do you see how quickly the narrative changed?
No, you just made a terrible argument.
It wasn't a terrible argument. It exposed you like crazy, and you didn't even realize it.
Because I think people should have to wait at the southern border to seek asylum, so we don't have to deport them later.
You want to have to pay for their housing?
It's cheaper to let them in.
Wait, so by the way, you're willing to pay for the housing for undocumented immigrants under your view?
Yeah, we pay for detention centers.
He's okay with paying for the housing for undocumented immigrants, but not for U.S. citizens that are living on the street?
I wouldn't. Obviously, in a perfect world, we shouldn't be housing.
So you're okay with spending money on undocumented immigrants and you're not American citizens?
It's national security.
You'll spend $10,000 a month on all these undocumented immigrants.
I mean, that's just
trying to get into the country, but then you're not going to spend it on us, the American people.
You really think you're doing something, Parker? That smile is so cringe.
It's literally your argument against
are you
you,
gonna let
bro.
me speak now?
No,
You're
I
gonna let me
should kick
speak
you.
now?
I should kick you right now. It'd be really funny.
Because you got cooked in this fake
No,
war.
you got
too.
cooked repeatedly. You just didn't realize it.
You realize that you don't actually care about immigrants. I think that's what everyone realized.
I
You
do.
don't actually
I
care
do.
about immigrants. You don't.
I do.
So do you want to get them out of ICE hands?
What are you saying? I'm confused.
Do you want to get immigrants out of the hands of ICE?
What do you mean?
Like, do you wish that ICE wouldn't be putting their hands on immigrants?
In most circumstances, I agree with, like, for
Yeah,
example,
then you should
deporting
agree
those
with
that have committed
stopping-
violent crimes and
then
bad
you should
crimes.
agree with ending illegal immigration. If there wasn't so much illegal immigration, we wouldn't have ICE on the streets. You know that, right?
So you understand that, like, the reality of the matter is that, like, we do not need ICE on our streets either way. We didn't have ICE prior to, what, 2003 or 2004?
Really?
And we still had border
2001.
enforcement?
2001. And did we not just see the record number of illegal crossings at the southern border under Joe Biden? Was that not the
I have a
highest
question.
record in
How do you
history?
feel about the increase
Yes or
in
no?
border crossings that happened between the Obama administration to the Trump administration? How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm against it. I'm against migrant caravans.
So do you think that it's preferable?
They affected my
do you
home
think,
country
wait,
too.
so clarify. Do you think
they crossed into Mexico illegally
Obama's
too.
immigration policy is preferable to Trump's immigration policy?
No, no, I don't.
Why not?
Well, because Obama never shut down the southern border.
Okay. So you don't like Trump's policy in his first administration then?
I didn't support Trump during his first administration.
Okay. But you support him now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually an ex-Democrat. I'm still a registered Democrat. I hated Trump.
Okay, so
during his
you were
first term.
Democratic in his first admin.
I believe that dumbass lie that he called the Triple K fine people too, and then I got corrected and I got shown the video, and then my ego wasn't so big that I couldn't deny that I was wrong.
Well, I mean,
So-
you literally deny your eyes today. You think that Alex Preddy wasn't murdered, right?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
That's my
So
opinion.
can you tell me what reasonable threat that he posed towards the officers or any person?
You already asked me that earlier.
And what was your answer?
And I told you it was an armed man that was wrestling with police.
Was he
Or federal
wrestling?
officer, sorry.
Was he wrestling?
Yeah, he was resisting.
How was he resisting?
By not putting his hands behind his back, by not getting down on the ground, by not listening to orders.
He was on the ground.
By putting his hands on
And didn't
federal
law already
officers.
go over the fact that if you curl up in a ball and try to protect your
Yeah, I mean,
close
it was
insides, that
some-
that's not
some stupid
determined to be
argument, yeah.
resisting?
It's a stupid argument. Yeah, sure.
How is that a stupid argument?
Because this guy, you're like, well, because he's being punched, he's not gonna lay on the ground and spread his hands out. He was told to do that before being punched, so that's not a good argument. He was told to stop resisting, to get on the ground, that he was under arrest, put his hands behind his back. He didn't do any of that.
Whoa. Where's this video of him being told he was under arrest?
The video where he's resisting arrest, where they're trying to grab his hands and put him behind his back and telling him to stop resisting, and then they yell "gun, gun, gun" because he has a gun on his waist.
I did hear the gun.
Then they
I
shoot him.
played that video many times. I've watched it a few dozen times.
Do you think he was being arrested or detained?
Was he told he was being arrested?
Does he need to be told he's being arrested?
Not that it applies to federal agents, but in Minnesota law, yes, an officer has to tell somebody that they're
Exactly.
being
He doesn't need to
arrested
tell him
before
that
they
he was
use
under arrest or detained. It was obvious he was, and I believe he does say it in the video. I mean, it's a shitty argument. This is a single case.
He literally claimed that they said he was under arrest, and then he backtracked off it so quick. Did you realize that?
You guys are making
real
it an
quick,
argument.
if you could mute him for a second,
I
I
got
have
you.
to go. I'm on CNN tonight, but the
Wow, cringe.
a few things. So this is something that's been going on with this guest. He has been repeatedly making these very bold and confident claims, but has been wrong. And I fact checked a couple of them. One,
But
he
you haven't
talked
been
about
able to
he talked
to
about
correct
the construction funding. That was during Trump's first term, the 3.6 billion.
Nope,
The
that was
ninth
second.
the Ninth Circuit held that was an unlawful as applied to border construction, and then affirmed a permanent injunction. And then going over to the E. Jean Carroll testimony real quick, he said she testified twice. That wasn't true. It was once. It was during cross-examination when Joe Tacopina played an audio recording regarding her statements. And in the audio recording, she said that she hadn't used the changing room for years since the incident. And then later on, she said that she had used them since that time,
That's what I said.
but not using for years when you're talking about such a big period of time, and then having used them since are two different things. So I got to run. Just keep in mind, any bold claims here are worth fact checking.
Totally agree. Thank you so much, Law. Really appreciate you. Can't wait to see his clips from CNN later. That's going to be really cool. That's going to be really cool. W's for them. W's for them. That's amazing. We love that. Joseph, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. By the way, thank you so much. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know myself. Rachel, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Like I said, the 70% of detainees have a criminal conviction. I think he was saying the deportations, and I do think that's true, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like it was a doesn't necessarily mean that it was a bad crime or anything. Gladys, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you. Dylan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Shauna, thank you so much for the $10. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, but let's get this next person up here. Probably the last person here for today, everyone. One more person, then we're getting off for today. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I've got to do this, then I will be busy, everyone. And then I will be busy, everyone. I love everybody so much. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to check out my YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. Subscribe to my YouTube. If you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me here. I'll be back on this account tomorrow. We'll be back on this account tomorrow because we got banned on my main account, which is very sad. Very sad. It's really annoying, actually. Melody, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's really brutal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Melody. I'll make sure to look into that. As well as Alex, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Is Dean going live? I actually don't know. I don't know. He is taking a bit today. He was going to go live later today. Because I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I doubt. I guess I should wait for him. I'll let Dean say it if he's going to say it. It's relating to people probably know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, all right. I have a few people to thank real quick. Do give me a quick second, everyone. Nova, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Apricus, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I know, it's so cool, right? Battlewolf, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jack as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe sometime. That'd be little bit too much, though. But Amir, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, though. Heather as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think you're saying deport, not detain. It technically is true for deport, but it's like it could be unlawfully entering the country. That was the conviction. But Raymond, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. And Zach with the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Probably does. Fonzie, thank you so much for the $5. Nina, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $5. Katie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Emily as well, thank you for the $5. Jake, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I didn't see that, actually. I'll have to see. Mental Marie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Brand, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Noel, thank you for the $5. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $5. Thank you. They said, and Rebecca, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said, oh, I got you. I got you. Thank you so much. I don't know how we would, but thank you very much. You can always send me a message through Instagram. That's like where I do see sometimes, but I don't always see it, or Snapchat. Nicholas, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said former faculties operations officer for a military installation. The wall would not qualify for those funds or that distinction. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the $10. Alex, thank you for the $5. And Rez, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty. If I did miss your donations, I really apologize. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Raymond, thank you for the $5. And Nova, again, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
It's more that I didn't like Kamala.
Okay, why so?
Didn't she sleep her way to the top?
What reason do you have to believe that? Who did she sleep with?
Like, high up officials.
Who?
I don't know.
So you don't know who she slept with, but you consider that she slept her way to the top? That's embarrassing. Try again.
I'm a troll, Parker.
Okay,
Kick me.
alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go into this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 44.
Do you support Trump?
I do, Parker.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, honestly, I've been listening to the petty gentleman who got shot, and there's one fact that isn't brought up because I've heard you throughout today arguing about whether or not it was murder. He lays his hand on one of the agents, so he's interfering with the officer's operation, and then he lays his hand on one of the agents early in the video, which escalates it. And that's all I'm bringing up. I don't want to go through the whole argument. I just want to let
Was
you know
that violent?
Well, I mean, if I were to go put my hands on a police officer, I'm going to get arrested. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
Like,
clarify.
that's-
How did he put his hands on the officer? Can you explain? Explain the video.
It's early in the video, and he reaches out and puts his hand on an officer.
Doing what?
As in it's aggressive.
Like he touched him.
It
He
looks
just
like
he
he's-
tapped him. What did he do?
You know,
Did he punch him in the face?
He applied some force on the guy. He applied force to him. I don't know the level of force or, how much he pushed on the guy, but he pushed on him. He applied pressure on him. I mean, these are big bodies, so they might not move, but he did apply pressure. That's all, Parker. I don't want to get this whole debate. I just wanted you to have.
Do you think he was
I just
murdered?
wanted you to notice that. I think it's unfortunate. I don't think it's murder. I just think it's really unfortunate.
You don't think it was murder? So what? Do you think a reasonable officer in that scenario would think that their life is at risk or that they're at risk of severe bodily injury?
I think that they could have thought he had another weapon on him.
Really?
When
What
they
reason did
cleared
they
the
have to
first
believe
weapon, because he had one weapon already and he had already committed crimes. And
Did he reach for it? Did he do anything to indicate that? Was there any brandishing?
I didn't.
You can't just
see
say because
in the
it's
video,
possible that they have a weapon that this happened.
but he already had a weapon, so it's built up the idea in one's head that he could have more weapons on him.
I don't think that's the assumption in this scenario.
But it could be. I mean, these officers. It's a pretty it takes quick thinking. There, you're on your feet thinking. It's a difficult job too, man. I just,
Dude, in this scenario, there's no reasonable situation to say that you needed to shoot them. Okay, no reasonable officer would believe that they had a gun in this scenario, and that was specifically a reason to believe that to shoot them, especially when they were disarmed. By the way, the person who shot, they were disarmed. They saw them get disarmed. Okay, they saw one of the other agents take the gun away.
like I said, he had a gun. He's committing crimes. You're not supposed to commit a crime with a gun, even if you have I used to have a CWP. You're not supposed to commit a crime with the gun. That's a law. So I'm not going to agree with you on this, Parker. I
You
just
say you're
wanted
not supposed to
bring-
commit a crime with a gun. What crime did they commit with the gun?
You could say he committed battery against one of the police by putting his hands on the police. Right? That's assault, right?
Assault?
That
Like,
is, though,
how did he?
right?
How did he?
That is,
Did he like
right?
touch them? What did he do? Like kiss their face? What did he do?
You're not supposed to touch the cop. It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to touch him, Parker.
So
That's
if
a law
I did
broken right
this
there.
and I went like that to a police officer, I should get a battery charge.
Parker, you're being silly, man. Come
I'm
on.
just asking, should I get a battery charge in that context?
Yes, you should. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm serious. Don't do this. But if you put your hand on a cop like that, you're gonna get arrested. And what are they
Okay,
gonna charge
why
you?
was
They'll
he
find
why was
something.
he putting his hand on the cop?
You know, he was well. Why was he there in the first place?
Answer the question.
There's
Why was
some
he putting his hand on the cop?
because he was seeking attention.
He was seeking attention? No, that was not
That's
the
the
reason.
that's
You're
the whole
lying.
reason he was there.
You are
And
lying.
that branch of thought, if you branch out, that thought stems from he was seeking attention. That's what it is,
No,
man.
it was because of the fact that there was an officer shoving women.
The woman was interfering with the operation. She needs to get out of the road.
What did
Just
she
like
do?
this gentleman was interfering too.
What did she do?
She was interfering with the operation. She's a protester, agitating, being aggressive, and the cops are like, get out of here, and they push her. That's fine, no big deal. If you want to press charges on the agents for doing that, go for it and see what happens. Nothing's going to come about of it. Just like nothing's going to come about of this so-called murder. Nothing's going to come about of that.
Weren't they put on an administrative leave?
They were, but nothing's going to come.
And by the way,
we
just
can
to
talk in a
clarify,
month about it.
so like you don't think it makes sense for a U.S. citizen specifically to try to prevent like one of these agents from literally pepper spraying and assaulting women? Like that makes sense, and that's not a reason for them to be murdered. That's not a reason for them to be shot. Okay, what the
But he
fuck is
shouldn't
wrong
have
with
put
you?
his hands
Genuinely,
on
you
him.
think he wasn't murdered? You genuinely think that
No,
they had
I don't, Parker. You
You-
can
and you
can
you
yell all
genuinely
you want.
think there was a reasonable thought in the officer's head that their life was at risk or that there was serious bodily harm? No. You have to be kidding me. Seriously, genuinely think about it for a fucking second. Genuinely think about it. No fucking reasonable person in that scenario would believe that their life was at risk. The person was fucking unarmed. The person who shot Alex Preddy saw that they were unarmed. He shot him in the back. What was he gonna do? Fucking behind the back shoot him? He's doing a behind the back, grab a gun, while there are agents on top of him, and shoot him behind the back without looking?
If he wasn't resisting, he should have been handcuffed already, Parker.
Answer the question. Do you think he's gonna behind the fucking back without looking shoot some officers or shoot some agents? I mean,
He's moving. He's actively moving. His hands could be behind his back one
really,
second.
really. I have a
split
question.
second later,
I have
they
a
could be
question.
on his hip.
Where were his hands? Were they holding him up?
I couldn't see clearly from the video, and it's hard to.
You can't see in the video, so you don't know where his hands are.
You mean where the
Do you at
agents
least
holding
know that his
up?
hands were not going towards his gun?
I don't know that. I don't know. I
We
couldn't see
do.
through
We
the-
do know.
the video.
We do know because we saw where his gun was, and we saw the gun being taken from multiple angles.
Parker, the guy committed multiple crimes, like 2 or 3 crimes. It blows my
If
mind.
that
he
was
can't even
justification to
admit that.
murder someone, well, then you would think that that's justification to do that to the president of the United States.
Completely different scenarios, Parker.
They both have committed
Okay.
crimes under your view. Again, I don't even know what crime he committed. Like, genuinely. You said fucking battery. That's
okay.
absurd to say.
Obstru-
They were literally
okay, he was-
assaulting women, and he tried to stand in between.
He was obstructing, interfering, whatever you want to call it, interfering with an
Yeah, he was
operation.
interfering with someone being fucking pepper sprayed without reason.
Yes, Parker. He should have stayed out of it. He committed a crime right there. He put his hands on officers.
Yeah,
Assault.
and by the way, does that justify him being murdered? Nope. It doesn't. You still sit there and you're going to say it's justified to murder people no matter what. By the way, if I guarantee if someone was just indiscriminately shot on Fifth Avenue who was liberal, you would defend that. Right? If Trump did that.
I would not defend that. If he just
Yes,
point
you would.
blank
You would
shot
still vote
someone-
for him.
I
You'd
would
say,
not- I
you'd
would
say,
not, Parker,
you'd
you
say he's a
don't know
looter.
that.
He's a leftist agitator. Looter, actually. Trump knew it. He actually knew it. He had a gun on him in his mind, in his imagination. It was in his imagination, the gun. He was illegally carrying that firearm in his brain.
Okay, that's funny part. No, that's seriously funny. Made me laugh. But it's also silly. It's completely different reasons there, and that wouldn't be right for Trump to do that. He should be put in jail if he did that. I would.
But not these
agree
agents
with you
who
on that.
clearly just shot someone indiscriminately without fucking reason.
Parker, we just went through. There was a couple crimes committed.
If you with how many agents can detain them, do you even deserve to be an agent? If you cannot detain with that many people, the guy's on the fucking ground. He's been disarmed. You can't fucking detain the guy properly. You shouldn't be a fucking agent.
I think you're being unreasonable. I don't think we're
No,
gonna
I'm
agree.
not. That is not an
I don't-
unreasonable thing to
Parker.
say. If they can't fucking determine how to detain someone properly
Parker, a lot of your
and
Parker,
not
a lot of
murder
times it
them,
makes
then
sense.
they shouldn't be
But
fucking agents.
you make a lot of sense a lot of the time, but you're unable to
You're
see
not making
what
sense
is
right now
clear as
when
day.
when literally clear as day, someone is murdered right in front of you and you have to defend it. It's disgusting. It's like I genuinely I
agree
don't
that he
understand
put-
why you're doing this. I think you're being incredibly unreasonable. I don't think it's me being unreasonable. I think it's you. And I think that your unreasonability is literally, it's blinding yourself from being able to see that it's not me that's being unreasonable to you.
I mean, I see what you're doing there, Parker, but I'm not going to change my mind. I see the video. I see them. I see the guy put his hands on him. I don't know if you just haven't seen that part of the video, or even if you did, if you wouldn't
Wait,
change
where
your
did
mind,
you
then
see
that
it?
you
What,
committed a crime.
so when you say he was like in front of them trying to block out the agent from
He put
pepper
his hand
spraying the
on the
women.
off after they pushed the lady on the ground, which she's not some innocent lady. A lady can do a lot of harm to a guy with the right weapon. Who knows? But they pushed the lady on the
Did
ground.
she have a
then
weapon?
I'm just saying, women aren't this. They have the capacity to do harm to people. Men,
No,
if
no
they
one's
want
saying
to.
they
They're not
don't.
some-
What you're not understanding is she didn't have a weapon, so she didn't.
But you use this thing like she's a woman, like she's I'm a damsel in
What
distress.
weapon did
or
she
something
have?
like
A
that.
phone?
What I'm saying is it's not like she's not a threat either. And this nurse doesn't know anything about this woman, and he goes over there to interfere.
Wait, they
and
were
put
weren't
his
they
hands on
together
officers.
prior? Weren't they together prior?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, if that's news to me, I would. If you tell
I'm
me
pretty sure
they
there was
were
7 minutes of CNN footage prior.
okay, all right, that's not a long time to get to know somebody. But I mean, if you say that they're comfortable with each other, then okay. But it still doesn't.
Like that makes sense to do in that.
exonerate
You
what-
wouldn't do that if you knew someone and they were being pepper sprayed without reason by a federal agent. Would you do anything?
Parker, they're law enforcement. I don't mess with law enforcement. I'm asking to go to jail if I do, man. Come on.
So
you
to
have
clarify,
admit
if it
that.
was your significant other, you just let your significant other get pepper sprayed like that?
If my significant other was acting a fool, then
Acting a fool. That's
then
crazy to
yes,
say.
that's what she was doing. That's what she was doing. Parker, we're not going to agree on this, man.
So
I
by
just
the way,
wanted to
he'd be
bring that
he'd
detail
be
to your
okay
attention.
with agents, federal agents from the state, pepper spraying his significant other without reason, just for
They
recording
had
them.
reason. They had reason.
No, they didn't. She was just recording.
She was interfering, man. Come on.
How so?
She's in the street. She should be on a
What
sidewalk.
did what did she do that was interfering?
It's not like she was going to her car to leave the scene, man. She was yelling, screaming in the road. You know,
What agents or what work were those agents doing that she was preventing them from doing?
they're in an operation. They've got
What-
stuff
what
to
were
do,
they
man.
doing?
I don't know the details of the operation. They've got a job to perform, and she's interfering with it.
What
She
were they
deserves to
doing?
be pushed to the ground. They were working, Parker. Dude. If you want the look into the details of what was on their agenda,
You want to go
for
look
that
it up?
day-
You want to go look it up?
No, I don't, Parker. I've seen the video many times.
So,
'cause
by
I
the way,
watch
you
your
can't
show.
tell from the video what they're doing. So you can't even tell that she's necessarily interfering with anything because they might not even be doing anything.
Hypothetically, I don't agree with you, but hypothetically, say that she wasn't doing anything, and she's this damsel in distress, and she's this innocent angel. Okay, he still should not have interfered. You can't. Are you saying it's okay for him to interfere?
I think it's reasonable for a person in that circumstance to do what Alex Preddy did, and I could see myself or someone
it's
else
not,
I know
Parker.
doing that. I could
Then you-
genuinely
Parker.
just stop. I could genuinely see that. Not now, especially because we know that he's got murdered for it. So I wouldn't do it, given that I would get murdered for it. But the circumstance is true that I could see a reasonable person doing that, and I don't think that's reason to be fucking taken to the ground like he was. I don't think that's reason for him to be shot in the fucking back. I don't think that's reason to do any of those things. It's fucking disgusting that you sit up here and defend blatant murder of U.S. citizens in broad daylight. It's disgusting. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on and continue on the conversation. I just want you genuinely to think about that for a second, because, like, literally, you're defending them being murdered. There was no reason to believe that that person was a risk, right, in terms of any of the scenarios. It's ridiculous. They were unarmed at the point in which they shot. Absurd. I have a few people to thank. Melody, again, thank you so much for the $11. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Melody. And Michael, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. They said 6 hours. You deserve every dollar. Put some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're just about to hit 6 hours on the YouTube stream, or 5 hours and 55 minutes. It's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Michael. Give me some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Nicholas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. They said SOI. I have a concealed carry permit in 4 separate states because I've moved around so much. Carrying during the commission of a crime does amplify criminality, but does not have anything to do with imminent threat based solely on possession. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I really appreciate it. That's based. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Lisa as well. Thank you so much for the $10. They said 2020 armed militia stormed Michigan State Capitol. Should police have used lethal force? Guess, are you there? They left? They left, bro. That's crazy. Why'd they leave? Why'd they leave, bro? That's crazy. Katie, thank you so much for really appreciate the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Novatoon, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hokage, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. He did touch that officer's stomach as a way to neutralize the situation. At most, he could have been charged with battery. However, battery does not constitute losing your life. Exactly. Shelby, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's really ridiculous. They just left. Wow. I can't believe they just left. That's ridiculous. Maddie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Take no ladies, MAGA men will not defend you. They will throw you into the wood chipper instead of defending you. Where's the alpha male energy now? Literally, though. It's comply or die. What the fuck? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. Oh, Parker. Can you hear me?
Push the corgi. Thank you, Via. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And if you could, and you said you're how old again?
25.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Immigration.
Okay. Do you think Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered?
Was Alex and Renee good people or bad people?
Seemingly good people.
Do you know Alex? I think about 12 days before he was attacking ICE cars.
So he was attacking ICE cars? Do you have any
Yes.
evidence of this?
Yes, I do actually. If you go on Donald Trump Jr.'s recent post, it was today. It tells you everything that you need to know on what I'm saying.
I have to go to Donald Trump Jr.'s post. Can you give me an actual source?
There's
Not
a video.
Not a random
There's
AI
a video of what he was doing 12 days ago. He
Can
was
you give me
attacking
a source
cars,
outside
and he
of?
was spitting on ICE agents.
Can you give me a
And
source that's not
I
Donald
have
Trump
all reason
Jr.?
to believe. I have all reason to believe.
I would
he
love a
came to
source that's not
retaliate.
Donald Trump Jr.
No, it's just a video, Parker.
Go
It's just
provide me a
video.
source that's not Donald Trump Jr. I'd love to see it. Ellen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. That's based. Your dinosaur Lego set is cool. Ray, thank you for the $11 as well.
has
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Over
Seriously, they should.
150,000 likes so far. It's getting out there, and a lot of people
So
are
again,
gonna see.
I would like to
someone on
see
Twitter
I would
everywhere.
like to see a real video. Show me a
a
source.
real video, so it's fake.
Yeah.
Just go see it real quick if you want. If
Yeah,
you
I haven't
want,
seen
if
I
you'd
haven't
like.
seen it, but I bet it was AI slop. Okay, you
I
said Donald
swear
Trump
to
Jr.
you,
on
about
what?
12 days ago, he was spitting and attacking
On what
cars
social media?
on Instagram.
Instagram.
Yeah. It's not Donald Trump's account, if I'm not mistaken. It's like that's that.
Not on Donald Trump Jr.
It's Donald Trump Jr. guy.
Here's a video of Donald Trump Jr.
That's not AI, chat. Why would that be AI? That is not AI. That really happened. So that's gonna be pulled up in court. So like that, this is a serious thing. Simple. What's going on right now is it's crazy, bro. So he didn't deserve to die.
Well, I
I'm
have a
not saying
question.
that.
How do you know that it was him?
That's him. That's 100% him. Confirmed. It's confirmed.
How?
It's confirmed. It's confirmed. I searched it up more online, and it said that's confirmed to believe Alex, bro. So
how was it
before
been
people
confirmed?
start saying this guy was a saint, he wasn't a saint, and I'm not saying
Wait.
anyone
Where
deserves
was
to
it
die.
confirmed?
If you search it up now, like you can search up this exact video and this exact scenario, and it's confirmed.
Who confirmed it?
Who?
Yeah.
I mean, the online sources that I went to go search on after.
What online sources? Because I
was
need
on
to
Google.
clarify. I don't think
I'm
that
not
this
sure
is a.
if Google counts. I went on Google. I searched up there.
And
I
also,
went to
just
the
to
comment
clarify,
section of this video.
just to clarify, this isn't the same scenario, correct?
No, this is 11 days
No?
before he died.
So 11 days, just to clarify. So if he didn't do
11
anything
to
that
13
day,
days
wait.
before he died.
So let's say that this is true. Let's say that this did happen. If he didn't do that day, what justifies treating him that way that day?
What I'm saying, no, that there's nothing that justifies anybody dying, bro. But
Wait,
I'm starting to believe
what
that
state does
he
Alex
came to
Preddy live in?
retaliate. He came to retaliate because I think he broke
Wait,
his
what
ribs.
state does Alex Preddy live in?
I do not know. What I do know is that
You don't
I heard that
know?
his ribs were broken 12 days ago. His ribs got broken in another situation that he
Because I
was
just want
in.
to clarify. In the video, it literally looks like a Illinois license plate. Wait, I
Have you
mean,
seen that
actually,
video yet,
hold up.
or-
I mean, it could be either or. I apologize.
Is this the first time you've seen that? I seen this today too, literally like 20 minutes before I seen your live.
They
So I
look
was
very.
like, you know what? I'm just going to bring it up.
One second, Illinois. Let me see.
Yo,
It
chat,
does look
chill,
Illinois
bro.
license plate.
Like, why are y'all so heavy, bro? We're just talking.
Yeah,
up here,
it
guys.
does look like an Illinois. I don't know. It could be either or. It could be. It looks close enough where it could be. I guess there would be like little things below it.
My point is, I think he was dangerous, bro. And I'm not trying to like.
To be honest, it does not look like a Minnesota plate, but I could
some
be wrong.
serious shit going on in the United States, y'all.
They might
And
not have like those certain types of things. They could just be from a different area. But yeah, again, I would like to see who confirmed this. Can you give me an actual source?
It's like, bro, I just looked up the scenario online and it was just things like I wasn't too in tune. Literally, I seen your live and I also seen this like 30 minutes prior, so I just did some searches and I was like, damn, not everybody's the same or they paint people to be. Also, like the photo that they're using of Alex is not even a photo of him, bro. It was literally
I don't think
AI
any. I
generated.
don't think anyone has confirmed this.
And also, the photo of they're using of Alex chat is not the correct photo. They also did that for
Yeah.
Renee.
By the
It's
way, yeah.
literally
There's
fried.
literally no evidence that it's specifically Alex Preddy. It's quite literally just people claiming it's a person who looks like him.
That's 100% Alex, isn't it not? Like, don't it not look like him? Like, am I tripping, bro?
Literally, the DHS said it had no record of this incident, even apparently.
Alright, so
Apparently,
maybe I
CNN
could do some
cited
more research
sources
and I'll
that
come
to
back to
report
your-
that Preddy suffered a bone rib when a group of officers tackled him days before his death. So
He did, exactly. He broke his ribs in some scenario, some fight with ICE, and Border Patrol is who killed
So
this
if he
man.
wait, by the way, let's clarify. He has a broken rib. A bunch of agents are on top of him, and you think that he has the ability to get a gun, grab a gun, and then shoot someone?
I'm into belief that he came to retaliate and do something bad. And this guy's not the saint that you say he is, Parker. And like, you can be misconstrued also. I'm not saying you're over here being like, oh, this, that, and the third. That means you also haven't seen certain
By the way,
things,
just to
but-
clarify, if you think this makes him a bad person, well, then you must think Trump is a bad person, right?
All right, so I'm glad like we got this deep into this because I'm more pro immigration than I am Trump. Like, I'm Republican, bro, but I really care about immigration, and I feel like the look they're getting is bad because.
So
I
you
think there's
don't
a lot
support
of-
Trump?
I supported his push on immigration. I'd
Such
say.
as?
what's going on now? Like, I don't believe people should be dying, but I do respect how heavy they are on what's going on because a lot of things happen to civilians so far. And
Leon,
I
by the
know,
way,
like
thank you
on
for the $5.
data, it
Thank
says
you.
immigrations are
Yeah, I don't know why, Leon.
it says immigrants are less dangerous than
Yeah,
United States
undocumented immigrants are
citizens.
multiple times less likely to commit viant crime, drug crime, property crime in the
For
country
sure,
compared
for
to
sure.
natural born
But
U.S. citizens.
I think, yeah, facts. I feel like we have enough dickheads in the United States who are citizens, so us allowing all these people who are potentially bad just made it worse. It's almost like a domino effect. So, you know, when like the teacup is too full, like you can't let it overflow. So
I don't even
that's
know what
my
that's
point.
supposed to mean. Can you give me an repeat?
All right, so like basically, like we have enough American citizens who are dickheads, bro. I'm just gonna put it simple. Bad people, like we have enough. So I really think this immigration thing, whether
You're saying we have too many immigrants in the country? Okay, I don't think that's true. What evidence do you have to believe that?
now I'm saying like I know there's good people coming down here, and I do believe that there can be a better process soon with immigration when it comes to people who came here already, who are good people. But everyone did come here illegally. So that being said, we have enough bad American citizens here already. So for us to take in all these people unknowingly of who's who, I feel
Undocumented
like
immigrants are again more likely or less likely per capita per individual,
yeah,
specifically
I
to
know,
commit these particular
but
types of crimes. So if you want to
it's
reduce the crime rate, obviously more people undocumented in the country would do that. Secondly, I just want to address the fact that, again, if you want to limit crime from happening, why would you vote for a convicted criminal over a prosecutor? Like, genuinely, I don't think you reinforce the idea that we care about limiting crime from happening when you vote for a criminal over a prosecutor. That makes no fucking sense to me.
bro, with him like being like a criminal, bro, and this Epstein thing, bro, I'm not too thing about it. But at the end of the day, if he's hiding something himself, him, other people, it's probably like the whole political scene. And if that shit probably came out, I think it'd be us against the fucking government at that point. So I don't really know. I think it could be everybody if that's the case. It could be everybody in that bitch. And if all of it was unfolded, everybody would just be exposed. So
In the Epstein files, you mean? So Trump is protecting PDFs in the Epstein files, and you're okay with it?
yo, no, this is my ideology on it, bro. If the reason they're not sharing it, and I think both sides had the chance to share it, and they didn't, is because both sides are just strictly in it. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
So I just
See,
want to let you
everybody's in
know,
it.
one, the DOJ acted independent under the Biden-Harris administration. Two,
Okay.
we can also point to the fact that, again, it was sealed through 2024, and there were issues with even getting them released because of the fact that there was an appeal of Ghislaine Maxwell's case through 2025 into October.
How am I, yo? My fault. I'm just replying to a comment. How am I a Trump glazer, bro? I'm not glazing nobody.
You are
You're
glazing.
just-
Rachel, by the way, thank you for
How
the
am I
$5. I actually
glazing,
don't
bro?
know
I
where to
don't-
find that. If you could let me know where to find that, Rachel, I'd really appreciate it.
So I only voted once, and I could have voted twice, but
You are a
I
Trump
didn't-
glazer. How does it feel?
me,
Yeah, you're a Trump glazer.
I agree to disagree, Parker.
If you think the guest is a Trump glazer, type 3 in the comments section.
I 100% would vote for Newsom or whoever it is in 2028.
You would vote for Newsom, but you wouldn't vote for Harris?
In the current situation coming after this year and stuff, hell no. 100% no, bro.
Who would you rather vote for, Newsom or Vance?
I'd say Newsom, because I feel like Vance is like, he's kind of like Two-Face, bro. He's like
Okay.
backdoor.
Okay,
Like, if
you
that
know
makes
what?
sense, he's like mad backdoor, bro.
What about AOC or Vance?
AOC or Vance? I don't know, probably neither.
Okay.
But like, I feel like JD Vance, bro, is like a
What-
snake, bro. He's super,
What
he's
about
definitely a snake.
Rokana? What about Rokana or Vance?
I don't know. No answer. I don't know.
Okay,
But
all right,
honestly,
well-
I'm not sure about JD Vance, man. If I can be honest, she like you can't be like, yo, I don't fuck with somebody online in front of everybody, and then take your words back. He's definitely like on some backdoor shit. I hope he doesn't become president. Somebody else in the Republicans, I'm gonna do it, sure, but I'm not too fond of that guy.
Alrighty, well, I appreciate you coming up then.
I appreciate you too, Parker. Like the people in the comment section, just one thing. Like I don't mean harm, bro. Like maybe y'all truly think my vote meant so much harm, but y'all really gotta look into things,
It does,
bro.
it does, because categorized with everyone else, that's what leads to this.
We lost like 1,000+ citizens to illegal immigrants the past like what, like year and a half. Like there was some crazy shit like in New York City with some lady getting set on fire. Like why was no one parading for her? That shit was so sick, bro. If anyone's seen that video, it was bad.
I don't even know what he's saying. Let's just get the last person up here for today. I'll probably go pretty quick, and then we're gonna end it for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. We're just about to get off here in a second. I'll try a few people, and then I'm gonna get off for today. If I can't find someone the next few people, I will just get off, everyone. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up on YouTube. We're getting a bunch of screaming fetuses. If you are on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. How many likes are we at on YouTube? Let me check, actually. We are currently at 3,400 likes. Let's try to get to 4,000, everyone. I think we could do it. I think we could do it. I think we could do it. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Chat, we posted a Instagram video, and it has like 14 million views from like, not yesterday, but the day before. It's fucking crazy, bro. It literally overnight blew the fuck up. Has 14.2 million views on Instagram right now. It's actually insane. Like, I haven't seen a video do that in so long. Or actually, yes, I have. Technically, when I went to... I did get one just like that prior. Like 15.6, like in December 20th. Yo, what's up, how old are you? 15.6, like in December 20th. Where's Dean? Dean's not live quite yet, everyone. I don't know when he's going to specifically go live. I couldn't tell y'all, to be honest. You know what? I think I'm just going to call it today. I think it's a good time to call it. I don't really know what else to... I think we've been on for over 6 hours, so I think it's about time. Thank you, everyone, for coming through so much. I really do appreciate it very much, very much. I will try to get back my main account. I'm going to go through like a process to try and get it back. I would really appreciate if you check out my YouTube, everyone. Parker, get a job on YouTube. I'm going to be posting a bunch of my videos there on YouTube here real quick. I think in the meantime, actually, I do have to get off here completely. But yeah, all right, everyone. I'm going to get off. I love everyone so much. I will see everyone later. Thank you, everyone. Have a fantastic night. I will see everyone later. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everybody, so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Hopefully, everyone has a good time. Actually, like, here, one second. I think I have someone I can raid real quick. I think Hector might be live right now. We can send everyone over to Hector, actually. Let me find his stream. All right, everyone. Everyone go over to Hector's stream. Spam Parker raid. Spam Love from Parker. Look up Hector Talks. HectorRTalks. It's only on TikTok, so I recommend go over to TikTok if you're going to do that. Parker, get it. Parker raid. Spam Love from Parker. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone. The 5,000 people. I want to see at least 2,000 people in a stream, okay? I want to see at least 2,000 people in a stream. All right, I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all soon. Or not see y'all soon. I'll see y'all later. Good night, everyone. I'll see y'all tomorrow.